All right. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to True Talk Show. This is a political show that gives you an opportunity to speak out your mind on any political happening within our country. Today being Saturday, I welcome all of you to the evening talk show. Feel free to invite others as you join us today in the show. Ensure that you like the video, you share the video, and invite your friends so that you can be able to watch together. So today we are looking among the things that have happened in the country. From yesterday, we know the country has had the longest blackout since independence. And we also aware that yesterday our main airport, the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, went without power for the longest ever experienced in Eastern Africa, simply because we are told that the generators failed to work. Then after that, we saw the response from the Cabinet Secretary of Transport, Kipchumba Murkomen. What he did, he decided to reshuffle the managing directors. They've been reshuffled into various airports. In other words, he decided to transfer the problem to other airports. So karibu sana na tuweze kuzungumza kama Wakenya. Maoni yako, maoni yangu na maoni ya mwingine itaweza kutusaidia kuzungumza na kutatua shida zile zinazotusumbua sisi kama Wakenya. Every opinion counts irrespective of your political view. We respect each and everyone's opinion. Ramesu Yegon, karibu sana. Mtembei is live today. Mtembei will be live tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Sorry, I know we've not been live for quite some time, but soon, starting from today, we'll be having our show as usual. Same time, same place. Here, you'll be able to meet your favorite and experienced moderators and panelists who will be helping us to understand and explain what is happening in our political space. So today, I just want us to look at some of the things that have happened. We've seen the MDs being transferred. We saw our airport being dark without power for quite a long period. So the question we're asking as Kenyans, are we safe as a country? Do we have people who are responsible in these positions? Do we really care about the work that have been given to us? If a managing director, the engineers, and people responsible in these airports cannot be able to test or to run a test in these generators before the blackout, then as a country, are we really safe? What if we were attacked at that moment when everything was down? So what do we expect next? The next day, you'll wake up and find that we don't have internet. You'll wake, by the time the internet will be back or by the time the power will be back, you'll find that maybe there've been some terrorist attack. And as I speak now, I think there's a letter that has been circulated by the police warning of some pending attacks in this month and up to the beginning of September. And if you go by what happened yesterday, I think it's high time as Kenyans that we need to rethink of the people we've entrusted with these positions. So wewe unaye tufuatilia, watching us from Facebook, we are live in Mtembei TV YouTube channel. We are live in Mtembei TV Facebook page. We also live in Leo TV. Vile vile, we are bringing you this live in Nick Odhiambo page. So ensure you like and follow these pages. Unaweza kujiunga nasi by just typing your comment on the comment section. Ask your question, give your contribution, or share your concern. I'll be able to read it loud. Na kama huwezi kuandika pale, pia nimetuma link pale, unaweza kujiunga nami kwenye studio na tuweze kuzungumza kama Wakenya. Somebody is also asking about the Finland issue. Today we had Engineer Sudi responding to that. I'll play you that clip later so that you can be able to see. And Sudi ni kama wameamua kila mtu abebe mzigo. Kama ulikula pesa ya wanafunzi, ambao wazazi wao waliuza shamba na wakauza ng'ombe na wakauza mbuzi, alafu unasema unajiita wewe ni kiongozi wa hasla. Ni wakati kila mtu sasa itabidi aubebe mzigo wake. Manake hatuwezi kuwa na viongozi ambao wanajiita au ni viongozi wanaongoza wanyonge, ilhali hao ndio wanageuka wanakula wanyonge. So kabla tuendelee, nikingojea mchango wenu, kila mtu ambaye anaweza kuchangia, wacha niwachezee kanda hapa ili muweze kusikia jinsi Sudi aliweza kuzungumzia hiyo maneno ya Finland. Kwa wale wako Uasin Gishu, maneno yenu inashughulikiwa hapo, tuweze kumsikiza.
Alafu nataka kutuambia Kiingereza mingi, lipa pesa. Maana pesa ya mtu ameuza ng'ombe, ameuza mali yake, amefanya pesa kutoka kwa watoto wake wengine, wamechukua loan. Mwingine anasikia alikuwa na point ile, akauza point 3, akaenda point 1. Unakuja unakula pesa na mdau kutuambia Kiingereza mingi hiyo sijui. Na ya kufunika shimo yoyote kuchota mchanga na kumwagia. Dawa ya deni ni kulipa. Hiyo pesa ilichukuliwa hapo ni open. Na kuna mtu akitoa ujite yaani Yesu ngana au kabila. Hayo mkondo wa kitana maskini. Tahu ile kama kewaja nanti kama kewaja terus wae kuatnya barang gulau kene jengkondo nanti kemudian apa nanti gua itu kan orang dia wajib iman ana lo ne ana lo gitu kan.
That clip was Oscar Sudi trying to warn those people who took money from the parents and the students, cheating them that they'll be taken for some imaginary scholarships in Finland and I don't know, Australia and UK. But later on, this money was used for campaign. We saw some mock arrest that was done just to cool people. And because sisi ni Wakenya, tumezoea kudanganywa kila siku. Tunadanganya kwa Mandago ameshikwa, wengine walifurahia wakatulia, and they achieved their mission. They didn't want people to disrupt the devolution conference that was taking place in Eldoret. So after achieving that, you'll find that now things are back to normal. And I'm glad Oscar Sudi have found it right to speak about it, and he really spoken candidly and said, if you indeed swindle some money that belong to poor parents and poor students, you have to pay for it. So there's no any other option. Your pesa lazima irudishwe. Mwenzangu Yegon, the moderator, is not biased, so you're welcome. You can go in the studio and give your opinion, irrespective of what you believe in. Here, there is no Azimio, there is no Kenya Kwanza, there is no Roots, there is no NAC, there is no UDA. So we are all Kenyans. So we are speaking as Kenyans, and you have a right to support a political party of your choice. You have a right to believe in what you believe in. Whether I feel that it is not the right thing, it is within your right to believe in it. So if you believe that what Kenya Kwanza is doing is right, I don't need to stop you. I only need to convince you and tell you how the evil things that Kenya Kwanza is doing is going to affect us today and the days after tomorrow. But I don't need to shut you down. I don't need to tell you that, okay, you see, you're now evil. No. So everybody has got a right. We'll get your opinion. And, you know, I also have my opinion. And if your opinion maybe convinces me, then I'll also have to change my thought and think in the same way with you. But there's no biasness, so you can join the studio and give your contribution. And if you are not able to join the studio, you can type your comments over there so that we can discuss as Kenyans what we're looking at. Are we safe as a country? Are we moving in the right direction? When are we going to stop doing these reshuffles, and when are you going to stop transferring problems from one station to another? If today this person who did a mistake yesterday, maybe let's say at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, the person has been transferred to Mombasa. So are we transferring the problem from Nairobi to Mombasa? Are we going to do this? Till when are we going to do this? But we know the people who are responsible cannot. We have people who are called, they are untouchable. You had the same case in Wasingishu. There's this lady who's been taking money from the poor, promising to take them for some jobs abroad. She doesn't do anything, and she's just walking freely, attending some political rallies, meeting some people, who is who in this country, but nothing is happening to them. So as a country, are we really safe? What are we supposed to do as a country, as citizens? Do you have people representing us? You elected your member of county assembly, you elected your MP, you elected your senator, you elected your women representatives. So are these people doing enough to represent you at the national level? Are they representing you at the county level? Or they are there representing their interests and their businesses? So that's a question that you need to ask yourself. And if these people are not representing you, then what are you now supposed to do as a Kenyan to ensure that your grievances and your interest is represented? We know that we go for elections after every 5 years. So should we be having a cycle of waiting for 5 years? We do things the same way and keep on waiting for 5 years. Because right now, if you talk, the other time we had some group of aggrieved Kenyans who decided to go in the streets through what they called maandamano. But what they were told is that, these streets, we went for elections and the elections are over. We need to wait for some 5 years, and then we'll also go for elections. The other day, you saw the school fee was released for the universities, and somebody is telling you on the ballot we had free university, free secondary, and free primary. But people chose. They didn't choose that. They chose to pay school fee. So should we wait for another 5 years, or there's something that we're going to do? How do we express our dissatisfaction before these 5 years? That's the question that we are asking ourselves today. Sasa jiunge nami uweze kuingia kwenye studio na uweze kuchangia. Kuna watu wanakuja watazungumza nasi, na kabla wakuje, wewe ambaye unatufuatilia pale, ningependa kukumbusha kwa kabla ujiunge nasi, hakikisha kuwa you like the video, you share the video. If you've not subscribed to our social media platforms, kindly do so that whenever we go live, you'll always be alerted. Nilisikia mwingine akisema Mtembei imerudi live. Mtembei huwa iko live, and maybe because you've not subscribed, then that is why when people go live you'll not be aware. So utakuja kuona video baadaye kama utamu wake umeisha. Usingoje kuja kuambiwa, hakikisha kuwa umejiunga nasi na umeweza kuparticipate. Mzalendo, unaweza jiunga, nimetuma link hapo kwenye chat box. Sijui kwa nini una utata. And you guys, somebody can confirm with me, somebody is complaining that they cannot be able to join the live show. So if you're not able to join the live show, maybe there is a problem. I'll reshare the link, and you can also try and can also tell me. You just need to comment there, then you tell me if you're able to join. If you're not able to join, then I'll see what to do. Thank you. The link is there for those people. And kindly, karibu sana, namuona Stella pia ameweza kujiunga nasi. Ana kwa yule yeyote angependa kujiunga nasi. Hello Stella, how are you?
Hi, fine.
Yeah, fine, thank you. I can hear you loud and clear. Karibu sana. Ama bado umekuwa kwenye giza? Ama wewe ni kateli?
No, I had relatives who are coming from Kisumu, so we've been up all night getting worried. So stima ilirudi kitu saa 5:30 leo.
Oh, Kisumu yenu ilirudi saa 5:30. Oh, that's great.
Sorry?
Yenu ilirudi saa 5:30?
At 11. Today,
oh, that's great. That's great.
So but ilipotea saa 3 yesterday at night.
Kuna watu bado walikuwa wanalia asubuhi bado hawako wamerudishiwa stima.
No.
Can you hear me?
So you're breaking up.
Okay,
yeah, but
you can proceed. Okay, you can proceed. You can proceed. You can proceed. There are a lot of things that we're discussing. Hiyo mambo ya blackout, tumeona reshuffling imefanyika. Wale watu wa Finland bado hawajalipwa. Watoto hapa waliambiwa na Machogu, kama umekuwa placed kwa COOPS, wewe uende tu shule. Sasa sijui ni rishiti gani wataenda nayo, waende wapewe zile kifunguu ya dormitories ama wapewe ile kifunguu ya hostels bila kulipa pesa. Sasa wewe kama mzazi, wewe kama voter, wewe kama Mkenya, ni nini au ni yepi uko nayo unaweza kusema?
Kitu ya kwanza, I'm really disappointed. Firstly, with a lot of things about today's matter about the blackout and the reshuffling of the airport guys, where I think that was so wrong, because the bone of contention should be in Kenya Power. They should have explained what was happening. Yes, we understand there are outages, but they will tell us this substation, it was maybe they had a technical issue, but I don't understand why MURKOMEN should transfer an airport official because of a power outage. It doesn't work like that. I think these people are getting drunk with power, or they're trying to prove something end of the day to the president. Because right now you see the president is trying to go to the ground and see what is the key performance, especially in government institution. He went impromptu to the airport. He was accompanied by Mutua. Okay, but the bone of contention is not about to know how the airport is running, because you see, airport is not a government. Airport is not a government property. It's an international property. So that's where their transits and what. So where the president would have even concentrated a lot, it's in JKIA, especially in customs, where there are a lot of corruption. I don't know why MURKOMEN did not tackle the issue of the customs authority, or the issue about, but I think that one is about Kindiki's, about the issue of getting passports, or guys who are coming here for transit visas, why visas are not they are not processed expeditiously, especially those people who are transiting going to West Africa. So I think there were misplaced priorities on the airport issue, not on the president issue. That was, but this one for MURKOMEN, it was a shock to us Kenyans. You're like, okay, fine. The airport, it was total blackout. It's not only the JKIA, they were all airports affected because it was a national-wide power outage. But him, instead of getting the root cause why the airport systems were not, the backup systems were not in order, he could first started with Kenya Civil Aviation, because those people should know anytime there's a disaster. In fact, even guys were asking, what about if the issue of this power outage, it can be, I'm not saying that it can be or what, if it was a terrorist issue, or maybe it's a smuggling issue. The issue is the misplaced, how do I put it? See vitu za maana, yani it is not touching us. I think it's a power kind of.
Stella, maybe just a minute. I get you. The issue here is we are having misplaced priorities. Yes, there was a fire outrage. There was some darkness in the Kenya Power Lightning Company. But when you go to the airport, basically all the airports are having their generators, of which that place should not be in darkness for not even more than 3 seconds or 2 minutes. So I think they should not wait for the power to be off for them to start testing their generators. So the question that I want to ask you here is this. The question Kenyans are asking, Who is responsible? Is it the managing the director? How will an MD know that the generators are not working if he is not told by the engineers who should be running a test after every 30 days, something like that? So could it be a witch hunt or something like that?
How I would put it, how do I put it? You cannot fault the managing the, okay, there are three whatever who are there. There's the Kenya Civil Aviation, there's the Kenya Airports Authority, I don't know this other whatever. Well, then I know there's Kenya Police. But the people should be faulted. It's the management of KAA plus Kenya Civil Aviation, because the aviation industry needs power to know the air traffic. So that means the air traffic was compromised. Whoever Murkomen could have gone and understood what happened. Was there an issue with, things wear and tear? Or maybe it was maybe it's something which was being brought up before it. Then when the damage is done, now that's when we are trying to like, we are in shock. Because let me tell you, even you in your own house, if you know that kuko na kitu inataka kuharibika kama stima, ama there is a bulb, do you wait for that your bulb ichomeke? Ama maybe your microwave is behaving kind of funnily. Do you wait for that microwave to cause a harm in that house? Isn't it you take the precaution so that it doesn't bring any accident or any calamity? You get my issue. This is my issue here. Murkomen could not have just sit down in his office or wherever he was. He wakes up and decides to change this thing. He could have gone to know what was the root cause of Kenya Civil Aviation. How come? How did KAA? How did they manage crisis management, especially when there's a blackout? How did they kind of how did they put the safety measures, especially when there's critical, like our hub of Jomo Kenyatta. People say it's kind of a transit to taking drugs in North America or wherever. The thing is, you could have understood what was happening. Maybe there was an issue with it's called what? The backup system. We know it comes out because it's not the first time we've been having this power outage. And I can't say it's witch hunt. It's maybe a human error which was not even taken proactively. Maybe someone in that organization or whatever, they went and told the guys in one of the engineers, hey, there's an issue here, we need money to do the XYZ. As we know, technology is vast by the day. It moves by the day. Maybe they needed to upgrade, but someone is trying to step the stone. So Murkomen should be out and say that there was a mismanagement. We'll understand as Kenyans, because we cannot go fight them, because that is our only hub where we get our tourists, where we get our relatives going, where we get our cash crop or whatever happens. But you just don't wake up and fire or reshuffle people. It does not make any changes. So ametoa huyu amempeleka kama Kisumu. Okay, fine. Kisumu kulikuwa na blackout. In fact, it's the entire country had blackout. What changes is he bringing? There is no change. The thing is, Murkomen, he did not think like, how do even I'm surprised he's a lawyer like I don't understand why he could not even understand the code, because even before you start tackling the issue, you have to understand the root cause. Is there an issue with the management of KAA? Is there an issue with the management with KCAA? Or is there a conflict between the two organizations? Because each, they have to go hand in hand. But Murkomen, you cannot. I'm so disappointed. Even the fraternity is so disappointed. Instead of him coming to give even a press briefing saying that there was an issue of a blackout because of XYZ. And I don't understand why Kenya Power is silent on this thing. They've not come out. They only gave out a press statement, but the press statement did not expound and explain what really happened. Everybody kept mum. And this thing, it's making me like, we are not safe. Even in 3 airports, Eldoret, Kisumu, and we have JKIA and Mombasa, and those are the hub. Then someone tries to sabotage. Let's not even talk about the power outage. I just need to understand what happened to the management. Was there were people who are proactive, then wakaachishwa kazi, wakaleta watu wa kwao wafanye hiyo kazi na hawajui. That is what my fear is. Then remember, in East Africa, we are the one of the riskiest part, especially we were noted that we are in how do I put it? We're in a red alert. This thing reminds me that time on, was it Entebbe, where there was total darkness, if you know that story. But Murkomen, what he did, it was extremely wrong. He could have sat down, do his investigation from all those people who are involved with airport security, from the police to the whatever, which organization they surround us, because an airport is a security hub. If anything had been compromised, kidogo tu hivi, maybe kuna watu watakuwa wameshatoroka, wengine wameleta drugs, ndege ianguke, we don't know, maybe they have lost you.
But I think, Stella, that one still brings us to something that we've been saying, that this government is not prepared. And maybe just a minute before you proceed, just allow me play for you a video here. We were told that we are going to have one pay bill number for all the government services. I think this thing was put into practice. I don't know when it was put into practice, but
it doesn't make any.
We were informed of such a plan. So I want to play. Yeah, I want to play for you a video. So from that, we'll see the government is really ready.
Can you believe this shit? We cannot access the Nairobi National Park because they decided that you can only use e-citizen to pay. E-citizen to pay. Foreigners, doesn't matter. It's either e-citizen or card, and they're refusing for us to use our cards. So you can only pay via e-citizen, and the site is down.
I think you learn it much later because it was breaking. So back to the issue of pay bill.
It was breaking, but you know the content of the video. People were supposed to go to the park, and because they only need to pay through the e-citizen, our e-citizen is the worst system that we're having currently. So these guys, they cannot be allowed to access the park.
About it is the worst.
To pay with the visitors. Where are we heading?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, the e-citizen issue, it's not the worst. I think even it's the safest how to do your business as a Kenyan. If I need my birth certificate, if I need to get married, if I need to have my company if I want to register a company, if I want to register a business name, an LLP, it's a very, what do I say? It has brought a lot of sense. At least there's no bureaucracy where you use someone to to make your you understand what I'm saying. But the issue of the e-citizen, I told you and I mentioned this thing. The other time when the e-citizen was down, it was not about someone who hacked. The government is not paying its suppliers. So the suppliers stopped e-citizen. That's why we had an issue with sabotaging. You cannot pay using the pay bill. It even affected even some of us. We couldn't even have paid our taxes. We could not even have paid our land rates. You could not. The thing is, the e-citizen, yes, the platform is there, but the thing is the government ready to engage other institution on it? Because if you see the one for guys getting into the Masai Mara and you are having an issue, that means Kenya Wildlife, whatever, the Kenya Wildlife, whatever, the money which you are paying for the parks, they were not paying royalties to the communities because they had an agreement. So if it is Narok County, Savo, whatever, remember, each community, they must have a share of that amount. But the thing is, since this regime came in, those people were not remitting that money to the community. That's why it brought a lot of uproar. Now, that is when the president said everything concerned with government, NHIF, NSSF, you call it whatever you have to call it, you have to pay through e-citizen. But the thing is, it's the issue where we are trying to look. Is it the safest? And the people who are managing this thing, who are they? We need
Hold
to
it
know.
there. Stella, just hold it there. We are coming back to you. Hold it there. Okay. We are coming back to you to see. We are going to talk about this sabotage and the government giving some promises and they are not fulfilling. This is an issue whereby even the suppliers are not being paid because this thing, it needs some coordination. A government cannot run independently. They need stakeholders, they need the community. And when you see all these things are failing, it means there's somebody somewhere who is not involved. The government doesn't have the capacity to run these things. There are some of the roles that they have to delegate. So as you're waiting there, I can see Engineer Daniel.
Leo.
Let us, yes.
Leo,
I'll be back to you.
Let us. But the people who are running it are the wrong people. Let this
they're in the wrong hands, actually.
People who are saying, you know, and in fact, even what we want. Okay, fine.
They employ people who doesn't have capacity. The numbers are there. They are individuals. We have the Aisha Jumas there, but do Aisha Juma have a capacity to engage, to even maybe interrogate a junior employee in her office? No. So that is what I mean when I say they lack the capacity. Engineer, very low. Can you hear me? Just unmute.
Yes, I can get you.
Oh, karibu.
Asante. Tuendelee tu for me to catch up.
Nafasi ni yako, unaweza salimiana na utupatie hoja zako.
No, my name is Daniel Odongo. I've just joined it. I accept that I need to pick up from where you are. I cannot take anything or talk anything about now. But
thank you.
Just got a new people speaking about e-citizen.
You're breaking up. We are losing connection, engineer.
Oh, you're losing connection. I can hear you. I can hear everybody clearly. Maybe if it is on my side, but me, I can hear everybody clearly. So, engineer, karibu sana. We are just discussing matters of politics. Engineer is okay, yeah? Yeah.
I'm okay.
So
I'm okay.
Just to bring you
now we can hear
up to the page. Namuona Mzalendo pia amekaribia. Mzalendo, karibu sana. These guys have really missed you on the screen. I can see from the comments, but we are back. So we're just discussing the normal issues. Top on the topic, we were looking at the power outrage that was experienced yesterday. For the first time, I think the longest since I was born, we saw the international airport going without power for hours, not even minutes. Almost the entire country was left in darkness, and we waited for the ministry or the departments concerned even to give some information on what transpired and how to prevent such from happening in the near future, only for the minister to come out and tell us that they've reshuffled, they've transferred somebody who was in Nairobi to Mombasa, who was in Mombasa to Kisumu. So that is some of the things that we're asking as Kenyans, that how safe are we? Do we really have a country? Do we have people who are responsible? Do people really take the jobs they've been given seriously? Because for that thing to happen, there's somebody somewhere who did not perform his roles, or there's somebody somewhere who failed. So we cannot blame the entire management of the airport. Neither can we blame the entire management at the Kenya Power and Lightning Company. But there's somebody somewhere who failed in the job. So what could be the cause? Could it mean that the country, everybody have just decided to neglect their duties? Does it mean that we're having a government that is not effective? So people are taking advantage. So as you catch up with us, wacha tumkaribishe Mzalendo naye pia aweze kuzungumza na aweze kuchangia tukiendelea mbele. Mzalendo, karibu.
Leo, thank you very much for hosting the show tonight or this evening. It's always a pleasure to have you around. Stella, Wangari, always nice to see you contributing to your country. And Engineer, karibu sana, welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us as one of the panelists in tonight's broadcast. Now, the issue of Kenya Power, power outages in Kenya has always been a thorn in the neck. So we are yet to reach a point where we can have sustainable power that is not interrupted either by negligence or by weather. So there's a lot of issues around power supply in Kenya. Maybe engineer would be in a better position to tell us why we have got so many blackouts and why we don't get sufficient electricity throughout the country. But the issue of the airport, I mean, MURKOMEN is in his right senses to reshuffle the management because, airport is a very, very sensitive place. When you lack power for just 2 minutes in an airport, that causes a lot of danger to the travelers who are coming into your airport. Because remember, Leo, that the radar system are all controlled by the planes are all controlled on the control tower. So if you have a blackout, you can imagine what can happen to the planes that are trying to land into your country. So that is negligence. It is part of the management. The airport should have had a backup generator that kicks in immediately there is a power blackout. So it's just like the hospital. You cannot, if you have a blackout in the hospital, you want to tell me the people in running on oxygen or in ICU will all die because the management failed to service the generator or they didn't make sure that the generator is working. This is just poor management, and I thank the minister for acting decisively to find out the problem and reshuffle the entire team. So that's a plus for MURKOMEN. Some of these things we need just to act so that it doesn't happen again. The airport is a very, very sensitive area, and we don't want people who are not ready to do their work to be in that particular area. Leo, I hope you are listening or umehang.
I'm listening to you, but I just have one question before you proceed. You said that the minister identified the problem. In his address and his action, we didn't see any solution. What we saw is what can otherwise be described as transferring the problem. So if he indeed identified that the problem was with the managing directors, what did he do? He transferred them, he reshuffled them. So is that one giving a solution or transferring the problem or postponing the problem? No, you can't say it is a plus to a MURKOMEN. How is it a plus when somebody who been culpable is, instead of being maybe reprimanded, is being transferred to another place? So what is the intention of transfer? Does he mean that, okay, this problem happened in Nairobi, but it would be safe if it happens in Mombasa? Are you trying to say say that what he did was right?
I think Nairobi Airport, you can't compare it to the Homa Bay airstrip or Kisumu Airport because of the traffic. But what I can say is that when
Airports are
I know
airports.
Stella is
No
going
just
to
let me
matter
attack
how
finish.
you.
small it is.
Let me
Airports
Just
are
a
let
minute
me
airports.
let,
before you
let
attack.
me finish.
Zalando, we cannot allow you.
A nurse who is
Let
I
poisoning
me
select all
patients.
that small other airports and
Okay.
let me finish
I'm the one
executing.
moderating, so kindly.
Let
Mzalendo,
me
just a
okay.
minute. I know you I'll give you time. Just on top of that, before you respond, a nurse who is poisoning patients in Kenyatta Teaching and Referral Hospital being transferred to Homa Bay or Kamagambo Health Center. Is it safe? Are you trying to insinuate that? So I can allow you to finish, then I'll
I
allow Stella
I
to
have
rejoin them.
I've told you that
I'm not agreeing with Mzalendo.
before you are transferred, you are given the reason why you should not be in our busy airport, and it is not like transferring the problem to Kisumu or any other airport. It is telling the particular officer that this is a very sensitive place, and the next time it's more of a demotion. It is not a promotion. All right, it is being demoted from your main station to a smaller station so that you can work effectively. Maybe be managing a bigger airport like Nairobi was not you are not capable of doing that. So you're given a few members of staff to manage other than a big airport, international airport like Nairobi. I think that is what happens in government. So the minister was in order. It is not like transferring the problem. It is giving the officer a smaller and lighter role to perform. I hope you got my point.
We've not understood your point, Mzalendo.
No,
I'm not
it
in
is
agreeable with your
the
point.
reason why you don't want to understand it is it's because it is the reality. Nairobi is a bigger
No,
airport
Mzalendo.
compared to your
Let's be
airport
honest.
in.
Okay.
You can't
A point of
compare. You can't
a point of
compare.
correction.
Mzalendo.
Hmm?
Let's
A point
try
of
to be
correction.
honest with each other.
A point of
Hakuna
correction. Can I
maneno
speak?
ati a small airport or big airport or a local
Nime,
airport.
Finish.
Airports are
Hello.
airports and they are here
all
to
right,
serve you.
you can
Ours
go
are
ahead.
Stella,
private.
Engineer, go
You
ahead.
Hold
cannot select
Stella,
Eldoret
let
Stella,
and
engineer.
let
Mombasa and
engineer
whatever.
take it. Let
Okay.
engineer take it.
Let me speak of this thing. Although, let me just have some point. Yes, these blackouts usually they occur. This is not the first time we have ever experienced a total blackout in the Kenya. If any case we have a problem in the grid system, definitely we can have a total blackout. So that's not a problem. Even if then there is a coincidence where we say that even the airport had a problem. Yes. If for the case of the airport, that's a serious blow to our country, a serious blow to even to the hub of the East Africa. The whole of this area serves most of the countries. All aeroplanes they come and land in Nairobi, most of them 90%, and then they can change to other routes. So that's a big danger. It is a big mistake and a disappointment to our country. There are critical areas that need usually to have standby supplies, and usually they are supplied. You have double or two standby supplies. One, you have a standby supply through the same Kenya power system, which serves the area from as a ring. So if you fail, one line fails, one section fails, the electricity will come from other section. That's a ring which is there. Even Nairobi has a ring, which is going around all from Isinya, around again back to Isinya. It is a 66 or something like a 66 kV, a 200 kilovolts a ring that is going around supplying the 66 kV substations, which are used as distribution lines. So if any case we had a problem at Isinya, then we can talk of that. But nobody has told us of the source of the problem. That if any case we fail totally in Kenya. If we fail in Dandora, that's our hub. If we fail in Suswa, that's our heart. If we fail in Isinya, that's our liver. So those areas, if we fail totally. Because Isinya is the source of everything to Nairobi now. It brings the rain all round, going from Isinya, going to Ngong, coming to Nairobi, going to Ruai, and then going around to Isinya again, to Athi River, and then Isinya again. So if in case we've had a failure in either Dandora, we will fail the whole nation. If we have a failure in Suswa, we will fail the whole nation. If you have a fail in Suswa, it will fail the whole nation. So these are the things that we need to discuss. But also, we need also to have those standby supplies provided. One, if you fail the ring of Kenya or of Nairobi, then we need to use our generators immediately. And these things, they are supposed to be connected in inverter charger, whereby you supply the electricity and it goes in. Immediately it fails, you will never sense, because it's the same point that continues to the supply. So if they didn't do that, that's a very big failure that we have in our system. Or we can have the generators coming in immediately. If we didn't have that, then it's a failure. But they have not told the Kenyan people why we had a failure both in the airport. If we fail in the airport, then definitely we fail we fail in the hospitals, which of course should not have failed at all. In hospitals, we need to have immediate standby supplies, because there are people who are in HDU, high dependent units, not even ICU, high dependent units. They use the machines to work with them. If we can fail that, and even the hospitals can fail to have their own supplies that cannot stop the machine even for minutes, even seconds, because they depend on life on that machine, then that's a very serious problem in Kenya. Look at this. Something happened at night. It was resolved after 8 hours at night. Then in the morning, you transfer somebody from one place to another. How do you judge? It has not been investigated fully to look at the cause, whether it was a sabotage or not, whether it was a high-level sabotage in the whole Ghana and then you transfer. That kind of transfer that is hurried, and maybe it has inner motives. So whatever that they did and made a transfer of an employee, somebody who is experienced with the system, which had never experienced the same problem, which have never experienced the same problem, or we have ever had of our airports lacking electricity, then is a problem. All airports are sensitive. And there is no airport which is not sensitive. However small it is sensitive. If it is electricity to show the airstrips and those other things, then they must be readily available. So airports, hospitals, and other control units like the army control sectors, they should not fail to have anything like a communication in failure in any case of such circumstances. So whatever that the minister did is a failure by him, because he doesn't understand the situation. He didn't consult his experts. He reacted without even consulting from his people.
I think we've lost engineer.
Yeah, I've dropped her. So Stella, you can proceed.
So I was saying about, we talked about the issue about the power outage. This first in line people should have come and spoke about this power outage should be the managing director of Kenya Power, because they are the distributors. They could have told Wananchi what is happening. Was there a hitch in one of the stations so we can understand? So the issue of Mzalendo uploading MURKOMEN, that's out of context. Mzalendo, MURKOMEN does not understand the functions, how the airport works. He could have investigated first with the engineers what was happening. The managing director there, his work is just to manage and just be a flower person to come and bring the report. What Murkomen could have done, he could have done the investigation
I'm back.
and get the engineers, they know what really happened in that airport or all those airports. If there was a glitch, that glitch, because I believe this airport, maybe these people had an issue way before. As we speak right now, technology is evolving. Did they need an upgrade? Yes, they needed an upgrade. Did they procure the person to do the upgrade? Maybe there are people, they were getting money under the table and they did not deliver. Murkomen could have fired the first people, the board of directors of Kenya Airports Authority, and he has to go also interrogate the guys for Kenya Civil Aviation, because they run concurrently with the airport officials. So if there was a glitch in, maybe they did not upgrade, or maybe they knew there was a problem and they kept quiet, and maybe this is the blackout where this blackout ndio ilikuja ikatoa dhambi zao, they should suck up, pack their bags and go. Then Murkomen should take competent people who understand the risk of this nature, what happened yesterday and today, where flights have been delayed. There are people who could not connect. There are students who are going back to school. And even as the way engineer was talking about here about hospitals, what people were in the hospitals depending on that, although what is so big if the hospitals backup were working and for the airport was not working. So that means there's something in between the management, or maybe the people who are procuring, kulikuwa na shida. Hiyo glitch ya airport haikukuwa na backup. It cannot be, you need to transfer, to demote or whatever. His priorities were misplaced. And that is what I've been saying here all along. So Murkomen, he should not prove that he's doing his CS duties. He has totally failed. He could have first investigated with the guys of Kenya Power. He could have gotten the CS of Energy so that the CS comes and explain why was there a power glitch in the entire country. Then after that, Murkomen could have gone and asked the guys at the airport, the right people, not even the managing director. He could have asked the engineers. He could have asked the technicians what happened with the power glitch. There was no backup at the airport, but not demoting. Yes, Mzalendo, endelea.
Well, Stella, you are right, and at the same time, I feel that maybe you are exaggerating the particular situation.
I'm not exaggerating.
I feel that this thing happened. This thing that happened yesterday. Murkomen was briefed by management. There's a protocol. He doesn't just walk into JKIA and start firing people. He must have investigated and known where the problem was before he took action.
8 hours.
Yeah, 8 hours. I think 8 hours is, if he acted within 20 minutes, I would say it was in a rush. But if he acted within 8 hours.
I believe in your house unakuanga na kitu inaitango AVS. Sindio? When there's no power, there's something called an inverter, there's a backup. Ask yourself, if that backup haiwaki immediately, who do you fault? You fault the management of the building, but you don't go and report the management to the, you fault you ask the caretaker what is happening. You check whether the glitch was, maybe there was a looting, because in some time, was it 2018?
So we
still had this issue of the
listen. Let me ask you, Stella. In your thinking, you are saying that Murkomen should have asked who first?
He could have started asking Kenya Power what happened with the power glitch.
Or
He
he
could have
should have
asked the
asked.
CS. The CS could say, no, this, you see, even up to date, whoever, the CS has not come up to explain to Kenyans what happened with the power glitch. Yes,
you are getting confused here.
I'm not getting
Murkomen
confused.
Murkomen is he the CS for energy?
No. Listen, CS Energy
Is
and
who?
CS Transport. Listen to me. So, kulikuwa na issue na stima. Mtu wa kwanza unauliza nani? Si unauliza CS wa Energy, hey, niaje kuko na blackout the entire country. Na aseme, let me check, I'll get back to you. Whoever Chirichiri angesema, maybe it's one of the substation which is supporting kulikuwa na power glitch. Unaelewa?
No,
So at
for
least, no,
Stella,
but
Stella, for the sake of our viewers, please. What are the titles for the CS Murkomen? In which ministry does he serve?
he serves in transport.
And what? Transport and communication.
Yes.
Is he the minister for energy?
He's not the CS of energy, but the root cause
Correct.
here, it starts
Just
from
correct.
the energy.
Correct. If you've
Are you
said
getting me?
he's not the minister for energy, he was acting on. He went to the airports authority, took action on those who are in charge of the travelers who are coming into the country and out of the country. What wrong did he do there?
Murkomen went there. Okay, what I understood before then, the president had gone to the airport. He went. He did an impromptu visit. Yes.
Yeah, that is. I saw the.
Yes, you saw the impromptu visit.
Yeah, the impromptu visit to the airport.
Yes.
Yeah.
The people who are involved there, Kenya Airport Authority and Kenya Civil Aviation. They run concurrently. This needs to support the other. So KCCA helps it's about the airspace and directing the flights and everything. Kenya Airport Authority, kazi yao ni manage in and in coming out of passenger and whatever, external and customs and the issue of immigration and what you can understand. But Mzalendo, let's go to the root cause of this issue. Ilianza na stima. Mtu wa kwanza mwenye angekuja hapa atuambie glitch ilifanyika wapi, it could have started with Chirichiri. He could come and give a press briefing to tell us what was happening. Murkomen, because he wanted to to be proactive, unaenda unavuja managing director. Kwa nini? Ungekuja kwanza uangalie shida ilikuwa nini. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. Mzalendo, sometime in 2021, there was also a power glitch. The entire country was affected in a steamer for almost 13 hours. When Uhuru went and asked what was happening, he was told, Mr. President, why the power glitch was happening, because some people had looted the substation, or one substation, which was in Embakasi, and another one which was around Kedong. There were guys who were looting those steamers, those Ketrako, because of scrap metal. That is when Uhuru came and said, anyone who is supplying scrap metal, they are not going. He stopped the scrap metal because they went to each and every 444 substations. They've checked and they saw there were people who are looting. He went even to perpetrators. There were some people who are working with Kenya Power. They were stealing the equipments. It is at substation they will cause the issue of blackout. At least there, Uhuru made a sense. Na akaambia CS, I need the substation manager from this substation to that substation to that substation. Wote waende nyumbani. He took a proactive role. But this one for Murkomen, it was a misplaced. He was so misplaced, because if Murkomen knew that there was an issue, he could come humbly and tell Wananchi there was a glitch at the airport because of X and Y and what. Then he goes back to the boardroom and discuss things with the management of KIA. They ask Murko, everybody will come and say there was an issue because of the backup system, because these things, they were wear and tear, or we've been asking these things, these people, they've never taken it seriously, or if there was negligence a part of it. But now the thing is, if you transfer those people or demote them, the change will never happen, because still the blackout will come back, but the solution, the problem has not been solved. If Murkomen was proactive, he could have put people in investigation, waachishwe kazi till pending investigation. Ikionekana kulikuwa na negligence especially in the technical team, hapo sasa Murkomen could have taken the proactive and pack up the entire management. Because of what? They did not, they were told this thing, because I know in my head, or even people were saying, why did he just go to JKIA? Why did he not even ask about Mombasa or Eldoret or whoever? The thing is, hiyo airport ilikuwanga na shida from day one. Maybe kulikuwa walikuwa wanataka upgrade kitu, but someone refused to give something, ndio apatiwe hiyo tender. So mwenye tender akasema wacha ikae, mkae na hizo vitu. Haya, umeona the repercussion of not upgrading things, because each and every airport in this world, everybody is upgraded. So you cannot come and say that Murkomen did a good job transferring or demoting. It does not work like that. Hata mimi kazini sivutagi mtu hivyo. Lazima niangalie shida iko wapi. Where is the root cause? Then after that, do your investigation. While you're doing investigation, suspend people on unpaid leave. When the investigation is done na umepata results, then the people who are responsible waende wote nyumbani. But Mzalendo, Murkomen did it wrong. He could have started understanding where the issue is. Then he goes to the boardroom, discuss this thing with the management and also the technical team. If there was a negligence with the management not releasing funds to upgrade the backup system of the airport, there is a problem.
All right.
No matter hata kama uko Wajir, airport ni airport. Hata kama ni JKIA ama si JKIA, airport ni airport. Remember, we as Kenyans, especially in East Africa, we've been put a red alert because our East African airport, which is JKIA, it is the route ya kwenda West Africa, stopover ya kwenda South Africa, whatever. But the way Murkomen did this thing, it was a misplaced whatever decision. He should have even give time for 1 week. Kenyans were patient to understand. But nakwambia sahi, makosa ilikuwa. Kwa nini Murkomen? Why did he not question his counterpart? Angejua aulize CS Churchill, ni istima imepotea, ni juu ya nini? Then Kenya Power kuja tuambie, shida ilikuwa hapa na hapa na hapa. But they only gave a press statement. They did not even explain what really happened. Everybody is keep mum. So ni mtu abebe mzigo yake, which I was telling whoever Leo, we are having misplaced. We are having misplaced ideas. These CSs, they are not playing along. They should be a teamwork. But you see, kila mtu ako kivyake. Hiyo ni shauri yako. Weji sort hivyo hivyo.
Can I add you more point?
Yeah, yes.
Can I add you more point?
Come back into here.
Engineer,
Yes,
I'm facing a problem. I just wanted to use this.
You can go ahead.
I wanted to use my laptop, but I don't know why it is not fixing in my laptop. So I'm using my phone. So the way the minister acted on this issue was so much too fast.
Why is it?
Even before an investigation is done, at the Asha reshuffle, Asha demote. Does the MD works on the ground? If the MD possibly could have, maybe if you investigate the issue, if you investigate the issue, you will find that maybe the same Murkomen is not giving funds for upgrading the standby systems, the electrical
Thank you,
systems.
Mheshimiwa
So
Nani,
if you don't
engineer.
supply, you don't support the team on the ground, then here you come and demote, interfere with it. You will find that all problems are just him. Funds are there, but they never give back funds for maintenance of the other thing. They never give back funds to buying the spares. They never give back. If suppose you are at the head of the section or a management and you are not supporting your team on the ground, definitely it is you failing. All of these, they fall under the ministry. You find I don't know where the KAA fall and whether it's under energy transport. And you find that transport guys do not support and give enough funds for maintenance of the generators, maintenance of everything, rehabilitation of whatever that is required for the department to be safe. Then what do you expect from the MD to do? He can't use his money. If you use your money, it's another scandal. So
Well,
you will find that if the investigation is done on him and even the guy is put to the ground for him to get the real story, you'll find that all problems goes back to the ministry. So he has acted hurriedly. Secondly, the people who have been installed on those ministries, they are not experienced in those works. Somebody of electrical background should be able to be put as the minister around, and he understands all the difficulties that are there and what should be done. So you'll find a MURKOMEN. No. A MURKOMEN is just is a lawyer, while Chichi is an IT guy. So can such a person support the engineering section? So we have wrong people in the ministries. That's why they act as if they are very ignorant and also incompetent. So whatever is done there is only fully incompetence in our ministers. They react like fools.
All right, engineer. Well said, Stella. Stella, just a point of correction to Stella and engineer. Kenya Airports Authority bought 2 generators sometimes last year. They commissioned 2 generators, and the government had paid for the generators. Up to date, the generators had not been installed at the airports. Now, that is
what failed the installation work. What failed the installation work? Is it the money or the support?
That is not the minister. That is the management. Management, were the generators delivered in the first place? That is what we are yet to know, whether the generators are at Kenya Airports Authority.
Let me correct that. Let me correct that. Just wait. Let me correct you there. Whenever there is a project, there is what we call a work plan. And in that work plan is always monitored that when do you start the job and when do you finish. These installations are never done with the people on the ground. We outsource experts to do that and integrate everything and put things to systems. If you don't put funds and those things are not installed in the right time, do you expect the MD to do it?
You see,
those are mistakes of the ministers. They don't support the people on the ground.
I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you absolutely, because first, MURKOMEN was not the minister then, and secondly, the funds were available and the generators were bought.
Why were they not given to the contractors to do the installations?
That is the procedure, and engineer, you know that very well. That is the procedure.
Yeah, but there's a weakness of the ministries. Let me tell you.
Can I add? Engineer, can I add something?
Yes, sir.
There's something called an EPC contract, where
Correct.
the contractors, they are
supplies
appointed okay. You go through something called an expression of interest, or you give something called an RPF, isn't it, in the government? So once that process has gone and studied by everyone, now they go down to the technical part, not the you understand. Engineer, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Stella. Go ahead.
I can get you, but you are getting lost a little bit.
Okay, what I was saying, there's this process. Okay, there is something called an EPC. EPC is where like the government would put an expression of interest or a request of expression of interest, where people will come up with like, it's like a tender issue. It's like a tender process, but it's not a tender process. Then what happens, Mzalendo, when they go open those bids, there are 3 types of bids. They look at your due diligence, they look at your technical, and they look at your financial. So if those generators came in the previous regime, they could have shown the government or the ministry on that time how they are able to, because you know you can't remove the old generators, you put the new generators, because it is a process because of the networking of which power goes to which power. Okay, I understand. Engineer, you know much better than that. The bone of contention here, Mzalendo, MURKOMEN does not understand the technicality of how that airport stima venye ilipotea. Yeye tu anajua ilipotea kwa runway, but there are many factors kwa hiyo airport ilipotea. And this is what we are telling you, the Mzalendo with engineer, that hiyo issue ya backup generators, it was an issue maybe 3 issues. Maybe ni contractor alikuwa amepatiwa hiyo kazi na hakulipwa akaacha hiyo kazi, or maybe they changed the contract, they brought their own people, they did a shady issue. Or number 4, there were power struggles kwa boardroom. We cannot give him money because of XYZ. Si mtu wao ni mtu wetu, huyu alileta hivyo hivyo. This is whatever I'm trying to tell you in nani Mzalendo. Please be cautious what we are telling you. MURKOMEN hana right ya kuvuta huo mtu, hakufanya homework yake vizuri, and waking up and fire someone like that, no, he could have done his investigations. At least your investigation, and them suspend the entire board was suspendiwe, the entire procurement who are responsible of updating that generator, was it checked whether it was a generator upgraded ama ni zile za kitambo. There are many factors, engineer, Mzalendo. The thing is, whoever MURKOMEN angefukuza hao watu on unpaid leave or on forceful leave, afanye investigation. Ikionekana there was negligence, angevuta. But you don't wake up in the morning umeanza kuvuta watu. That is not allowed, even in the constitution. And I'm telling you, this man called Alex, he will go and sue the government, and he's going to be paid because it was unfair dismissal of his duty. He did his due duties, but the issue is, where is the investigation report kuoneshana huyu alivutwa kwa sababu hakulipa engineers, huyu alivutwa kwa sababu they did not procure the right thing, huyu alivutwa kwa sababu maybe hakuwa nasikizana with the rest of the team. You have to give whatever. And I'm telling you, if this guy goes to court, the government should be ready to pay him billions because of being sacked kwa sababu makosa si yake. Na mimi ndio ninakwambia MURKOMEN kwanza angeangalia what was the issue of the power blackout, then he goes to the airport after.
Anyway, Gitaria since apologized to the general public, because the airport is a very, very sensitive area where if Terminal A1 fails, then it means that all international arrivals, especially the foreigners who are coming into the country, will have such an embarrassing moment at our airport. Remember that tourism and
taken to Uganda.
We cannot. We cannot play with the airport. We cannot play with the airport. We cannot put people who are not ready to do their work at the airport. That is the reason why they should go. The reports I'm getting is that MURKOMEN has said The 2 generators which were procured must be commissioned latest by Monday. This is
You don't commission a generator like that. It takes like a 2 year. This thing is huge.
that
Mzalendo. Ni kama power
listen.
station.
This
You cannot say it's 2 days. Let engineers and
listen. These
explain
things
to you.
were these things. This is something that started 2 years ago. So he has
But
said,
whose fault is it? It's the
uh,
management.
2 years. It is the management. You are just going back to
Yes.
what we are saying. Management is what has been sacked. Nothing else. Management is
Walivutagwa
what has been
kitambo.
sacked. Hmm?
Hii ni ya
Nick,
timu ya Ruto.
Anyway, let me allow Mise to give us his point of view. Mise, long time ago, how is Canada, my brother?
it's pretty good, and I'm glad to be here, especially when Stella is here. I'm always indebted to debate with Stella because of the passion and patriotism that she has, even though, despite the fact that she's inclined to opposition, but I do try to get more of what argument is, points and concerns, and I'm glad to see her here. Nick, how are you doing?
No, I'm doing fine. Doing what we normally do over the weekend. Talk about our country, Kenya, and where we are politically, economically, and socially.
Great. And Stella, habari yako?
Nzuri sana.
Good. I just wanted to, it's unfortunate that engineer left. I just wanted to pick
Yeah.
from what engineer said, and I think Stella, you built on it. Um, I um, I heard engineer saying that that Murkomen doesn't have the requisite qualifications for to run or operate the Ministry of Transport. I just wanted to say that most likely uh, we we could be, or it could be right, or we could equally be wrong to argue that way, because uh, running an organization or an institution such as the airport authority is purely on policy. I mean, lawyers are well versed in terms of policy making and implementation and all that. So that argument might not. And sometimes it doesn't need it. More often, it might not require an engineer to run the airport successfully. I mean, I want to take you back to the year 2009, when we had the Minister of Information Technology, where Bitangen Demo was the PS, and I think it was Samuel Bogisio, if I've not forgotten, who was the minister for that docket. And I can tell you, because Bitang and them understood the policy, how governance works, development of policies and implementation and evaluation and all that, the means today Kenya is technologically advanced because of those people who had goodwill to commit and implement the information technology policy as drafted then. So my argument is this: one thing that is clear, that just like we are now focusing on Murkomen, the buck stops at Murkomen. And just like the same way, the buck stops at Alex Gitari. An airport is a sensitive environment. You cannot afford to have airport operations down even some seconds, because the country loses billions and billions, or millions and millions of shillings. So anytime, if there is anything foreseeable, just like Alex is arguing, he's arguing that there is political interference, is since apologized. You cannot keep the country stranded. We could have seen him calling for, I don't know the details much, but I would have expected him to come out as a citizen, as someone who has been charged with the responsibility of that sector, of that area, even call the media and express his frustrations that I am supposed, this is what is supposed to be done, but because of this interference, I cannot do it. At the end of the day, even if he loses his job, he will go home as a victor. But he did not do that. If you keep quiet and once you're fired, you come out giving excuses, that's called sour grapes. So my thinking is what Murkomen did. Um, um, it is good to let people go, but equally, Stella, I want to agree with you that despite the fact that you want to let people go, you must follow the procedure of laying off people. It is not laying people off by the roadside just because you have the power to do that. People have their rights; they are protected. There's a procedure of laying off or letting go people from their workplaces. But the immediate thing that anyone, any power, any leader, sorry, of officials is to suspend. You suspend, you start an investigation, you come up with your findings, and the findings will determine where the Alex Gitari erred, and based on those findings, you let them go. So for me, Murkomen, to fire him is a good gesture by trying to say we are not entertaining nonsense here, but at the same time it infringes the right of Alex Gitari, which it should be protected by all means. But at the same time, it would have just suspended him. So what I want to agree with you, Stella, that Murkomen was wrong about it. As much as you want to send or set a precedence that anybody who is going to work there, if they don't perform, they will be fired. But he erred on law. So the other thing I want to contribute is that I heard you saying that the flights were redirected to Tanzania or somewhere else.
Uganda
Uganda. We lose money.
and
We lose
Rwanda.
money. Yeah, we lose money. We need money for our economy to flourish. That's why other countries have terminal 1, terminal 2, terminal 3, so that if one terminal fails, the other terminal can be handy. We redirect all the flights to the other terminal. But Kenya, we have not thought about it. Like if you go to Frankfurt is huge, huge. Like you can I've seen sometimes you go from one terminal. In fact, last in the month
Yeah,
of
you go
June,
with a bus, isn't
you go with
it?
a bus. Yeah,
Yeah, either a
last
bus or you go
yeah,
with a train. Now, let
yes,
me shock you. In Kenya,
yeah,
we only have one runway, one, since 1963. This is JKIA. Eldoret has 2 runways, but now Eldoret is not being fit to have international flights coming in. So I can give you like Mombasa. Mombasa only has 1 runway, which even the person who is supposed even to be asked this difficult question since 1963, and you want to improve our infrastructure because you people, you've decided to tax us heavily, then add 1 more runway. If Kenyans were if these ministers or this regime would be serious, they could have tackled such things like the ones which were left by the previous regime. Like the way Mr. Lando is saying, there were generators which were meant to be commissioned 2 years ago. The issue is, would you fault Alex because those generators were not commissioned? So that means Murkomen knew those generators were there way before. It is so surprisingly that he knows there is a fault, so he doesn't want to fall in that. He doesn't want to go down with him because Kenyans will ask so many questions. He decides to fire Alex just to prove a point. But end of the day, and I said, Murkomen is not doing well. He has failed in his docket. He's even failed to, in fact, I don't know why we are only talking about JKIA. What about other businesses, hospitals, hustlers who work, guys who have butcheries, saloons, hotels, Even them, they were
yeah.
affected. Why did Murkomen?
But
Here is my
Stella,
issue.
Stella, here is what I want to agree with you. But and this is where we want to be non-partisan on this matter, because when you mention 1963, this issue is, since almost our independence period, I think this is not an issue about the Kenya Kwanza or the current regime, but
I'm not
it's
taking any
important.
sides.
But it's important that this government now takes note of it and corrects it. One challenge that we have had is that our policies are not reviewed. We have very good policies sometimes, but we don't review to see what is working and what is not working. And as a result, we continue recycling, having the same problems again and again, unfolding in different ways. So what you are saying is true. Let us not, I mean, look at why should we, if we have Eldoret, and actually Eldoret has the potential because there is more land in Eldoret than even
Yeah.
Nairobi. Because come to think, when I look at Nairobi, JKIA doesn't have enough land to expand. It's not
Because of land
that,
grabbing.
yes, it's not. I saw actually next to the airport, they have started. Nick, when you go to Embakasi, when you go through
Mlolongo.
no, this other side, when you go down
Syokimau.
to Utawala,
Syokimau, Utawala, yes.
to Utawala, when you
Yes.
go down after 75 KL, right? There's a
Yes.
military camp there,
Base,
and then
yes.
base, and then after that there is land for the airport,
Yes.
and then there is APTC, GSU actually training college,
Yeah.
and then there is APTC.
There is a GSU and there is
GSU,
the AP camps.
APTC. Now,
Yes.
before that, now the people have started grabbing. They have actually built. That is an airport land. It's airport land. But now people have started building there. Now you can see garage. You can see, tractors that are parked there. People have started grabbing the land for the airport. So meaning we are eating into the airport, and the airport has no expansion or a capacity to expand. And behind it, there is Utawala. There is their estates. So there is no place to expand. So what is our alternative? What have we done as a backup for Mombasa, like you said? Why is it so difficult for us to have a second runway? Why is it so difficult? Eldoret is the most recent built airport. Why is it so difficult to expand and commission it, work to the standards that will allow it to have international standards? That in itself is job creation, because the more flights we are having, the more people or manpower we need to operate those flights. So why is the government not doing anything about that? But that being said, the problem lies in all our ministries, the policy. You come in, you have no clue about policy, how the policy works. You got this job through backdoor, and guess what? You will stay there to serve the purpose of the person who appointed you. So you do not think on your own, and this is quite unfortunate for our country. Even if it's during the time of Raila, even if it's the time of Kenyatta, Mwai Kibaki, I think we have a problem, and as a country, we need to realize that problem and know that the more we develop, the more we position ourselves in Africa strategically. When Africa will be borderless, we will be an economical hub for Africa, where every country would want to go through Kenya. But we are not positioning ourselves. South Africa has positioned itself. Tanzania is working towards positioning itself regardless of the language barrier. Uganda, look at Rwanda. What is happening with our leaders? Why are they appearing in public like they know so much, but doing so little in our country to improve our economy, so that we do not? Why are we exporting people to come out here and become homeless, and hopeless, when in our own country we can create jobs, by just putting simple, using our taxpayer tax money, and put this infrastructure in place. While our leaders just thinking of looting again and again and again, yet they are not doing anything to generate income for the entire country. That is my question tonight.
Wow, Miss, you couldn't have said it any better than that. Having said most of us Africans cannot do our job properly. That's why we have outrages in places that are very, very sensitive to the country. You know, you can imagine those who are in HDU, and probably the hospitals didn't have a backup generator. But I think it's a requirement by law that major hospitals should have a backup generator just in case we have such a tragedy in with our electricity. So it's unfortunate. The government acted in good time. We hope that it will not happen again. So for the guys in the comment section or anybody who has got information why we had that power, that blackout yesterday, maybe you can tell us. I don't have any information why. Maybe Stella, you have information why there's a blackout yesterday.
The first person, even I'm so surprised, even is not even spoken today, is the CS and the PS of Energy. They could have even given a press briefing why the outage happened, but I think the media maybe got their misplaced priorities. They ran about MURKOMEN. But the people who should have told us this thing, it is Kenya Power. They could have told us what really happened. If it was an issue with a power glitch in one of the substations, they could have told us which substation had a glitch and what are they doing so that in future we don't have such occurrences. Because as we speak right now, at least as Kenyans, I think ni wale watu wacha tuachilie. But if it was in other countries, I know Kenya Power could have compensated businesses, especially the small businesses who depend on power. And also, it was so lucky that one of the largest hospital and the cancer centers were not affected. At least they had their systems in check, and maybe the thing is, I think they were prepared with it. But this one for the airport, I'm really surprised why the glitch really happened. Because even I remember, was it 2 weeks ago, we also had a power glitch in Nairobi, but still the airport was running. So why is this glitch happened even it affected the airport? So it is a bit of, I don't know why these guys called Kenya Powers are not taking accountability on such issues. Because as
Stella, I'm glad Parliament has have already summoned the Cabinet Secretary David Chichir and Kenya Power Executive Officers Joseph Firol over the nationwide power outrage. So they have got a date with Parliament. They will explain to Kenyans what happened on Friday. Yep.
Let me tell you.
Are they serious? Even they can open that Parliament tomorrow. We know what was happening, because I don't get it. You see, these are the things which this regime. I mean, I'm tired. Even our Parliament.
No, Stella.
No. Listen, let me finish. Yes, they'll go and summon. Is there a solution? No, it is hot air just to show people that they are acting. But we are not going to get any solution. Are you getting? Just the other day, you saw Ababu Namwamba being summoned. How he mishandled Special Olympic guys in Germany. How they were mishandled. The only person who came to the rescue of those children, it is the wife of the deputy whatever President Gachagua. You can imagine your child going in playing. Going to those Special Olympics. They don't even have enough food. And special persons have a lot of demand. And you have Ababu Namwamba doing hot air. Because all these people, they will back up it. When they finish, they go pat someone at the back. Hey, you did a good job, you did a good job. Even the parliament, if these parliamentarians are serious, they could have done this thing today, not tomorrow. Today, we know.
But here is the thing.
If they can afford to stay at parliament till midnight when they were able to pass the finance bill, so what is so different with this one not to summon the CS?
That I agree with you, Stella.
Let parliament not play
Stella,
we are getting
that I agree with you. That I agree with you. This is a state. This is like an emergency. This is state. This thing affected the whole country. This should have been an emergency meeting or parliamentary meeting. I agree with you, but what I don't agree with you, Stella, is let us note. I find you very sober, but I find you very biased at the same time. I find your arguments very sober. If only you don't blame this regime. But if we say every government that has come into place, they have let us down. Let's say Kenyatta during the Kenyatta time, these issues should have been addressed. These are issues that are ongoing again and again. We are just putting a band-aid. We are not finding solutions. So we should hold the government accountable. You are right. These parliamentarians, this is just a show off. They will be paid for a sitting allowance, going in, doing what? And that is money that will be used from taxpayers. What they want, we don't want to hear this nonsense of summoning people. What did you do after summoning Ababu Namwamba? What did you do after summoning some people in the past? That has not borne any fruits. It's just procedural to summon them. When you come there, already they have spoken, they have talked. Even the person who is cheering you, imagine Nick calling me. Nick is the one who is cheering you and me and Stella. And Nick is calling us to a meeting. He's the one who is cheering us. Who's cheering? Do you think Nick is going to rule against us?
No.
No, we know Nick. We talk one-on-one. So that is why we need an independent oversight authority that is non-partisan. Or if we find that our leaders are not working, our politicians, our members of parliament, we the people who elected them have the power to question them, but we never question them. So they will go there. Ababu Namwamba will say, tukutane namna gani, tukutane ban. And I can tell you, let me tell you something. I had an issue in Kenya and I went to a lawyer, and this lawyer told me, listen, I am this issue that you're dealing with belongs to cartels. This is a government office that is operated by cartels, and I am one of them. And I am not ashamed to tell you that I am part of the cartels. I was shocked for a second, and I said, what do you mean? He said, even if you go and complain about me, at the law society, what will happen? The person who will receive my file will look and check my number and call me and say, hey, nimeona complain yako hapa. Tufanye aje? Sasa, you have complained against somebody, the office that is supposed to hold him accountable, ndio inamuuliza tufanye aje? So what will this person say? Shikilia your file, tukutane wapi jioni, tukunywe coffee tukiongea. Then what will happen? Hiyo jioni ikifika, utaenda na bahasha. Ukienda na bahasha, hiyo complaint itawekwa hivyo na itapotea. Have we achieved the goal? We haven't. Yeah. That is what is happening. His story of parliament is sitting to summon people is hogwash. I don't believe in it. But one thing I wanted to say is we the people have equally failed. We have not held our members of parliament that we elected, that we donated that powers that we delegated our powers to represent our interests in Parliament, to question on our behalf. We've not hold them accountable, and that is why we fail day after day. So this whole issue at all Parliament will summon them. This is an emergency. And another last thing I want to add: the reason why we are having these challenges. I've listened to William Ruto talk internationally. He is pro alternative methods of alternative energy, getting alternative methods of energy like solar, wind, and all that. He's pro that, but we are not seeing it. The reason why we are having problems is because of monopoly. We have one company that is state owned, that at the end of the day, they are they are inefficient, and nobody holds them accountable. So who appointed Davis? I don't know, whatever his last name is.
Churchill.
Churchill.
It's
Who
Ruto.
appointed? It's Ruto.
Him.
Do you think?
Yes,
Don't you think he has direct connections with Ruto?
he
Then who
does.
are you? Who are you to come and question him and hold him accountable?
Okay,
In Kenya,
the thing is,
you know.
let me tell you,
Me
power
say,
plus.
me say these
Listen,
guys are. Me say these people are paid by our taxes, and they work for the people of Kenya. They don't work for the president of Kenya. They work for the people of Kenya, and they are not accountable to the president. They are accountable to the people. Yeah, that is why they are summoned in parliament, and some are summoned in the Senate. You see governors being summoned in the Senate. The Senate is mandated to oversight the governors and to see whether they are working properly or whether they need some increment. I saw. So let us not water down these institutions like Senate and Parliament, like they don't know what they are doing. One of the able senators, Senator is called Sifuna. Sifuna is doing a very good job in the Senate. I've, I've seen his interviews and his recommendations, especially for Nairobians, where he represents. He is about to table a bill that will allocate 1% of revenue to all sports organizations within the counties. This is a good plus. This is, if the bill passes, then the money will be allocated to our sportsmen and women who are upcoming in various counties. So Senate is doing a good job.
Can I interrupt you just
Yeah.
a minute?
Yes, go ahead.
You know what you're saying, and that's why we do not dispute what you're saying. What you're saying is very essential and on paper, okay? But the reality is to the contrary. That if you know someone who is of influence in Kenya and mostly anywhere in the world, you will always get away with some things. So, on the other hand, when certain things happen and we validate them, uh, most likely we reflect the failure of the government, their ability to dispense the obligation that they are supposed to dispense. So the best strategy is to water down, just to go through the process, and then ni kama mvua inanyesha, after some time, people will forget, something else will come. The other day we were talking about Mandago, right? And then the issue of CS came up, Babu na Mwamba. Then something else will. Now today we are talking about, we are talking about the blackout. Tomorrow something else will come, and this will overcrowd these things that have happened in the past. What happens? We don't go to the back. We don't go to the past and start finding out what happened to what happened. The truth is, if you know someone of influence, you will always get away with everything, especially in Kenya. So you want to tell me the other day, there's this guy called Mutua. Mutua alikuja akatuambia kuna kazi, we have signed with the Canadian government, kutakuwa kazi kutoka kazi serikali ya Kenya na serikali ya Canada imesign an agreement where Kenyans will be getting jobs in Canada. He made reckless comments. He got away with it. You know why? If it was if the president was serious, he would have let him go because he misled and misrepresented the government of Kenya in public and into the glare of the whole world. So what we are saying, if Ruto starts to fire them, it will appear that Ruto is weak. After all, the people were right, that the people that he appointed did not have the requisite, they did not have the requirements that is needed for their job. So Ruto is also careful to cover that, not to validate what the people said, that the people that have been appointed to the CS position are just flower girls, and not just flower girls in the sense, I'm not demeaning the gender, but flower girls in the sense that they're just accompanying, they don't have the qualification. So that's why I'm saying what you're saying, it's on paper, on policy, which are good, but the implementation part of it, or ground vitu different. So you saying that these institutions are working, we should have seen them today, hata overnight, hata wakeshe usiku, to make sure that this issue has been addressed and these people are held accountable as to why the whole country had a blackout for 16 hours. How many people died out of that? We need to get the numbers. How many people died? How many crimes committed during that time? How many people lost revenue during that time? And why? Who is compensating them for the loss? This is some of the things that we should see this government should have swung into action and tell us that. Just them telling us that they are summoning, Parliament is summoning them. This is just I'm actually upset with that, let's to say.
All right, Mise, don't lose your cool. Let me welcome.
Can we chip in a little bit from that statement of yours?
Yes. I'll give you time. Engineer.
Yeah,
Let me welcome Brother Benson. Welcome, Brother Benson, to the show.
Let engineer continue.
Karibu sana. I just wanted to say hi to you before you run away. We have noticed you are around and we like your wisdom, so stay around, please. Engineer, please go ahead.
Okay. Let me just chip in on his statements. Yes, it has happened. It was a disaster that we had a power blackout throughout for 16 hours. Yes, it was not 16 hours, but I think it is less than that. It should be around not more than 8 hours because it came back at around 8 in the morning, but it fell at night. So it's not 16 hours as said, but it was a whole country blackout. The first of the issue is that, as I said, there is a problem in the case of the failures in the airport, JKIA, another issue, which is different from the power blackout. That means that the emergency preparedness in case of any power blackout, then we cannot sustain that. But first of all, as we say, all other follow-ups that are being done by the parliament to try to investigate the possible root causes, because the way the ministers acted, it went beyond even the MD to control. He now became the controller of the institutions, which are the experts on dealing with this situation. These actions that they could be doing could be like camouflaging on their mistakes, on their weaknesses. So the parliament going down and the committees going down to the CSS is quite aggregated, as well as they get some information before they go to those people. So that's okay. That's okay. So that we can, which is there once for, so that it cannot recur. The root causes must be followed. When you do a root cause, it will end to other areas that you didn't expect. You'll find that it can start from the lack of organization from the operatives on the ground, like the KPLC guys, or the technicians of the KA, or any other entity that is around. Also, it can come up as a lack of support by the ministry, or it can fail as a lack of supervisory work, which is done by the engineers around, or is lack of general operational controls that are missing in a whole system that involves the MD. So when those people come to investigate, actually, they'll do a lot and all the wicked. They are very important, and there are people who are there who are so much involved, understand the systems, understand our electric supply system, and those are the things beyond where we expect. So we should not say that whatever that they do is not all that important. It is important, but as I said earlier, the way the CSS acted needs a lot to be investigated, because they acted as if they are so much ignorant managerial aspects. It's as if they don't understand on how things are done. Investigated, then after getting actually the real causes, then you can act on doing transfers. If you transfer somebody who is not aware of the systems around here, you bring somebody from Mombasa, while there's somebody around there, he doesn't know how things are being coordinated around here, then you say that this is faster than the other person. Simply like
engineer,
bringing a new guy for an induction.
I don't know whether
how things are being run on this other side. So
engineer, can you hear me?
It's so hurried.
Yeah, I think there was some
Yes.
glitches on your audio, but we could get we got you partially, but I think you need to rectify it. Maybe it's restart your device, log in and log out, then you come back. There was some interruption when you are talking. Ben, nice
Yes.
to see you. How is New York?
New York is not such bad. We are trying.
It is clear now, engineer. How is New York?
Not bad. We are trying. Yes.
I think even.
And I'm watching the show, and I'm seeing how Kenyans are raising concerns, and maybe I can weigh in on a few things, especially about first of all about the blackout. You know, I think sometimes the Kipchumba Murkomen, sometimes it requires you tone down the power that you have, the authority, and investigate. Because, for instance, like JKIA, if there was a blackout, I think like an airport, we need to have like a backup immediately. The power goes off. There should be a generator to pick up. Yeah, because JKIA is a very busy airport, you know. So one of the things before even transferring this guy, or before even trying to do all that, you have to investigate and find out where is the problem. Yeah, where is the problem? Could the problem be with the guy, or there's a problem emanating from somewhere? You know, so I think sometimes as leaders, we should not show how powerful we are. By showing how mighty or powerful we are does not solve the issues that we have, but it makes it even more worse. And it may even make the people to start reading things like maybe our people are targeted, because that is something that is going to follow. Politics is going to come into it. and it will take a different way that is not going to solve the issue. Once the politics is in it, it's not going to solve the issues. And so Murkomen could have at least taken some times to investigate or to digest the situation, and even as a good leader to come and apologize as somebody who is handling that docket to Kenyans for what happened, you know, and explain to them before even doing that. So that's how it works, you know. You don't just come and do something that like that. It shows that like your managerial skills might not be what we expect of you. Then come to what Ababu Namwamba is being said. You know, when you look at the sports, Nick, I think like there was a time we were talking about, we wanted to discuss something about the sports in Kenya. What happened is not very new. How many times have we seen our heroes sleeping in the airport? Like they don't even travel in first class. They travel economy. They have like how many times layovers they sleep. Yet you find like the families of those members or their cronies are flying the first class. They don't even sleep on the airports at some airport where they're going to participate. And mark you, these are people who are going to represent the country. Remember the issue of Omanyala. What happened when he was coming to Oregon to do 100 something? There was something competition, and this is a guy that he represents us in 100 meters. Yet he's not treated like a hero. He was almost not going. Yeah, until the pressure. So I think like Kenyans also need to learn, and this one goes directly to the electorate. They should know how they should hold these our leaders accountability and the responsibility and accountability that they have, because that is what the Constitution has also given them, such that the leaders do not just come out and do something. Like Ababu was summoned. I don't know whether he has gone to the parliament. What now? You've gotten the issue was, what is the course of action now? What are we going to do for the minister? Or it was a political. Yeah. When you hear Gladys talking about that, you are in parliament and you are going to a media station to talk about that. How that does one reflect on a good leadership? How does talking it on the media solve the issue? Yet you've been given power by the people to discuss those in parliament. So it tells you the kind of leadership that we have. Once we don't fix our leadership, then that is the kind of the country and the leadership that we are going to have. And that is it. There's nothing. That's what I can say.
Well, I really think Ababu Namwamba, by and large, he has tried his level best, but people feel, majority of sportsmen and women feel that he's not doing enough to all help our sports. You saw recently the national ball games in Bukungu. You saw how people were thronging the stadium just to watch these young people playing soccer and various ball games. It shows that we have got a lot of potential in sports, and sports being a revenue earner in so many countries throughout the world. Kenya is really emphasizing. That is why most legislators from Rift Valley, people like Inacheregai, are really calling the sports minister to up his game, or to quit the position and they give it to somebody else. Rift Valley, for example, has got so many athletes. When you wake up in the morning somewhere in Eldoret, you'll find people just jogging along the road in the Eldoret Highway. It shows you the potential in athletics in that particular region, and being a revenue earner for and an economic and the economic impact brought by athletes from Rift Valley and various places. You saw Omonyala's saga. The ministry the ministry has been neglecting our sportsmen and women. So we need somebody who is competent. That is what Parliament is saying. That is what sportsmen are saying. That Ababu is not good for the Ministry of Sports. Maybe he can serve as a government spokesman or spokesperson. I think that particular docket can be very, very good for Ababu. But being youthful, we expected a lot. A lot of expectations was on Ababu when the president gave him that particular docket. For example, Sekafa cannot be held in Nairobi. The clubs that are playing Sekafa will have to play outside the country. You can see that we don't even have a standard stadium, yet we have a minister who is very, very flamboyant. You see him, the way he carries himself. The way he carries himself should measure up to the docket that he's running. So, Ababu, wherever you are, you need to up your game. Again, we have institutions like, yes.
You know, for sometimes I cannot blame Ababu Namwamba. You know, I think just take a history of the sport ministry. Look at you. You're one person who knows how to things about the soccer. Yeah. Look, for example, on how the young Africans of Tanzania and the Simba Club of Tanzania, on how they do even when they are unveiling their new signings. Everything they do, they involve the government, and the government are involved in what they're doing. It's like right now when you look at what is happening with the Ababu Namwamba, it's all about the athletes. But that is not only the sports we have. It should be something that is across the board. We have very young people who are talented, who are playing soccer. They've went through the same. Harambee Stars has gone through the same thing that the athletes went, So it's not the issue of Ababu Namwamba. This is an issue of leadership and the cartel that are in that ministry, who are getting money from the government. It's not an issue of Ababu Namwamba. I tell you, that's why I will support Ababu Namwamba, because even if you look at ever since Ababu Namwamba was given that docket, so many things have happened, positive things, but people are not saying those. Yeah. There's a problem, but the problem is now taking a political way, and it's making us not to correct those mistakes or those problems. That's the issue. The issue, there's a mistake, yes, but it's now political.
I don't see how political it is, because the complaint is coming from the Ababu Namwamba's colleagues, people that are from his political party. People who appointed him are the ones who are complaining that he's not doing a good job. These complaints are not coming from Azimio. They are coming from the government itself. The government is complaining about one of its own not doing a good job. So how does it become political when Kenya Kwanza is calling upon a cabinet minister, which is the work of Parliament to do his job? So if Ichung'wah, the majority leader, is telling Ababu Namwamba to do his job, how is it political? I want you to explain to me how political that story is.
Okay. Can I say something, Ben, before?
Okay, Mise.
I think Kenya is a man-eat-man society. And nowadays, people look at which docket has more to give in terms of, either easy work to do, and there's a budget that is there. For example, you have seen even the deputy president talked about people traveling and changing at the airport. What they have been doing is just traveling. So the fact that Kenya Kwanza leaders are complaining against Ababu Namwamba does not necessarily translate that truly he is not performing. It could mean those who are complaining are eyeing his position, because they also probably are admiring on how to get into it. But most importantly, what I wanted to add to what Ben, as Ben comes back, is that uh, we Ben said we cannot blame, or we cannot, um, what term did you use? I don't remember, but kind of insinuating that we cannot. Ababu Namwamba is not the one for blame. But I wanted to say, yes, we do have an history of incompetence in that ministry. Yes, we do have people who have come there and have not done anything that is to the good welfare, well-being of the athletes. But if you are there, make the difference, and that difference will reflect, bad or good, to those who are there who are not able to do anything. If you look at the Ministry of Information, I keep giving this example again and again. I think Mr. Bogisio, if I've not forgotten, did not have enough knowledge in information technology, but he had someone who knew and who was committed to and understanding the policies, Dr. Bitang and Demo, and they did a wonderful job. Today, Kenya has fiber optic running all over, even up to the what do you call, the shanty places, like slums. You will find fiber optic. In fact, I went through Kibera and I saw fiber optic running all over. So that is a good job. Someone understood his job. Someone did his job. He didn't care of the people who came there, who were there before, who did not perform, but he knew that he had been tasked with a responsibility of bringing and transforming that ministry, and he did it. And that's what we are asking of our leaders today. You have been given a responsibility. You have been given an opportunity. Transform that place. Be the mirror that will reflect the failures and the failures of the people who are there in the past, and your success as someone, as the incumbent. That's all we are asking of Ababu Namwamba. Yes, it has failed in the past. What can you do? Not what was done before. That question, if you are asking what was done before, then you should be saying, what was done before? What didn't work? What can I do for it to work now? That's what I wanted to add to Brother Bernard.
Oh, okay, Mr. Thank you very much for that. And Nick also was asking me about how is it political. When something is a political, does not only mean that the people who are opposing you, even the people that you are with, can make it political. But what I'm coming about, what Mr. said about the allocation of money, that one also could play a role, whereby somebody would feel, Mr. said it very well, somebody would feel there's a lot of money here, and it's like a society whereby people get, there's like a channel whereby we can get rich so quickly. But you will agree with me, Nick, that it was a political, because if you look at how it started on how Ababu Namwamba booked a first class ticket for Aziat, and that's how this thing came up. And when that and all this thing blew out, yeah, that's how it started. Yeah, how can our people fly economy, and the lady whom they claim, I'm not very sure, there's accusation that they might be dating, flying first class, you know. So how then now after that, now it comes on how all that the money thing. So it is political, and you will still agree with me if you listen to Sheloi Gladys she was on Spice FM. I don't know whether you listened to her interview.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So my question is, if you've been given the responsibility by the people to be in the parliament, and you've seen such like thing happening, yeah, how comes you're coming to persecute that one in the media? Then secondly, you say on how you host all these people, where is the money that is given to them going? Have you ever taken time to come to parliament and ask for that money instead of coming to the media? What was the right way? Go to parliament, summon this guy, or come to the media and say all these things on how you host them when they come, when they return home. You go pick them from airport, you cook for them and do that for them. Where is the money that the government allocates for them? Where is that money going? That is what we want to know. She could have told us, like, this money is going somewhere.
So, you know, for the sake of our viewers, Brother Ben, by the way, let me take this opportunity to welcome Don King, Kenya Rebellion. You know, we always miss your hairstyle and the way you execute your points. It's been a while. So karibu sana Kenya Rebel. Karibu sana. Ben, I wanted just to show the viewers and that the lady we are talking about. This is Aziad and Ababu Namwamba. This is the lady that is all over. Ababu has come out and said that he is not dating Aziad, and it is unfortunate for those who are bringing up the story. So there's no dating between the two. But I'm surprised, Ben, you are telling us that the minister booked first class for Aziad.
That's when you look at where the thing for Ababu Namwamba started, it was through that lady, because she's an influencer. And if you go to the social media, that's where this thing conversation started. Like, the minister booked first class while our heroes were flying economy. That's where it started, where all this came from. Just go to the internet, you will see that.
So, okay, from what I gather and what you have told us, Brother Ben, it is witch hunt. It's basically the issue of Ababu Namwamba is a lot of witch hunt going on between the minister and the colleagues.
But
Or
Nick,
ni wivu
Nick,
ni wanamsikilia wivu juu ya ziada ama juu wanamsikilia nini
Hakuna
ama ni urembo.
Ni urembo, wachana. Hata mimi si mambo ya Aziad ndo naweza ongea sana, lakini
ngoja tuulize Nick swali moja.
Shida yangu ni moja.
Okay.
Kwamba kama deputy speaker alikuwa anajua vitu kama hizi zinatendeka, kwamba wachezaji wetu hawatunzi vizuri, mbona alienda katika redio na kusema, na ako na nguvu alipewa na wananchi kujadili hayo mambo katika bunge? Ndio swali yangu.
Deputy speaker.
Na swali lingine Nick, ndio you give them together.
Yes.
Did Ababu Namwamba book for Aziad a ticket? Yes or no?
I think Ben is holding brief for Namwamba today. You would tell us whether the ticket was booked or not. Ben is the one who is capable of telling us that situation. As we are just commenting on what is happening in the social media and in the news. Maybe guys in the comment section could tell us whether Ababu booked that ticket. But let me also thank the guys who have been on the comment section. We have Manson Sanders, Cornerstone kama kawaida. You've been helping us with the interaction there. Asante sana. The question is, did Ababu book the ticket for Aziad? Ben will tell us that briefly, whether the ticket was booked.
Nick,
and was the ticket booked by the government or it was his own money? That is also another question.
But so you said I asked you that question. I asked that question directly to you because you came in defense of Ababu Namwamba, saying labda watu wana, if I take my girlfriend, I've never heard anyone complaining that I've paid first class or nimemchukua na mguu ama nimetembea na train, because that is my money. Same as Ababu Namwamba, he has the right. He wants to date Aziad or do whatever he wants to do with the salary, we don't care. What is of interest to us is he abusing the office? Is he abusing the public resources towards self, satisfying his appetite for beautiful women like Aziat? That's our interest. If the tax money is in any way involved, then we have a right to ask that question. You see where we're coming from? That is where the rage is coming from the public. If it was about 200,000, we think about Congestina or Ochieng or Achieng, who was our hero. Achieng, who was our hero. What has this ministry done to her, especially with her help? Why would someone, a private citizen like Sonko, will go to the rescue of one of our heroes that we cherished in the boxing ring in the past? So if indeed he paid, he bought a ticket for Aziad with our taxpayers' money, then we have a right to demand that he is held accountable to justify why he paid or used the government resources to buy for her the ticket, and what has he done in relation to the people like Congestina Achieng. That's where we are coming from.
Well, Mise, I think most of our CSs and ministers have been carrying themselves, trying to show off or trying to show us that they can afford some of these things. So if it is a bubble, if it is true, if it's indeed true that he was given imprest or imprest was issued, travel allowances were issued to the girlfriend, then that is absolutely wrong. That is up to Parliament to investigate him and put him accountable for his action. And if he's found innocent, I saw him appear in Parliament. That was the right procedure. We hope at the end of it, maybe next week, we'll receive a full report on Ababu's saga. For now, let us leave it for Parliament to investigate. For us, we will be just speculating that he used government money to pay for Aziad's ticket, which is wrong. But again, he can travel with anybody he so pleases. If he decides to travel with the boy, with a friend, with a girlfriend, that is up to him. But so long as he's doing his work, we are we are okay. So
Zalando, are you serious?
I am serious about it. I am serious
You cannot
about
say
it.
like that.
Um,
Why are you saying that he can please us as he wants and he takes his girlfriend?
no, if
That
we,
money is my tax. So
if
I'm
no,
only paying for the tickets for people who are participating.
listen, Stella, I have said that that information you cannot verify whether he used his money or he used our taxes to pay for the ticket.
It
If
is
he
our
used his
money.
salary, if he used his salary to pay for the girlfriend to accompany him, that is his personal business. All right. So we cannot go into his personal private business. So so long as he is taking care of our
No,
athletes, we are okay.
Zalando,
Yeah.
Let me say this. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is
Go
not
ahead,
news.
Kenya
I mean,
Rebel.
any good news is not news. So it's bad news. The thing is, how did it come to leak that him and this lady, the Aziad lady, went together? Maybe that's something which leaked in the ministry and how it reached to the media. But you can't say that Ababu can do whatever as he pleases. He carries the girlfriend. No, it's not supposed to be like that.
You see, I don't know which part of law or which part of his job description says that he cannot be accompanied by the wife or the girlfriend to any.
No.
Nick, that is not what Stella is
Zalendo,
saying.
when I go, listen, Zalendo, when I go to work and I'm sponsored by my office, I go me myself. I cannot carry my husband. I cannot carry my children to go for official duties. If it is holiday, go. That one you can carry clan days, you can carry any of your family
No,
members.
I
You can
think
book the clade on
we
business
can
class
debate
and your
we
family member in economy class.
we can debate
No,
about that. We can debate
Stella,
about that.
Stella, what Nick is
Ababu
saying,
used
Stella,
money on
Stella,
official duties. What are you to
If my girlfriend is spending time in the hotel and I am on official duty in Berlin, and my girlfriend we meet in the evening, or my wife in the evening, I mean, that does not affect whatever I'm going to do.
both of you are saying
No,
the
but
same thing.
Mzalendo,
Wait, Stella. Both of you are
let
saying
me
the
ask
same
you,
thing.
Mzalendo,
What Stella, you
every
have not understood.
organization, listen to me.
Stella, what you have
I've
not
heard
understood,
you. I was
what
just
you've not
browsing
understood,
here.
Nick.
Stella,
said,
listen. Be a good listener also. Wait. Okay.
I'm listening.
Like what Nick is saying, Nick agrees to what you're saying. He says, if indeed we have proved beyond reasonable doubt that the money that Abab used belongs to the taxpayers, then it's wrong. Nick agrees that way. But he says that that does not limit Abab Namwamba. If he wants to meet, if he wants to carry along, if he wants to decide and use his money and pay for his wife so that after work they can go and enjoy somewhere else, there's no problem with that. There's no law that prohibits him to do that. That's what Nick is saying. And you are also right by saying we cannot allow our leaders to use taxpayers or abuse the money or the powers that have been given through to them, they donated to them, to demand for a budget that will cater for their side chicks. If you and me, Stella, decide to date and go somewhere else, who cares? We are using our money. But after work, after you have done your work, wherever you went, we can meet at the end of the day. But again, it's also wrong if I carried you along and then instead of going to work, we go vacation somewhere else using the taxpayers' money. I think that's what I wanted to add.
Missy, can you hear me?
Missy,
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
No, Missy, can I ask you a question?
Okay. I just wanted to say this. Just tell on delay. Well, I wanted to say this. Sikujua as is it Aziad? Her name is Aziad?
Aziad, yeah.
Okay. Sikujua Aziad ni nani. What I can say ni kwamba if I was the CS of sports, Omanyala and Congestina will be working every day. Hiyo pesa ningekuwa natumia kwa Aziad kila siku. Mi ningekuwa hiyo pesa yangu. Anyway, I'm just joking. Anyway, I'll listen.
No, just a Kenya rebel. Yani you have thrown us off board now. You're telling us now that Ababu is doing that. Anaitumia hiyo pesa yake vizuri sana kwa Aziad. And Ababu is single, so can mingle
he has a
with
wife
anybody.
And kids. He has
wife
and kids.
Ababu divorced a long time.
So okay. But in all seriousness,
Stella, hiyo ungekuwa Ziad ungekataa kuenda hiyo trip we, ama unapiga tu kelele hapa? Ungekuwa wewe ndio.
I was brought up well with my parents. I can't do that. My
first class.
Because
first class,
I was brought up well.
No, even if you are even if you are brought up well, it doesn't mean that you can't date, all right?
Okay,
so whoever si usharati, hiyo si usharati, hiyo ni friendship. I mean,
pesa inakujana.
Mbona umepeleka mpaka huko mbali? Nimesema
of course.
You could be my friend, like Stella, like Stella. If I was the minister for sports and I wanted a good conversation, I would book for you a flight and we have a good conversation about politics. Yeah. Would you agree to it?
But the thing is, Stella.
You'll creep at night unigonge mlango
Hapana.
Mzalendo.
then what happens?
Mzalendo. Na Mwamba have been known, he has a reputation of being a womanizer. That's what people are saying from what I saw on the Twitter, even his brother. So to me, like I think I agree. I agree with Mise and Stella and everyone else. I think if the money, if wakina Wamanyala are going to economy, are traveling in economy, like in the end that travel first class with Aziad, that's wrong. Okay.
It is.
But nasema hivi. We mzalendo wacha uchokozi. Toa hiyo picha. Okay, maybe it was not wrong.
You know, now is it still wrong?
No, it's
Unajua
wrong.
hiyo picha yenye mzalendo ameweka si nzuri. Mzalendo kuna ile nyingine hujaweka, weka full picture.
We Mise, wacha.
Hey.
No, that is just on a light note. History the weird bana.
But I think we agree.
Mimi
niko nasema tu I agree, if kama anafanya kazi yake, if you went there and paid for with his money, hata yeye pia angekuwa a little bit considerate. Kama angekuwa nataka kwenda kwa first class, angechukua hata first class in another ndege ingine, si the same ndege ambayo hawa watu wana travel nayo. But what I'm trying yeah, exactly. But atumie pesa yake. If he's using his own money, then that's fine. If Stella mzalendo. But yeah, I agree with everybody else. If he's using his own money, there should not be problem. Lakini akitumia, if he's using the government money to kufanya hizo mambo yake na hizo meetings zake, then that's wrong. But as far as him being wanataka kumtoa, I don't know what again, I'll look at the evidence. If he's doing a good job and there's no case there, then they should not fire him. Like if they're just targeting him because maybe they want to give somebody else that position, then that's wrong. We should just look at what has he achieved in his docket. Is there any improvements kwa India ministry in sports? Hakuna. Then I think he should, the president or whoever.
I don't agree. I don't agree with Stella.
Obviously, you are Liverpool FC.
Apana, Stella is lying to us. During his tenure is when we saw athletes being rewarded. There's this lady who won the other day. Aya, haukuona this kwanza. Cash reward has increased during Ababu Namwamba's tenure. Athletes are now getting diplomatic passports. You don't know that. And this lady was rewarded na nyumba. Huyu alishinda. Hamukuona hiyo?
Nani?
Ama mimi ndio nilikuwa ama hiyo ilifanyika wakati wa Uhuru Kenyatta?
Nani?
Anyway, I'll find out. I'll give you more information about that. But there's a lady who won.
Wacha kusoma gazeti mzalendo. Wacha kusoma gazeti. Wacha kusoma gazeti.
Niambie.
Sports has, let me tell you, sports in Kenya, tangu hii regime ya Uhuru, wamekuwa neglected. From Malkia Stars wa volleyball, these chicks, they go play volleyball, they win every cup within the African and any other country. None of them wanakujaga being received at the airport. They don't get their allowances. Others, they're still staying in their police houses. Hakuna mtu ashaipata faida. There's something unaonanga, there's a resort. You see, like how you see guys in football, you see someone at least his money, it's showing some kind of decency in life. I mean, you can prove with something with your money. Hockey team, it's neglected. Gor Mahia, it's one of it. It's also neglected. Look at our sports stadia. There are no sports stadia these days. Watu wataenda waombe kiwanja in a secondary school ama in a primary school, they do their training. The time when they are qualified, they don't need the government is only coming there for publicity's sake. Sponsors come out to come as Safaricom. Sponsors people like Coca-Cola or whoever, they come and give them kits and everything. The time wakati wameshinda, that is when the government in the airport kuonesha publicity, which is very wrong. The only thing and inakuanga supported hapa ni safari rally. Let's be honest, ni safari rally. But even you see, when the safari rally, our Kenyan team, it's not even getting even the full support hata kwenda like Dakar rally or going to any other rallies. All the time wanasemanga hawana pesa, they were not
Hey, soma hiyo kwanza.
Mzalendo nimekwambia wacha kusoma gazeti. Gazeti watu wanaandikanga ndio wapate job.
No.
Or
And
just
again,
to keep it relevant. Let me tell you. Traditional newspapers squeezing ya kufunga nyama. Wacha kusoma gazeti Mzalendo. I'm telling you, stop reading those things.
Mimi nakupatia tu habari as they come. Si ati nini.
Gani? If anyone here knows how nani alikuwa kiendaga Safari Sevens, the rugby, those days where you're in Kenya, rugby used to pay. These days, the legends, the guys are not even being supported at all. What to Akina Kaemba,
why should the government give handouts?
They remove money from their pocket so that these people can fly kucheza nini world rugby champion. But the docket ya nini ya CS ya Namabu na Mwamba, they've done nothing. So Ababu na Mwamba angeanza ku improve first. He could have started improving the management of AK Athletics Kenya. These people, they go run, wakirudi, they are not received. Yeah, this lady alikuanga ameshinda hata ukijaribu kuweka, but amejipanga because she has a manager. Don't say the government supported her. Don't say if the government has, she could be dying in poverty. Mzalendo, let me tell you.
Unaona saa zile unaambiwa unapatiwa ukweli, unaanza kusema ati amejipanga.
Wait, you want to tell me Faith Yegon is sponsored by Kenya?
No, listen.
No.
Kenya, Faith Kipyegon trains in Kenya. She's employed in Kenya.
She's just a police lady.
What do you mean a police lady is employed by the government?
No, but
which
Nick,
government? Which one?
So
and the reason why she was employed is because of athletics. That is part of the reward. Most of these runners. Okay, Omunyala anafanya kazi wapi?
okay,
He's a police.
can we speak? Can we ask
He's
questions?
a police.
Yeah?
Can we ask questions?
David Rudisha, Faith Kipyegon, Catherine Dereba, what they are working in forces. It does not.
How did they? Excuse me. Let me ask you a question. This is a very simple question. How did they get to the forces?
That's irrelevant.
Missy has a question.
Missy, what's your question?
Now, number one, him being a police officer or being a civil servant is a Kenyan. Okay, he's a citizen of Kenya. He has a right to get employed by the government or any other person. So that whether the government employed him or not, that is neither here nor there. But what we are asking, what has the government done to make sure that even when these people who are representing, who hold high the flag of Kenya, who market our country out there, who speak for our country out there, what has the government put in place as a long-term plan to take care of their for their welfare? Let's say, what kind of health plan do they have? What kind of pension do they have? What kind of housing, for example, those who do not have good managers? What kind of measures have they put in place to hold rogue managers of these athletes? what kind of strategy or measures they are put to protect the athletes from leaving Kenya, going to be adopted by other countries to become citizens of that country because they have the value they are adding to those countries and leaving Kenya. What kind of incentives have they given these athletes? This is what we are asking the Ministry of Sports. You need to put something in place. If someone, for example, and I keep using Congestina Achien, maybe she has kids, maybe she has a family. If she ends being, in a situation where she is, what kind of insurance does she have, that will take care of her and going forward? These are some of the things that we are asking. Whether the government is rewarding you, those are handouts. That's not long-term plan. That is a by the way. So rewarding you $35,000, that is nothing. What is $35,000? That's about 3.5 million, about 3.5 million or so, right? What is that? That is nothing. Now let's come back to where you live, Nick. Tell me, if you are an American citizen who is doing extremely well in sports, what kind of honor do you get, right? What kind of the reputation, the country puts you first, the country, let's say, for example, America identifies athletes from
Mistake.
Africa.
Yeah.
They bring them here, they give them citizenship, they give them jobs, maybe give them a pathway to military and so on. What has Kenya done to nurture?
Miss, let me answer you. Some of these athletes are identified as early as primary school athletics championships. When they get to secondary school, they are absorbed in the. After secondary, they are absorbed in the military. That is one of the incentives. Now, secondly, Ababu Namwamba's team has gone as far as rewarding the allowances for our athletes. It used to be, how much was it? It used to be about 3,000 Kenya shillings per day for athletes who are traveling or athletes who are in camp. Today, they are being paid $200. That is almost 20,000 per day in terms of allowances. Number two, Faith Kipyegon was not, no, still the lady, Yegon, is not the first one to be rewarded. Ominyala was given 5 million Kenya shillings by the government. Ababu Namwaba's team. Just, you can laugh about it, but it's true. He was given 5 million for winning the African Championship. That is a reward and an incentive to our athletes, because government realized that some of these countries, like the ones that they are going to in UAE, are rewarding them handsomely. So they had to do something. The lady who won the championship was given a house plus 5 million Kenya shillings. That is standard today. So know that if you win the 1,000, 1,500 meters and the 3,000 meters races, you'll be rewarded 5 million Kenya shillings by government. That has not been there before. So it is a step in the right direction. Sometimes we complain, but when the government is doing something good, let us agree that on this particular issue, Ababu Namwamba is doing what he is meant to do. Any questions?
Henry Motengo is a national hero.
Mzalendo.
Let me tell you, hey, briefly, ngoja kidogo. Ngoja tu kidogo, ngoja kidogo. Talking about Henry Motego right now. Do you know Henry Motego, Stella?
I've given, you've spoken. Mzalendo, do you have any idea Malkia Stars wamekuja kutoka Cameroon na wameshinda African Championship na hakuna mtu amewareceive kwa airport?
Yeah, you see, so that is part of the problem with the ministry. If they were not received, they should have listen. If receiving people at the airport is the most important thing, then let Ababu Namwamba have a team each and every time to receive people.
Nick,
You've
do not
won.
But if
trivialize.
You've
incentives,
won
if
amongst
incentive is more
champions
important than
Africa.
just receiving
You
people,
cannot say
then
that
let our athletes
afford
get
to
the
fly to
money.
Mombasa at
So which one is
night, can
important?
make effort to go
Receiving
and
them at
visit
the
them
airport
as
or
their stars.
giving
You can't say like
receiving?
that,
If you receive me at the airport that nimepokea nimeshinda na nini, like it has always been done before, and giving me nothing. Which one is better?
No,
And then
It is
Nick,
a
coming
sign
to
of
the airport,
courtesy.
coming to
It
the
is a
airport with
sign of
5 million
courtesy.
Kenya shillings
Wachana na
and a house
kiburi.
plus.
Wachana na
Gani ndio
kiburi.
muhimu?
Wachana
Gani
na
ndio muhimu?
kiburi.
Nick,
Gari
how many
gani?
people were
Gari
given?
gani?
How many
Nani?
people
At least
so far?
at least it's some sign of
How
appreciation.
many people
Nani
so far?
utaleta.
Omanyala has been given.
Hakuna. What are you saying?
No,
Yegon has
wait,
been
wait, I
given.
finish the question. No, don't hop on the question before I finish. The question is, you're saying the ministry has started the incentive plan of rewarding athletes. So let's look at the progress report. How many so far? How many out of the very many athletes that we have? How many so far have received the reward? And so that we begin there. And the next thing, the other thing I wanted to say, do not trivialize appreciating or a gesture of appreciating people who have put hard work in training and making sure that they have held our flag high out there. By coming and receiving them lifts their spirits to see that they are being appreciated. If there is, let me tell you, rejection, no matter how good you are, if you lack appreciation, if you feel that you're not being appreciated or your effort is not being appreciated, you become useless or you become worthless and you lose the value that
Even if
you
it's your
have.
moral.
Anywhere, even your child, if you don't appreciate the little things, the little effort they make, their self-esteem, it just goes like that. So tell us, what is the scorecard in terms of appreciating them?
No, thank you, Messi, for that question. You know, if I participate in a race in Calcutta, India, and each and every time there are so many races happening around the world, and you expect the minister at the airport each and every time for athletes who have come from maybe private races. They also do private races, and those are races which are just personal, not for the country. They are running on for their own personal benefit. If you are talking about Olympics, games, world championships that have occurred throughout the world, and our athletes were not received at the airport, then you have an issue. But somebody attending a boxing match in Germany, and you want a whole contingent or ministry to go to the airport to receive somebody who probably has lost a lightweight bout in Berlin. I mean, surely you are trivializing everything. Even in Canada, you guys participated in various games. Have you seen the minister coming to receive the teams each and every time they 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 arrive at the airport? Yeah. So I mean, being received at the airport is neither here or there. You can be received, but it depends on the magnitude of the tournament that you are attending. So Ababu Namwamba will not receive every athlete, even the one who has gone for his own personal race, to come back, even if they have won. That is, he has already been rewarded there. Why should we again receive him at the airport? So that is misusing the minister. We cannot receive
No, that's
everybody. How many
not
athletes are in Kenya?
That's
How
not
many
it.
athletes are there? I
That's
am an
not it.
athlete. I am an athlete and a coach. And if I won a junior tournament here in the US, do you want the minister to come and receive me at the airport? I mean,
Yeah.
that argument
It's
is
just a sign of
ludicrous. I mean,
respect,
it's not here and there.
appreciation,
Appreciation of what?
Mzalendo.
Appreciation of what? I was doing a personal.
But
Zalendo,
let me ask
do you,
let me ask
Zalendo, do
if
you
the government
realize?
is not contributing on your input, especially going to the
This
airport,
government did
why
not pay for me
I'm
my
not
ticket.
finished.
Listen, the
I am
government
not
did not pay. I
finished.
paid my ticket. I paid my ticket to attend a particular race. Yeah, it
But
is
the
not a.
person who's sponsoring the ticket is not the government.
The government did not sponsor me. I went there on my
But
own personal.
listen, Mzalendo, ndio ninakwambia uko na shida unasoma gazeti na wacha kusoma gazeti.
Mimi nakwambia vitu obvious in life, si ati vitu zile.
Listen, Mzalendo, the government of the day, it has failed. In fact, even when Gladys Sholay was speaking in parliament, there is more rot in that docket of the CS Ababu Namwamba. From people getting fake kits from Nike kit, from Adidas kit, from Asis kit. That shows you there is a problem. There is a big problem. If someone like Gladys Sholay was sitting down with athletes who went and walienda wakakimbia ni Finland, I don't know, one of the Scandinavian countries, they came back. The time when they were coming back, they were hungry because they had not eaten in the hotels. Others were sharing rooms. Others even they were trying to squat at the lobby. Then when they just landed, some guys at the ministry, they go and receive them. You're forgetting, Mzalendo, these people are human beings. They need to eat. They need to have medical attention. They need to go to their families. They need money for their personal provisions. This money is not given to them. Then you're trying to say here that it is not the work for Ababu Namwamba to receive people who are going for small tournaments, small activities. Let me tell you, anything which gets out in this country, and it goes and gives us pride that we've won as Kenyans, and that is what the least, even other countries, they see Kenya, they wanatuondokea kwa barabara, even we're given a red carpet. Alafu unakuja unaanza kuthrow the towel in our, a dirty towel on our face kusema it is not important. It is an important.
And Stella, to add to what you're saying,
Yes.
you have to know that sports is a source of revenue to our country. Okay.
Yes.
When people go out there and they win $50,000, $10,000, they come and spend in Kenya, right? It trickles down to the economy of our country. And if when they go out there and wear and carry our flags and host our flag high, that they are Kenyans, we still need to appreciate and recognize them and encourage them that the work that you're doing, even at a private, at a personal level, we, the government, appreciate and recognize the good effort you are putting to represent our country out there, and the Ministry of Sports can just even give you appreciation, not even financial, not even anything, but just to say thank you for the effort you make to represent our country out there, make money, bring back to our country, invest in our country. So, Nick, when they go out there and wear a jersey that has our flag, that is called Kenya, we still owe the responsibility as a ministry to try and recognize them and try to appreciate them.
Well,
Remember, let me add on this. Remember, all these athletes, when they are given these kits by Nike and what, is on when the Nike is being brought, the Nike, they sponsor them with that. So the only thing the government will do for you is just to pay for your air ticket and your accommodation. Remember, when these people are running, these things are taken care of. All these things which runs with guys of IAA, they know what they do. But when it comes to our own docket of when it comes to CS of sport, he has really failed. As Mzalendo was saying, someone like Faith Kipyegon, let me finish. Faith Kipyegon, people like Malkia Stars, it is a shame that these are people who have the national pride, but the government cannot even manage their whatever finances. That's why they deviate from that. They say, if I've won this money, deduct what is for the taxes, leave for me what is due to me. So that's why you see someone like Faith Kipyegon has like 4 managers in different continents, because they will plan how she comes, they will plan where she's going to sleep, they are going to plan about her warm-up exercise, as in they are like PAs. That's why she's respected. But what happens to our team when they go there? They are mishandled. You have
All
to
right.
understand, Mzalendo, someone like Faith Kipyegon, someone like Enos, like whoever, keep, it's called who? This guy of ours. Oh God, anaitwa nani? Huyu Enos mwenye alishinda. Then we have the rugby team. This is our national. You'd see even they are placed in front of DSTV on Super Sports and what. It tells you these people have a management. But if it was a government, they could have. I mean, they knew that if they rely on the government, they'll be disappointed. That's why they are getting managers to manage their daily lives. Yeah. Even
All
others,
right, all right, Stella. Let me just wrap this up because we'll not end this argument. What I wanted to tell you is that in athletics they have a calendar, just like any other sport. World Cup is not played after every 1 year; it is played after a certain duration. Just like Sekafa, athletics it's called IAAAF has got an athletic calendar. There is one happening in Doha, Qatar. There is one that is supposed to happen in where? In Oregon, not Oregon, in London. And the World Athletics Championship is also happening in Oregon. So these are the only World Championship calendars that are there for athletes. Get that right. So each and every, these are the most important races that Kenya participates as a country, and we have to prepare our athletes, and they are prepared. They are given allowances in time, and they are received at the airport as they come and they go. All right, they are seen off and by the minister or officials from the ministry. They are handed over the flag. That is a traditional ceremony that has been going on for the longest time. So let's wait for these championships that are coming in Doha. Well, let's see whether the minister will miss to receive them or whether they'll miss their allowances. So we have to know in each and every discipline they have a calendar. Just like the EPL league, it's not played throughout the year. It's played throughout the year, but they take a break at some point. World Cup, Sekafa, it's not played throughout the year. Maybe after 2 years, we have Sekafa, and Kenya participates in the tournament. So each and every time Kenya is going to play a friendly in Morocco, the minister has to see them off at the airport. I mean, these are just some of the examples that I can give you about the work of the ministry. So some meetings, some athletics meetings are important, others are personal. So the minister will not be at the airport every time.
Nick,
And again, some flights even arrive at midnight or past midnight, and somebody had gone for a personal race
Nick,
in.
you have chosen deliberately not to understand what Stella is saying.
No.
Yeah, deliberately, we are not asking the minister to be there. The minister is only one. He cannot be in all places at the same time. However, the Ministry of Sports is huge. You know, my wife worked with the Ministry of Sports when the ministry started. My wife were the first beneficiaries of the ministry. But the ministry, within the ministry, it has a lot of departments also as well. What we are saying, the people like Aziad, who the minister appointed, people like Churchill, people like others who have been appointed to that ministry. We can have people whose job is to get in
Hey,
line.
a point of correction, Missy. Who was appointed?
Aziad was appointed as.
When was she appointed?
Go check. Him and Churchill, they were given. They were appointed as.
Who appointed them? The minister.
What we are saying, forget about that. What we are arguing here is that these people, the ministry has enough staff to at least appreciate the efforts the Kenyans are making to go out there and struggle. Just like now we have diaspora that has a department that tends or purports to propel the interests of the diaspora people. That's what we are saying. These people need just to be appreciated. Sometimes it's not even meeting them in person. Sometimes you can even create a day or one day in a month or in a year or a quarterly where you can appreciate these people, invite them and appreciate their effort. That's not too much to ask. This doesn't have to be done by the minister. The minister has subordinate staff that can help to do that. Now, whether private or not, that's what we are telling you, Nick. These people bring money back to the country. The minister or the ministry needs to put in place measures that protect our athletes. We have not seen the ministry doing that. All you are doing is all we are doing is you are saying that we have a culture. We can change things the way they are done. Cultures can always be changed. You don't have to stick to if the old culture is not working, we have to change with times. So sometimes just saying we are happy that our athletes this year were
I
able to bring in revenue of about 4 billion shillings to our country. And we are going to appreciate them, just even to give them just a certificate of appreciation that we are happy and we are all.
miss, let me just interject because we have told you and we've been through that the ministry has started appreciating athletes. What the problem I have with you and Stella is that we have got so many professional athletes playing various disciplines from volleyball to soccer to rugby throughout the world. Each and every time you want them to get back in the country, you want a minister to be receiving them at the airport. Do you know how
No,
many
the
times?
answer,
No,
no,
listen,
the answer is
just wait.
no. No,
Do
no,
you
no.
know how many times Olunga comes to Nairobi?
But Nick, you are
No, I'm
selecting.
just giving you an example. Do you know
That's,
how many times he comes to Nairobi?
that's why I said the minister is one and cannot be in all places at the same time. Did you miss
Yes,
that statement?
exactly.
So what we said is that's why we gave a suggestion that even quarterly or annually, let us have an all event where we can call all these athletes and try to run down and say, in this year, the annual report that says this year or quarterly between the month of January and the month of April, our athletes that went out, they brought in this revenue. Okay, all athletes. But if you pick a few and appreciate a few, what about the rest of other athletes? They don't feel that they are being appreciated. But if you call annually and bring them together, an annual event, and talk about the importance of participating there out there, that's also increasing our source of revenue because these people bring in money to the country. That's what you're not
Anyway, I am an athlete. I know about. I know you guys are talking from maybe what you read, but I am taking you from my point of knowledge. There is a Target. Target is now the chairman of Agawa Awards, which he started, and this Agawa Awards is sponsored by the government. They award annually. Annually, there is an event where athletes who performed very well in various disciplines, from soccer to rugby to our runners are awarded in that award. It happens each and every year. So what you are saying actually happens in the country. Maybe you've never not seen it, but look out for it. The awards are run by Target. It happens each and every year. So please, our athletes this time round are well taken care of, Mr. Missy. Let's just stop that argument for athletes for now. We jump into another topic which has made the weekly headlines. Oparanya was arrested. Oparanya was arrested and the wife charged with a graft. I don't know whether you heard the news, Miss, about Oparanya's former Kakamega governor and his wife Priscilla arrested by DCI. They were released, of course, on bail or something. They were being investigated. So, Stella, what do you make of this story for Paranya? Was it just a smokescreen to divert attention? Because on the same week, Baba and Kalonzo jetted out for Europe, and they came back unnoticed. I don't know whether you guys uh, know about this.
Just repeat again. I
Mm.
think I had lost you. I had lost you.
I
Just
was
kindly
asking.
repeat.
I was asking, what is the situation about Oparanya and Priscilla, the wife's arrest and interrogation by DCI? And was this just a smokescreen to cover up on what is happening between Azimio and the Kenya Kwanza Alliance? And
Okay,
the
I
same
didn't.
time, I want you to comment whether you know that the Azimio leader jetted out of the country and came back a few days ago together with Kalonzo Musyoka. Did you get wind of that particular story?
I didn't quite follow up, but the one for Oparanya, I think they were talking about some graft during the time he was a COG. So it's something just to divert attention. But because Oparanya and his team, his team of lawyers, I think they challenged the DCI where the DCI kindly did not have any proof. So the issue of the jetting out Raila and Kalonzo, that one I have not followed up.
Okay. Miss, do you have any wind of this particular issue? Any rumors around it? There's a lot of rumors around going on about Raila sneaking into back to the country.
I stopped following Raila's uh, Raila's meetings because now I am I'm at that point where I want to see the country moving forward and holding the government accountable and ensuring the people things such as what we are discussing, like the one for Abab Namwamba, the ones like the Mandago. That's what I want to hear. People being held accountable, people being reminded that they are not above the law, and not people who are asking us to go back and discuss issues that have since have been outlived by the time. So I honestly would say I don't know because I don't follow much about Raila, but I am just concerned about the incompetence of the government of the day and why we are having challenges such as that we are seeing today of the blackout and people not being held responsible in those dockets.
Well, thank you very much, Miss. I was also getting tired of this Kenya Kwanza and Azimio politics. We perhaps need to veer off to things that really matter to us, things that matter to our athletes, like we are talking today about the blackout and minister being held accountable. No, about the managing director being held accountable for negligence. So these are the most important things that Kenyans should be focused on right now. The issue, I think the political temperatures have cooled down. That is a plus for the Azimio leader and the Kenya Kwanza. If the talks can bring peace and stability to the country, that is what we want. We want us to be talking each and every time, Stella. We don't want to be fighting. We want to see progress in our country. Each and every time if we could have this kind of discussion, our politicians have this kind of discussion, but the problem is they don't focus on the people who voted for them. We need to really remind them of their duty as Kenyan citizens. That's why we have this particular show. You come in, say what you want to say. In the event, our ministers or people in power or administration will listen to the voices of wananchi. Kuna Kevin anasema Ruto amekata tax ya watu ya sports. Yeah, Ruto amekata tax, that is obvious. Hakuna mahali utakimbia na ukosa kukatwa tax. Tax ni lazima utalipa, ndio upende usipende, tax is what runs the government. You want good roads, you must pay taxes. You want services of the government, you must pay taxes. So that is the order of the day everywhere. The only problem I have with the tax collector is that when you collect our taxes and do business with it, then we need it back after some time. We need the money that you collected from us back, even a percentage. That will encourage more people to pay taxes. Like where Mise is, where I am, the government collects taxes, deducts you all your taxes, but they give you refunds, a tax refund. Not so many Kenyans talk about tax refund. Tax refund, I think, is given to the rich. We need to start talking about the tax refund. The KRA needs to refund people taxes. If you have been paying taxes diligently to the government and they've been doing business and providing services to you, they need to give us that money back. That is what is done in developed countries. In third world countries, taxes are paid to the government, they run away with it, na hakuna mahali unaweza wauliza hiyo pesa ilifanya kazi namna gani, ama wapi pesa yako, pesa yangu. Pesa ile unapatia serikali ni kama kuikopesha kufanya biashara, so lazima ikurudishie hiyo pesa pia, wewe pia uenjoy kidogo. Mzalendo, wewe ni athlete kweli? This guy Hoop bana, mimi ni athlete bana, mimi ni athlete mkubwa sana sana sana. Huoni hata kina Ronaldo wa Brazil siku hizi wamenona kama mimi. Kufika hapa ni rahisi, kutoka ndio ngumu ndugu yangu. So mimi ni athlete mbaya sana.
Lakini Mzalendo, you also needed to call out the government when they check our taxes. There's no Kenyan who will be upset if they are taxed and their money is used vile umeelezea. The problem that we Kenyans have is that our money is taxed and channeled to people's pockets. And that's where we have a problem. Corruption, both Raila Amolo Odinga and William Ruto and other leaders are not willing to talk about that. And that is the challenge that we have, because our leaders are, whatever they are doing is just making sure that it is to their best benefit to protect them and not to protect the Kenyan, the common mwananchi. And that's where we have a problem. If at all, the members, money, Ruto will collect taxes and make sure that the money that is allocated to infrastructure is channeled to that infrastructure, is accounted for, and there is transparency and accountability, then no Kenyan will have a problem. We are burdened by taxes that we pay. And recently we were told that the system is designed in a way that money ends to some people's pockets. That's where we have a problem, Zalendo. And lastly is that the leaders that we have today, it's not about us in Zalendo, and it's not about the well-being of mwananchi. It's not about the infrastructure. It's not about the things that benefit mwananchi. The infrastructure is positioned as a conduit of swindling money from the treasury. The allocation of budgets is made in a way that is to benefit few individuals who can get tenders from the government. Once we fix that, our country will be on upward trajectory. But if we don't work towards fixing that, everything will be that we discuss here, and every time we elect our leaders, will just be exercising fertility. And I think that that's what I wanted to mention, Mzalendo. So as we educate people, and that's why you see the government is very reluctant in teaching or in rolling out civic education to its citizens, because when you have so much informed citizens, they will hold you accountable. So the government is very reluctant in putting money into that, in enlightening its citizens, because it's one of its responsibility, but they have failed to do so.
Well, Stella, do you have anything to add on what Mr. said? Stella, can you let me? You are mute, Stella. Stella, unmute. What's it wrong with Stella? Stella, can you unmute?
Nikki, you have the power to unmute her.
I'm trying to unmute Stella. Stella, stop pressing mute. Can you stop pressing mute? Let me try. Why, Stella? Why? Unmute Stella, no? Stella, it's like you nobody, I mean, StreamYard, I don't like your contribution anymore. I mean, you've been very, very lethal and in attacking the government. So at least they've taken you. They've helped me.
I think,
Mhm.
Stella, you can leave and join back.
Stella, I
That
think. Oh yeah, you're okay, Stella. Right now, you're back. And please be kind to Ruto's government.
we lost Stella.
Tena bwana. I wanted to play a certain video here. I'm trying to look for it. Where again, there's so much happening around Africa. There's this craze about Africa going to Russia. What is your take on this particular issue? I've seen the opposition, people asking the opposition leader to Russia is calling. What is your take on the issue of Azimio working with Russia?
Now, first of all, you mentioned that, and I saw the Raila the other day trying to reprimand an ambassador, the U.S. ambassador, for saying that the last general election was fair and just. And Raila made some sentiments of colonialism, and he said that she shuts up or she will be recalled. And I'm wondering what Raila is going to do in Europe, where our colonial masters are, if indeed he detests colonialism and the behaviors of our colonial masters. So that right there, those are double standards. But so to come back to your question, it is important to note that this is a delayed process. It should have happened long time ago. If you go back to 2014, these talks began way back in 2012, 2013, but a few countries were interested. When Russia, when the economical bloc called the BRIC started, and the last country to join in that is South Africa. So we have Brazil, Russia, India, China, and then South Africa. Now, if South Africa has joined, and the whole idea is about not being recognized by the contribution that these countries bring to the table. And so it's an economical bloc that is fighting is an economical bloc that is fighting to be recognized, and I think you are going to expect the African, now that we have started talking about borderless Africa, uh, and countries are warming up to the idea and talks of uniting Africa as a continent and as having good governance and economical, improve the economical, our economical ability to be recognized on the negotiation table. So it is going to happen so fast, and Russia is not in good is not in good books with the West, countries such as U.S. You have seen that U.S. has been sharp critics of Russia, and Russia is turning to where they can score the United States and other countries. So this is not a battle of Africa. This is the battle between Russia and the United States and other and its allies, and Russia with its allies and the United States with its allies, and the battleground is continent Africa. That's how I summarize that. You're on mute.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Oh, Kenya Rebel, I'll have you after Stella. You'll tell me what's happening in America. Is Trump behind bars or what? Stella, karibu. Stella, can you hear me?
She's just reconnected. Give her a little.
Okay, Kenya Rebel, can you go ahead?
What was the question again?
There's this issue of Africa moving towards the east, and most citizens, especially the people not in power, the opposition throughout Africa, are saying that they would rather work with Russia than work with the West. So this is a debate that has been there in the public. What do you make of it? And I would also want you to comment about your candidate, Donald Trump. Is he going to be on the ballot?
Yeah. Okay. He's not my candidate, but he won. But I'll tell you this. I thought I know you were happy when you saw the mugshot in Fulton County here in Atlanta. But what I'll say about a brief comment about that is he will be out and he'll vie and will win. And he will throw Biden and his son to jail. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
But coming back to looking at East, most Africa has no option. The East offers a better deal than the West. What has the West offered Africa? It's total control of their resources, imposing dictators to implement, carry out their colonial policies. We've seen that on the West with Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. And actually, those three countries have actually struck a deal together. So they've agreed that if any terrorists act, the terrorists start to run within those countries, they'll arrest them and bring them, prosecute them. And if anyone attacks one country, they'll jointly attack the enemy. So Tinubu should watch out. If Tinubu and ECOWAS decide to attack Niger, they'll be in trouble. But coming back to the East, the reason why I say generally Africa has a better deal with looking at Russia is because the BRICS thing, the money, the BRICS money that they are going to launch officially, it will start being used in starting November. It will be backed by gold. Okay? So this is something that you can actually, if you have, let's say, 1 shilling of BRIC currency, you can have an ounce of gold if you want to trade it for that. Currently, US dollar used to be strong because it was backed by gold until 1971, where Nixon got out of the gold. And basically right now, the dollar is worth nothing. What made it strong is because it was the reserve currency. You know, America used its force, and I mean militarily, and also made it made sure that most countries that sell mafuta sell it in the dollar. Okay, but as we know, the dollar is not reliable because if the interest rate, Feds raise the interest rates, it affects its power. You know, they use that to make other people's currency weaken the other people's currency, like the Chinese yen and the Russians with the rubies or whatever the case is. It's a weapon that has been used in that regard. So, so most of these Asian countries and also most of the countries that has been suffering sanctions, okay, being told, hey, like Museveni was told, if you don't accept this LGBT, we shall sanction you. Zimbabwe also, you know, they've turned into gold. They said, you know what, we'll use our money to be backed by gold. And they're looking at BRICS as the currency that will help them. So again, looking at East, they are more promising. They want to get out of this. I even gave this example. Remember, Ruto, what's his Cheragei? He made it very clear that they could not have subsidies on mafuta because of the IMF. IMF is a tool being used by the US to rule over you. But, you know, if you go to BRICS, if you look at BRICS, you know, if you deal with the BRICS, you won't be dealing with this. The only problem is, I don't know how Ruto will, I don't think Ruto will actually join the BRICS. You saw he sent Alfred Mutua to go to that meeting in BRICS in South Africa. He did not go himself. He knows better. And after that, the US actually, you know, they probably told him, hey, listen, ukianza kuenda huko BRICS, if you turn to the Russians, we might just get Raila Odinga to install him as the president. So you better not do that. But anyway, in short, not to make this long, Ruto is corrupt. Don't expect anything from this government. You saw MURKOMEN. MURKOMEN is as useless as his CS docket. You saw when there was Mandamano and that highway was attacked. Within 2 seconds, they decided that he came to a conclusion that that highway is worth, I don't know, 700 million of damage. I mean, how do you do that within minutes? You see the ministers that he has, they don't know what to do. They're looking at it as it's their turn to eat. So what I'm saying is this: the Ruto government will not deliver anything meaningful to the Wananchi. And even Raila, if he won, he will not do anything meaningful. We know that by just how he runs his ODM and Azimio. So these are Western puppets, starting from Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, William Ruto. They are all being ruled by the Americans. That's why you see all the time they usually meet with Chris Coons. If anything goes wrong, they meet Chris Coons. What do you think Chris Coons is doing in America, in New Kenya? He met Raila twice, okay, after he said those things about Whitman, okay? And where did they meet? Kalonzo, Raila, and Uhuru met in London this past week. Like I say, these are colonial puppets. Don't expect them to turn to Russia. That's why Ruto was saying he condemned when Niger took power after they took out the colonial puppet, the Western puppet in the French puppet. Ruto was one of the few presidents who said, oh, I don't support this, that's wrong and whatever, while the whole of Africa is supporting Niger, okay? You see Tinubu is an illegitimate president. But anyway, I don't want to make short because I know everyone wants to say something. But in short, what I'm trying to say is just to wrap up. Ruto, Raila, Uhuru, and all the useful idiots in their cabinets, they will not help Kenyans in any way. We need a new leader who will look at the East, look at the BRICS, get out of the dollar, so we can take control of our own resources. I'm leading a movement called the Rasta Movement, restoration of African sovereignty to Africans. All these puppets, Ruto, Raila, Uhuru, we should get rid of. In fact, we should start by Uhuru Kenyatta, Jomo Kenyatta, the people who are killed, the land that is stole. Moi, the people that he killed, the money that is stole, the land. Kibaki too, with his kids who are alive. And Lucy, well, he's dead. We'll dig her up along with Kenyatta, dig their graves. and take it to committee, bury it in committee where it belongs. Any statue of Kenyatta, Moi, should be taken. Also, Uhuru Kenyatta with his drunkenness, Mama Ngina, all of them, we should get rid of them because we need a new African slates who are looking for the East for redemption. We should invite Wagner to help us take out these colonial puppets. Anyway, thank you.
Wow, wow. That is always powerful ending statement by Kenya Rebel that we need to put these people in jail, these colonial puppets. I don't know how possible that is because we have the ruling class. But Kenya Rebel said he has a Rasta movement, and just the other day you cracked a joke that Wajakoya was trying to grow the economy using hyena testicles. Yeah, how would you? And he also
We
has
saw that Wajakoya was being paid by Uhuru Kenyatta.
Wajakoya was being paid by Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yeah, yes. Remember when he gave his acceptance speech, he
Yes.
wanted to associate himself with Israel. Who does that? Israel is the most oppressive country in the world, an apartheid country that is oppressing the Palestinians. Who associates himself with that? Like I say, Wajakoya is a clown that needs to be in a circus, entertaining us with his ideas, not a real leader. If there's any one leader that is useful, who has some kind of meaning or moral compass, it's Okia Mtata. Unfortunately, when Okia Mtata speaks about things that helps us, we look at him as a clown. The clowns, the people who are offering real solutions are the people that we look at clowns. And the real clowns are the people who we look at for real solution. It's unfortunate, but anyway.
All right, thank you for that, Kenya Rebel. Stella, I think you are making some notes there. Now you're back. You can say something.
Yeah, I want to add on Kenya Rebel's point about improving our country and this and the future of this country. I've been saying on and over again, we need to remove these old people, especially as the youth. Okay, me, I'm a pro-youth, whatever. The thing is, our mistake as Kenyans, we do not look ahead. We only see what is in the minute. Now, here is the issue. The problem with us Kenyans, we keep on recycling, bringing these leaders again and again and again, just because of small handouts, 200, 300, 400. So this person gets into the house, he does nothing. You have people like some MPs. They've been there in government for more than 20 years, but they still keep on being returned with their people. So even you check the CDF website and the amount of money, whatever these people, the MPs are being given, they have done nothing for their constituency. Just the other day, when was it last week, but one, they are proposing to bring BBI season 2. Now, this BBI season 2, as we said even before, that this thing is dead on arrival, because this thing ni tumbo ya hawa wazee. Vijana wanatakiwa waamuke. And this is the only thing I can tell them. If you return those people again, you'll deprive and die of poverty, crying for poverty. You can't think other thing is apart from poverty. We need to remove these boomers out of these elections which are coming. Let's have young people who can see and obey the constitution. They don't think about themselves, they think about their families. Because if you keep these people here, we'll keep on suffering. And this I will tell people, you need to be proactive during the elections. Wakati election ikifanywa, usiende nyumbani, mubaki hapo, hizo kura zihesabiwe tena na tena na tena na tena. And the person who you're choosing, do not choose someone kwa sababu alipeleka brother yako university, ama alipeleka shemeji yako maybe India, but there is no development in your constituency. If you see, I'm sorry to say, If you see some of these people who have been MPs for more than 10 years, please go check on their website, via CDF. And remember, every time there's a fight about county revenues and division of revenues, it is a fight. You check, ni shule gani imeongezewa laboratory? Ni hospitali gani imeongezewa vitanda? Ama hospitali gani imewekewa maybe a cancer treatment or ama kama wameweka generator? It is so saddening. You have an MP who is he's shouting all over the parliament, yet his constituency, people are suffering, even they can't get even the least thing called water. This day and age, kuna watu wanaenda kuchota maji kama kitambo. And sorry to say, the Mount Kenya people, they are the first people to disappoint us as Wanjiko or the side of Mount Kenya. We are gifted from cash crop to water to rain, everything. But what happens to these people? Hawavuruti maji, hawatengenezi mashule. They've not even added some school. They've not even added some. They've not even put some referral hospital. I don't understand why you should have someone coming all the way from Nyahururu going to Nakuru referral hospital, or referral hospital at Muranga. You have to go up to Thika level 1. This one does not make sense to me. What I can tell people now, I'm challenging the youth. This is your time. Wachani kurudisha hawa watu wazee. Hakuna kitu wanawafanyia. If your own parent mwenye alikuwa na kusomesha na shida, na taaba, like you see Mandagor, it is so ashaming where parents wanauza ng'ombe. It is so ashaming parents wanauza eka ya shamba, which was their source of their livelihood. Ndio mtoto aende university. But what happens? Mandagor anakule hiyo pesa. Na wamerudisha Mandagor. This is the 3rd time. This guy was a governor, then akaona hakuna haja kiti ipote, akarudi senator. Then tunaanza kulia, alikula pesa yetu, sijui nini. That is your fault, especially the youth when wanaona hivi. It is your fault. Get fresh blood. Get people who are able to they can hold account, can be accountable. Now, Mandagor amepeleko because of 1.1 billion. Amelilizio na kotini, amewekeo 500,000. That is not fair. And I don't understand kwa nini watu wanaitango ARA. They cannot even shika anything which is movable and immovable from Mandagor, from the houses to the car to everything, which is where the money is enyalitumia. I know, amejenga, amefanya kila kitu. Those things should be attached and they are frozen. Even this guy even cannot even access his M-Pesa. I don't know what is the work for the ARA, Asset Recovery Authority. I'm challenging you that any MP mwenye anaibaga pesa ya wananchi, you have the powers, mukimbie kotini, mwenda mchukue kotoda, whatever, you attach everything what these people owe, even their spouses. There's a platform called
Amen.
You have even the right to go to eCitizen, check the CR12. If you know the wife is in a certain company, freeze those accounts, freeze those companies, freeze those, attach those houses and properties. Others even, they've taken even a challenge. They are opening offshore accounts. And the
Oparanya, Oparanya na ile kichwa yake ameiba pesa Kakamega.
Unaona ameiba pesa. The people when wanajua wanafungua offshore accounts.
Kenyan Rebel wanasema uweke camera on
them. Opening them, allowing them to open offshore accounts. That money needs to be frozen. It needs to be frozen. And I'm saying this, vijana ninawapatia challenge. This 2027, we don't want to see these boomers. We want to see young blood. And the young blood, I challenge you. In any laws, you need to go even a school of law. It takes you only 1 year just to understand what is a law, what is the constitution. Hizo vitu za parliament hiyo tutaki kujua, or standing order sio mutasomea huko. but do not let your people suffer. Look at farmers. Right now, a farmer cannot even afford kupeleka mtoto in a university, like lazima akope kwa bank. Shame on us. Aya, look at some students. You have done your university, you've done your masters and everything, lakini bado unagonga mawe, kokoto. Na yet it is so ashaming when mukiona last week how Machogu alikuwa anapeana, is it letters of appointment za TSC kwa burial ya mtu. You ask yourself, what is wrong with our leaders? So that means there were jobs in teachers. So TSC ni kama walikuwa wameambiwa ndio kuna kazi, lakini msiachilie, tutapatia watu. Machogu is not supposed to be on any political divide, but what did he do? He chose to go to someone's funeral, it's a burial, then got a group of people, then he gave a report to the county kwa chief, wale walimu wanataka kazi, wakuje kesho kwa mazishi ya huyu, nitapeana nini. Then you see some idiots bound to him, kneeling, and yet those jobs are available. Kumbe Kenya kuko na kazi, leo ndio nilijua kuko na kazi. So that means TSC kuko na mtu anaficha hizi kazi za walimu. Na hizi kazi za walimu zenye ziko hapa, why are they being given at a podium ya mazishi ya mtu? Shame, big shame. And this is what I'm saying. It is this time what vijana, I am challenging you. It is your time. Mtu akikuja hapa akikuambia nitakupatia kazi, angalia hiyo kazi mpaka ukule mshahara. Then if you feel, it is your conscience which will tell you ukiingia kwa hiyo booth, whether you put a tick or ignore or you spoil that vote. But don't return these people, because unaona now you've seen the consequences of your own governor.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Sijui muliona vile Nyandarua huko kwa ile mazishi Rigathi na Raila when they were arguing about sijui committee.
Imagine.
Both of them should be in committee. I don't know why they're arguing. Sijui moja anasema sijui committee sijui anyway, wacha tu nyamazi. Niko na hasira nikianza kuongea mambo mengine. Wacha tu nikunywe kahawa.
No, lazima, you have to vent. You have to vent.
Stella,
but I know some
Stella,
people
know. Stella, you're telling us of us electing the youth, okay? And the youths resisting to elect the old guard. If you look at William Ruto's government, it's one of the government that has appointed a lot of young people who are either in their 40s or early 50s, right? And below. And I'm just wondering, the young people that you're talking about, that we happen to appoint, people like Aziad, you have seen the scandals. Are the young people also measuring up to the task that they have been given? We have seen in the past, we had people like Jaguar, people like, people like, what is called Babu.
Selassie? Is it Selassie?
Yeah. So people like this, are they living up to the example of leaders that we want tomorrow? But that being said, I want to say that even as I think Ruto, one credit I want to give Ruto, as much as I want to disagree with very many people, he has given young people a lot of opportunities that they have actually screwed. People who have been given portfolios that they need to use as a platform of fostering change that we as the people, young people, want to see, but they have failed to do so. So also, as you're calling upon youth to leave and elect young people, the young people also need to pull their socks up and do what is right. People like who are informed, who are so passionate, and are more often despised in the community. I think you mentioned one person, Kenya Rebel, someone like Okia Omtata. We need people like who are devoted to bring changes, even when they are one, even when it means you are in a crowd of 100 people who are voting otherwise, but when you believe this is the right thing, you go for it. Those are the kind of that's the kind of spirited leaders that we want. That being said, I want to say something though that I wanted to disagree with Mzalendo and you, Kenya Rebo. Let me tell you something. Kenya and United States have had a long time relationship. They have United States is an ally of Kenya in very many ways, and if you can see, Kenya has even extended um, and hand, and I've given them a military bases in Kenya, and most of our military forces and enforcing agencies are trained by the Americans. They train together with the UK and so on. That is a huge investment. Right now, we have the United States training Kenyan police, elite team called SWAT, uh, that are being trained by the United States. So such investment is not one thing that you can wake up and dismiss a country that is invested so much and knows a lot about your intelligence just like that. It takes a foundation such as the one that we are seeing countries are warming to, so that you can now also, when you are joining, you would have cleaned your house so that you know you're well and ready to go. And I can tell you, you are very right. If you look at Saudi Arabia, how the leader came, if you read the history of Muhammad Gaddafi, how he came to power, who supported him, when he said he's going to turn and go to France or to Russia in terms of oil, what were the consequences? Now, what is going to be the positive or the advantage of the BRICS to be stronger is because the United States and other countries such as UK, Canada doesn't have a lot of enemies, but Germany and others, they have met so many enemies, especially the United States out there. And these people, when they want to come up, think about Saudi Arabia, think about Argentina and India. They don't have a very good relationship with the United States because United States has always trivialized their economical efforts, not to recognize them. And the fact that the BRICS came so that they can give individual currencies, so that we demystify the dollar, the strength of a dollar, so that we are able to trade with our currencies, so that at the end of the day, our currencies could be meaningful. That is the basis and argument of the BRICS in the beginning, whereby Brazil, India, Russia, and China felt that they were being left out, despite the fact that they have a lot of manpower in terms of population and so on. That their GDP, which is about 40% of the GDP, they contribute 40% of the GDP, yet they are not being recognized. So what I'm thinking is people like Pakistan, people that the United States have labeled as terrorists, people who have been, whose efforts have been trivialized, are going to gang up and join the BRICS. And once they join to the BRICS, you will find that there will be a force that will compel countries like US to change their way and perception of these countries and other economies. So that is why Africa is being used as a battleground of propelling the agenda of like Russia, which is number one enemy of the United States. And again, you saw when Donald Trump warmed up to Russia. Go ahead. Did you have something? Can you remember?
No, finish up. I'll be back. I want you to finish your thought though.
Yeah, that's okay. So when someone like a leader of United States, Donald Trump, had a little bit to do with Vladimir Putin, you saw a lot of resistance because a lot of people don't, a lot of Americans don't like Russia as such, and so we are going to have a lot of countries that are going to gang up, not necessarily because they like the idea of BRICS, but just because they don't like America as a country, number one. Number two, not because also they want a dollar to be the standard measure of value worldwide. So they want to other currencies to be recognized and used as a denomination that for trading and so on. That's why they're gonna gang up and join the BRICS. You can go ahead, Kenya Ribo.
Yeah, I wanted to correct you. First of all, these countries do not hate United States. They don't. Uh, they hate the people that rule, the powers that rule the United States, the country. Okay, the citizens they don't hate Russia. Russia actually has a long history with the United States. Even before United States had became a nation. But anyway, going to this issue of currency. Let's use Niger for example. Okay, you said Kenya has had a long history, long relationship with the United States and Britain. Of course, Britain colonized us, so that relation is not a it's not an even relationship. It's not beneficial to Kenya. It's more beneficial to them. I'll use Niger for example. The French colonized Niger. Okay, they were extracting uranium, copper, all that stuff, the good stuff. Okay. While Russia was fighting Ukraine is being supported by US and NATO. Okay. And Putin just said it last when he went to this meeting. He didn't go, but he was giving a speech there. He said, these guys are fighting me, but as for France, I don't have to fight them. All I have to do is give power to Niger, and France will crumble by itself. And guess what? It's been 2 months now when Niger, the Ibrahim Traore came to power. He stopped the exploitation, the export of uranium and all those minerals to France. And guess what? Paris, as of right now, hata wao pia wana stima, and Ruto is not in power. MURKOMEN haiwezi kwenda huko. You know why? Because they can't extract enough uranium to power their Ninio, to have electricity. Just 2 months, okay?
So they are
Macron is
begging.
in exactly, and even Jacques Chirac, no, not Jacques Chirac, Charles de Gaulle, their president, the ambaye alikuwa amependwa, he once said, France depends on Africa so much that if Africa cut ties with them, France can become a third world country within 5 years if they stop exploiting whatever. So Putin understood that the French people, they've always exploited Africa. Africa has always been exploited. So going back to one thing also that Ibrahim Traore, that hunter, whatever, that's general, that's leading Niger. Also one thing he did, he kicked out all the US and French, what do you call it? The whatever, the things that you're telling me that the military bases that they have there. He told them, pack up and go. You know why? These military bases are not used to benefit us by giving us this training at Sijui, SWAT teams, Sijui nini. No. Those military training, especially in Kenya, they are used to control Somalia. That's why you see Kenya under Kibaki, he was training Kenyan forces to go fight what? Where? Somali. Because they want to control the fish product. Do you know the fish that is taking place in that sea to Somali is the #1 in the whole world. They produce so much fish, and the people are mahasla ambao, yes, and wale au mashifta ambao walikuwa wanachukua hizo meli hizo for ransom. Those are fishermen. They were saying these guys are fishing here, na watupatii kitu. So guess what? Any meli ambayo inapita hapo, whatever. But anyway, to my point, I'm saying this: these military bases are not used to benefit us. They are used to train alafu we are used to go fight with. Ndio maana umeona Kenya wametumwa huko Congo, Haiti. So unaona Congo, Haiti, sijui wapi, they train you because they don't want to put their faces on it. They can't fight everywhere. So that's how they use you. So what I'm saying is this. What these Russia are doing is this. They say, walienda hapo. That's why I asked the question. If the Russians are to come to East Africa, let's say Kenya, they'll make a deal with one of the general, wafanye vile US wanafanya. Take over the government, okay? Will train you. Even Russia even said, one general says, will even help you have nuclear weapons. Because remember, Gaddafi was taken out because he gave up his nuclear weapon. Alikuwa na nuclear program he was developing, but as soon as he gave it up, Museveni told him to give it up. As soon as he gave it up, and he said, and he was talking about backing his currency in gold, Obama kamtoa. Okay, so if you have nuclear weapon, look at North Korea. North Korea, they have nuclear weapon, and that president always tells the US, "You guys want to fight? Hey, I have a couple of warheads that can reach California in 2 hours. Do you still want to go to war?" And they don't attack them. That's why you see him talking all that mess. But lastly, going to the currency thing, let's use Museveni for example. Okay, you saw a few months, Uganda discovered hundreds of tons of gold. Okay, now if Uganda today was to decide we are no longer using dollar to do the near, we shall back our currency with gold. How rich do you think Uganda can? How can they transform their? Do you think how long will it take to transform their economy if they use gold that they can dig from their own land and back it up, back their money with that? Their money will be stronger than the dollar because, like I said, the dollar is not backed by anything. Okay, so this can make Uganda rich overnight.
So you are agreeing that one of the reasons why the BRICS stands on a higher chance is because of demystifying the power of the dollar. Is that correct?
It's because the dollar has always been used to weaken other currencies.
African economies.
Exactly.
Yes.
So going by your argument, it will be easier for Uganda to join the BRICS because the BRICS is advancing its interests.
Yes, in fact, Museveni is a good example. Museveni used to be the biggest ally of US, okay? And when Uganda discovered this gold, I said it on my TikTok. I said there will be war or something will happen with the Ugandan government. Something is coming in Uganda. And guess what? And the US government started this whole thing with LGBT, okay? Remember, Museveni was being supported, even he was helped to take out Obote. Was it Obote who he took out? Whatever. Idi Amin. Okay? So anyway, so he was the biggest ally of US. He even met Reagan and everybody else. But as soon as he refused to renew LGBT, they put sanctions on him. The sanctions are on right now. Alafu Museveni akasema nini? We don't care about sanctions. Akasema, I'm going to Russia now. I'm going to meet with the BRICS. China, Russia, because the future is the BRICS. Their money will be backed by gold, and that will strengthen the local money that those people have. The BRICS, even Uganda, if they want to back their money, and that's why I'm saying the US economy probably is going to face a hard time in the future. I'm not saying it will completely collapse, but the BRICS will make it an even playing field, okay? Where it's the gold standard like it used to when US used to back its money by gold. So it's a good move for Africans. But I'm saying this, the relationship with Kenya and US and British is not a fair relationship. It's a one-sided relationship. They're exploiting us. Ruto cannot even take out the subsidies because the IMF and the US told him to. What kind of relationship is that? And these subsidies, easy taxes tunalipa, we are paying because of these American companies and British companies. Okay? But Russia is saying, we can liberate you, okay? Nyi fanyeni hiyo mambo mnataka. Rule vile mnataka. Wacha wananchi wafanye, they decide. Au wakina Raila, au wakina nani, au wakina nini, wanaambiwa what to do to rule us. Sasa sisi tunafinywa so we can accommodate the British company, the British and American company. But the Russians are saying, we shall help you take out the government, rule the way you want, let people have democracy, jitetee wenyewe.
But
So that's the advantage.
there's danger to that. You
The-
at
Yes,
home,
what's the danger?
there's a big danger to whatever Russia
danger.
is telling African
Yeah.
leaders to do. The
For
biggest danger
example,
is
They're
that
not.
we have octogenarian leaders like Museveni who are now saying, you know, we are not puppets of the West and we don't have anything called democracy. We are going the China way and the Russian way. We are going to have communism. If that works for the Ugandan people, I don't think so. I don't think that works for the Ugandan people. It is not all about resources. It is about governance and accountability in terms of
Mzalendo,
leadership.
Mzalendo, why do you think?
Zalando, end of
What
the
makes you think?
day,
Ngoja kidogo.
the whatever, the country has to rely, the gold mine of everything about this thing. These people, they don't care about policies and what. They are looking for one thing. Wanataka kuchukua resources zetu. Then another thing, they want us to bow down with their powers. They control our shilling, they control our lives, they control our courts. Sasa sisi hatutaki kukua ati because we are colonized by the British, we'll have to go through the common law. We want to make our own laws. That's why we are having an issue
But
with our judiciary.
Stella,
Because we
Mise,
are going
You,
through
you,
the
you, you
common
Stella.
law.
know, the only problem
That's
is
why
that you are
India
still
is
using
having
their
an
education.
issue with
You're
British,
still
No,
using
Mise,
with
their
British and the
mentality.
Americans.
All
Mzale,
you
No,
don't
Mzalendo,
have anything of your
Zalendo.
own.
Mzalendo na
No,
Mise, wacha
Mzalendo, let
niwaulize
me
hivi.
ask you, why do you think Arab countries, they don't entertain Westerners? And yet,
oh,
they're the
there's a
ones
long
of the
history.
they are
There's a
one of the
long
richest.
history with that.
I mean,
No,
it is
Long
not
history.
like they don't
I
entertain them. They
I need my
benefit both
question to be
ways.
answered. No, I need my question to be answered.
Where
Okay.
do they
Why
sell their oil?
is the Arab nation, no, wait, and the
Where do they
Tigers
sell their
and the
oil?
Tiger nation, they do not bow down to the pressure of the Western, and yet they are very successful with their economy. They're not buying down at
Let me tell you.
because
I
we are.
mean, Egypt bowed down. The
I'm not
government
talking
was
about
changed there.
Egypt is in Africa. Egypt is
You
in Africa. I'm talking about the Middle
you are talking
East.
about which
From
country?
from the Emirates, from Qatar, from Saudi Arabia, from Yemen.
They,
Those
they
people
have
are
a they have a
jumping.
different
The
ruling.
Kuwait, but they do not bow down on Western on the Western whatever. They don't bow to the Western. It is waliwambia kick rocks. No, any American, if you're an American, go there with an American passport. Utaona venye utaona chamtamakuni. Even in Mauritius, they do not entertain American. They don't entertain Western powers.
I am
Mauritius
seeing.
on its own.
Yes, there are positives about it, but there are a lot of negatives.
No.
There are a lot of
Miss,
the gray areas that
Let me tell you, Mzalendo,
cannot be
ninakwambia wacha
tackled.
kusoma gazeti. Hizo gazeti zingia nyama.
Gazeti iko wapi? Sinatumia gazeti
Wacha
iko wapi?
kusoma gazeti.
Mimi nakwambia hakuna
Why?
gazeti. There are a lot of gray areas here.
Who you're going with what CNN is saying.
Hold on. Am I noisy? Sorry. Oh, hold on. Mr. Mzalendo. Mzalendo, you mentioned something about democracy. I want to ask you this, and Mise, what makes you think that the Western version of democracy is suited for the African society? We had democracy before them. Did you know that?
Very much.
Where?
I think Mzalendo, let me ask. I was going to ask.
Answer that to Mise.
I may not necessarily answer that question.
Okay.
But I wanted to ask with a question. My observation is that as we are warming up to the BRICS, as we are praising the East, what we want, an observation that we wanted to make is there lies dangers of us warming up to the East. Kenya is a perfect example right now. If you see Uhuru warmed up, disregarded the West, warmed up to the East. We took up a lot of loans, and China, most contracts in China, government contracts, were given to the Chinese government. Now, when you look at what is happening in Kenya, for example, I go look at the expressway, for instance. If you look at the expressway, for example, the handing over of the expressway is 20 2037, you know, that is when they would have it would have been fully paid. I might not be there 2037, okay? But at the moment, I used the expressway when I was in Kenya. It's an amazing project that was done by the Chinese government. Now look at how the Chinese, when you travel through Ethiopia, when you go through African like Rwanda and other African airports, you'll see Chinese going in large numbers. Now, look at, for example, the expertise. The procurement law states that when you're giving, and I think this is across the world, it says when you are giving a contract to a foreign country, 75% should be from within our country. The 25%, if we lack expertise, certain expertise and resources or materials, will be exported from that country. Now, if you look at China, when they were constructing any construction they were doing, they were importing almost 75% of either the materials, and when the money that were given is supposed indirectly to boost our economy. Were they held accountable? No. I have a friend of mine we went to. Wait a moment. I have a friend of mine I went to school with. He has a company. And he said to me, look, I'm not doing nothing. Here is the quotations that I will have. They sent to me. The Chinese are exploiting Kenyans. They are the most corrupt people in the world, in the history. They are the most oppressing people in the world, in the history. The Arab people that you are praising, my sister Stella, they are the most racist people in the world, in the history. Now, one of my friends I went to school with in primary and in campus, he showed me, he came to visit me with his wife, and he said, my friend, Kenya is drowning. And he showed me Excel. He said, look, this guy just sent me 3 quotations already made. All I have to do is to take them, stamp them, and return to him. In every money that he makes, he's just going to give me 1%. That I didn't do nothing. All I did is
Are you
just to
okay? Are you
stamp,
crying?
and return the quotations back to them, and they are billing the government. Now I looked at it and I said, that is exploitation of highest order. So the Chinese, our government, as much as they are warming up to the East, there are dangers that come with it. I know the Americans have exploited us. I know the British have exploited us. I know these countries, the European countries have exploited us. But the most and dangerous people to exploit, and I see them even in Canada, they are the most exploiting people. That's the danger I wanted to say. That doesn't mean that we will not be successful if we join the BRICS, but we need to take precautions, knowing who we are trading with, and put the rules of engagement clear to protect the Kenyans or the Africans first before protecting the foreigners. That's why you see in America, they say Americans first, Canadians first. We should also have that slogan of saying Kenyans first before we entertain other nationalities.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Let me rebuttal that one. Mise.
Okay.
Okay, you've spoken about the Chinese and you've spoken about the Arabs. Please understand this. These people do not mistreat us, and we don't bow down for their issues. They do their work and disappear. They are not going to give us their rules and the regulations on what to do. But the issue with the West, especially the Americans and especially the Brits, they are giving us conditions that if we need a loan, we need to suffer. As in, I'm begging. How do I put it? Now, sasa kinashindo nitasemaje? You see, for the Chinese, when they came to Kenya to do our infrastructure, they were supported by our PPPs. Now, the Chinese are funny, or they are even trickier. They knew the only way how we are going to exploit this thing is by getting kickbacks. At least when we get these kickbacks, they are not going to give us their Chinese rules or their Chinese conditions or whatever. It is just sign a piece of paper, do your work, bring up your expertise, extend the roads. After that, kick rocks. They did that. But now for the Americans and the whatever, getting a loan from IMF, there were conditions which were given, which we suffered for it. They said that you need to increase power. You need to increase water. You need to deduct taxes. You needed also to have some ministries and parastatals. You take half of those. You retrench. At least you remain with 35 out of the 70. When you're mandika 70, ni whatever, ni watu wazee. No, these are young people. These are young people. Then they gave us a condition that when you're getting this loan, you're going to rate it as a commercial loan. A commercial rate. Remember, it is more expensive than the Chinese. At least the Chinese, they came out of the book. They said, your loan, you'll finish by 2037. We are patient because we are still using the road. They brought their guys called Moja Express. No problem. They quota the toll money. It goes to them. As we get the 10%, the other one goes to, they've calculated themselves. Okay? Because they are very clever. Because they cannot leave that expressway till 2037. Because they know they will be recalled back again to extend the infrastructure up to Western or Mombasa or what. They are very clever. But they don't take us on that mindset at the ukoloni mamboleo. But still the Americans and the Europeans, they are putting us in ukoloni mamboleo. These days, when even you're doing your contracts, we have American laws. We have the British laws, which is unfair. We need to have our own laws. Our constitution is mined by the Commonwealth law. There are things which we see, but we are like, does it make any sense? Even our own legislation, they do not understand.
The issue of
We want to be a
constitution is
Kenyan. No, the
Stella,
issue.
the issue
Listen,
of
it's
constitution
not
and
about the
laws.
constitution.
It's
It's about the laws
wait.
of Kenya.
You are saying, for example, you are saying the fact that we are borrowed on the way of constitution or laws is the reason why we are lagging behind. Canada is still regulated by our laws, the Canadian laws.
You're
are
governed by
bound-
the Queen's law. That is the
bound
common law.
by the Queen. Isn't Canada a developed country economically?
It is.
So
it is. But you people, you don't. But you see, as we are being exploited, the only way Mzungu atakuja to exploit, if they see we have prosper, we have tea, we have coffee. Let me ask you, Miss, and let's be honest with each other. Farmers in Moranga, they should be flourishing in big haciendas, not small farms. I don't understand why a farmer who prunes coffee, manages coffee, then he goes and sells that coffee, not even selling that coffee. He's exploited by something called an organization or a SACCO or whatever. They come up, someone has coffee, you go and pick coffee. Then we were told that buying coffee, it will be 60 shillings a kasuku. People cried. It went 150. It went up to 250. This regime, there was a company, there's a lady called Cicely Balire. He came out and exposed the cartels who are holding these coffee industries. Not coffee industries per se, the people who buy coffee. They are called these auctioneers. How does it make any sense? I have a coffee, which is almost like 10 acres. Then end of the month, you're giving me 5,000 because of my coffee. You bought it at 5 shillings a kasuku. If you people, you understand what I'm saying. Don't you think we are bowing down on Western pressure? And all these companies, zote, ziko na wazungu. Hakuna Mwafrika. Mwafrika mwenye ako hapo ni
That's
company
our
secretary.
problem,
Because a
Stella.
foreigner cannot have a
Stella.
company in Kenya. It
Mister.
has to be supported by a company secretary. And I am one of them. And this is
Me-
what I'm saying. If as Kenyans we can make our own coffee, or we export at our own rules and our own terms, we could be richer as South Africa. The way they protect their minings. So I
how
don't
is that a
understand.
problem of your
That's why you
mzungu?
see someone like Julius Malema appendi wazungu one bit, because anajua what happened to Zimbabwe, it can come and happen in South Africa. So don't come and tell us here Western power or Brits sijui nini. These people are exploiting us. Please understand. Imagine kama
Me-
mzungu hangekuwa tungekuwa mbali. And that's how it was the rise and fall of Libya.
Mister.
Everybody admired going to Libya. When Gaddafi went down, people are regretting right now. The
Stella.
same American and the Brits, they are the
Stella.
ones.
You know,
Yes.
Gaddafi is just being praised after his death.
Yeah,
But the
that's what we
atrocities
how
that
come?
demanded.
Let me
Gaddafi
ask you,
committed to
when
his
Gaddafi
people
was
is
there,
nobody is talking
was
about.
life better? No.
Oh, okay.
When Gaddafi was there, was life better than where it is before?
That is a story for another day.
That is
Can you
that is
please-
the,
No one is
I wanted
answering
to-
my question.
that is the truth.
I wanted to represent. Yeah.
Unaona kwenye democracy inatupeleka. So no
Naona.
one wants to answer.
You
What-
see,
Okay.
we
Wacha
have
nimjibe
always
Muse.
praised-
Wait, I'm
we-
not
we
finished.
have
Stella.
always
Egypt,
praised
Hossein
Gaddafi.
Mubarak. Egypt was one of the respected countries in Africa. Everybody who wanted to come to Kenya has to ask to go to Egypt to go and see the Pyramid of Giza. But what happened when they killed this guy? Americans there. Americans
Aye.
here. Look right now, as
Stella.
all the Arab countries, they do not want to associate any Western powers. Even the
Stella, okay, Stella, you've been
Stella.
talking
Ngoja
for
kidogo.
almost 1 hour. Let me ask you just one
I
question
have
and
failed.
Kenya Revolution. Let me ask
Tutamwanza
you.
Stella 1 hour.
Just let me ask you just
we should call
one
call
question. It will
Stella
take 20
1
seconds.
hour. Stella 1 hour.
One Stella 1 hour.
It only take 20 seconds. Nakuuliza tu hivi.
Alafu nijibu.
Moi was in power for 24 years. Yeah. Which country helped liberate us Kenyans from the Moi rule? Which particular country was pressing so hard on the atrocities that were being committed in Moi's regime? Which
UK
particular
government.
country? What?
The
Which
UK
what?
government.
Which country did what?
UK.
Sorry. What
Which
was the
country
question?
was pressing so hard for the removal of Moi from power?
United
Okay.
Kingdom.
Okay.
And
Let me-
what were the reasons? What were the reasons why they wanted Moi out?
Multipartism. We remove.
Was it a good
multipartism.
thing for Kenya or a bad thing for Kenya?
It was. Yes. Clap for
Thank
them.
you.
Clap for them.
The issue,
But
the
what
issue.
we cannot allow is pretend that we are going to bow out to their powers.
You know,
and
Russia
whatever,
is facing
and their
isolation.
terms.
So Russia is also giving loans to Africa. Was giving loans to Africa, and at
But
an
are they
interest.
giving-
It's not like
No,
that.
but are
Like
they-
they
And
were
they
not
forgave
giving
them.
loans.
What? Okay.
Are they giving it?
Stella, ngoja kidogo. Nani ati Museveni, mzalendo.
Wewe ndio
Mzalendo.
Museveni bwana.
Mzalendo.
Wewe ndio unafikiria kama Museveni, sema.
Mzalendo. Russia forgave Africa all of his loans. All of it.
After the raid in Ukraine,
Hold on.
when they started being isolated by other countries,
But it's a
is
good
when
thing.
they were looking for
Mzalendo.
allies. That was
Mzalendo.
just a bait.
Mzalendo.
It was a
Mzalendo.
bait. Yeah.
Mzalendo. Mzalendo.
Yeah. It was a bait. Just go on.
Mzalendo.
Yeah.
Russia has been sanctioned since I don't know when. Russia is a huge country that can operate by itself. All the sanctions that they face, they've survived it. Even that's what Putin was saying these sanctions are not doing anything to them. Russia is self-sustained. They're a powerful nation, okay? And they've never been isolated. They've been doing business with China,
Yeah,
British.
if it was powerful, then it would have finished Ukraine a long time ago, and
Did
it should
you,
not have. It should not
Mzalendo?
have. I mean,
Mzalendo,
Zalendo, are you serious
please,
with
please,
this
please,
life
please.
right now?
Ngoja, Stella.
and the war in Ukraine, hiyo war ya Ukraine, wacha nikuulize, niambie tu, I think I'm getting into your nerves. Yes, I didn't want to get there at that point where you break. Why did they have to you attack Ukraine if they are very, very, they are this nice big brother pretending to be so good? Why were they attacking a sovereign country like Ukraine?
Okay, thank you for that question. In 1999, okay, Russia, okay, and NATO made a deal to say, and the deal was NATO was not to expand its membership past, was it Poland, okay?
Poland.
And they agreed that Ukraine was not going to be part of NATO, okay? Now, 2 years ago, NATO kept on encroaching. They broke that deal that they made, okay, with Russia. And Russia said this, hey, you guys are arming Ukraine. First of all, Ukraine, the NATO and the US imposed a leader. That's not a democratically elected leader, okay? Number two, they broke that treaty. And Russia said, hey, listen, you guys are encroaching on the Ukraine's border, and they wanted to make Ukraine part of NATO. And Nania Kasema, Putin told them, listen, I don't want any trouble, but if you keep on doing this, we'll be forced to take military action. He gave them, in fact, he wanted a peaceful resolution. He tried so many times. And he even gave an example. How would you feel if Russian troops, okay, Russian warheads were in Cuba or in Mexico facing US? How would the US, or even if they were in Canada, how would US feel? But they kept on doing that. So Putin akasema hivi, I'm left with no choice but to take military action, because these people are taking over, were even getting into the Russian border, okay? And most Ukrainians are part of the Russia. They used to be SSR, they speak Russian. But anyway, this is what happened. Don't you think Russia, with all the artillery they have, nuclear weapons and that, if they wanted to destroy Ukraine, they will have bombed the Ukraine yesterday. It wasn't even a war. Even yesterday, even the speech that Putin said, he said, we are not even started with war yet. We haven't even started. And they've already defeated the Nania naomba pesa kila siku hapo kwa Biden. And Biden is doing his different bills. The Western...
Hiyo ni propaganda.
Propaganda.
The thing is, Russia wants to take Crimea. That is Ukraine territory.
And
when you go back, wait. When you go back to 1999, you are talking about USSR. You are not talking about this Russia.
That is the thing.
Zalendo, are you serious?
Zalendo, are you serious? You are taking me all the way back. I mean,
I said 1999.
We are talking about the
99, not 89. 99.
Oh, okay. You are talking about 1999. But the war between Russia and Ukraine, it's Russia is claiming that Crimea is traditionally Russian territory. That and Ukraine.
Zalendo, it was based on the treaty that Russia had with NATO in 99. That's why I mentioned that. So go Google it. Use your Google right there.
I want, we are learning in this particular forum.
Okay.
You are saying that Crimea was in isolation, or it was part of Russia, or it was part of Ukraine. Remember this: Ukraine was part of the greater Soviet USSR.
Yes.
Until they broke away to small little countries to find their own independence. After finding independence, Ukraine annexed Crimea, which Russia under Putin believes that is their traditional capital or something. That is what they believe. So what part of the treaty was saying that, you know, you as a sovereign country of Ukraine give Ukraine should not
Okay,
claim a territory that is within their own borders.
Mzalendo,
It doesn't make sense.
Mzalendo, let me say this one more time and listen to me clearly. The war that started with Ukraine is not about Crimea, whatever the case is.
Crimea.
Yes, the war is based on the treaty that was made in 1999, Russia and NATO, where NATO promised not to extend membership in the East, not include Ukraine in the NATO. Okay? It was agreed upon that. But NATO with the US, they propped up our leader, this joker who is now the leader, Zelensky. He's a comedian, and I'm not even making fun of him. Okay? They took him out. They put him in, and you hear Zelensky keep on saying that they should be part of NATO, they should be part of NATO, which violated. Russia said, if you guys keep on giving these guys money and you want to military base up, that is against the treaty that we signed in 1999. And if you keep on encroaching, will be forced because you're a threat to us. And he gave an example. How would you feel, Mzalendo, if Russia, just give me 1 second. Well, how would you feel if Russians have troops in Mexico and in Canada? Do you think US will be, oh, hey, it's okay, whatever? You saw what happened in Cuba when they had their whatever, they called it Cuba missile crisis. Russians have their troops there, and they don't want to report of that. So that's what Russia was saying, because we feel threatened. And Putin kept on saying, hey, let's have a talk, let's sit down and talk about this. You cannot keep on doing this. And they did not listen. And they kept on, and actually they started encroaching up to the Russian border. These these Nazi soldiers who are now fighting, they started forcing people to New York. So Putin said was left with no solution, with no option. And he said, he gave the red line. You keep it up, I will defend Russia. And that's what happened. It's not his fault. He said he doesn't want this war. And even now, he said he wants a peaceful resolution. He's willing to sit down and to stop this. But you are propaganda because you're listening to CNN, which is pro whatever. Mr. You had something to say. I wanted to make a point before that, but Mr. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask you a question.
Yes.
How long, when you sign a treaty?
Yes.
Is that treaty open-ended or it's closed?
No, it's not. It's not open-ended. The treaty says that NATO shall not extend to the east and shall not involve Ukraine to be part of NATO. Ukraine cannot join NATO.
Now,
Ukraine a treaty is like a covenant.
Ukraine is a sovereign country.
Wait, Stella. Ukraine, at the time when this treaty was signed, was Ukraine a sovereign state?
Yes, but they had their puppet government.
What do you mean? Sorry.
What was the
who is telling Zelensky? How did Zelensky come to power?
Just answer my questions.
Yes.
Forget about Mzalendo. Mzalendo is not part
of
I'll
forget about.
I'm just trying to learn.
Yeah.
You know, I learned. It's when I was in Form 3 is when I read about USSR, Russia, all that.
Yeah.
So
yes,
broke my mind that at the time when they were entering into this treaty,
yes,
was Ukraine a sovereign state, or was it being manipulated to the extent? This they got into to sign this under coercion.
Ukraine is a sovereign state, okay?
Was it?
But yes, it was. It is. It still is. It's supposed to be. That's what it is. But the reality is, Russia knows the influence that the West and NATO has on Ukraine because the puppet government was installed by the US and NATO. They understand that, okay? So when the treaty comes, just like, let's say, for example, let me give you this example. If US can have a treaty with Russia and tell Russia this, hey, listen, or tell BRICS, you cannot include Cuba or Mexico to be part of BRICS in order for us to have peace. You cannot. Mexico is a sovereign nation. Cuba is a sovereign nation. But in order for these two powers to have peace, because US might feel threatened militarily if you have your troops in Cuba or Mexico. So to avoid that tension of this a Cold War, we'll agree that Mexico and Canada shall not join BRICS. Same thing with Ukraine. Ukraine is a sovereign nation. But in order for us to stop this tension, this Cold War extension, we shall have peace by saying Ukraine cannot join. There's that understanding. So whoever,
Great, thank you for breaking it down. Now, do you find something wrong with what you have said? While it was agreed so, is it okay? I think there's someone called Ramsu Yegon. He says that democracy is an illusion. Based on what you have explained, that two countries, two powerful countries somewhere sits and decides the fate or freedom of association of a nation, of a certain nation, and limits it. Do you think that is democracy in itself?
Again, you've answered yourself by saying that democracy is an illusion. But anyway, to answer your question, Ukraine historically has been part of Russia. Okay? So Russia was...
We were part of the Eastern Protectorate.
Thank you. Okay, yes.
During the colonial time.
Right, right.
Uganda, Tanzania, they are sovereign countries who make independent decisions. So is it right? Is it right? Let me bring it home. Is it right for America and Russia to sit somewhere and say, you cannot get into an agreement, or this agreement or this association with Kenya because you and me don't want to fight? Is that for the best interest of Kenyans or the best interest of the United States and Russia?
Okay, I'll answer you like this. If Russians were trying to, if the Russians were trying to be a bully, they could just take Ukraine and say Ukraine historically is part of us, so we are going to take Ukraine, and there's no discussion of that. But the Russians respected the autonomy of the Ukrainian people and said, okay, even though historically you've been part of us, we shall let you be. But here's the deal. This is the condition with UN. You cannot join NATO, because if you join NATO, that means that the NATO members can legally have troops on the ground, which is a threat to us, because historically we've been at odds militarily, politically with US. So this is not a matter of. I've
read some.
3%. Let me.
So Kenya Rebel.
Yes.
I think you've answered the question that I've said. I've asked you, and despite the fact, despite of the side that you're supporting, there is something that is morally wrong, that you cannot decide, someone somewhere cannot decide the fate of how many citizens. Let's take if Kenya, if you cannot, Uganda and Tanzania cannot sit and decide who Kenya should or should not associate with. That is wrong. Then there is no that freedom of expression and association that we are saying that Russia is giving to Africa is a fallacy. So that is what we are saying. And lastly, I want to say what we are saying is Russia. When you said that Russia forgave African dates, it is because it's a bait. And when we said it's a bait, you and Stella reacted. But the truth is, what took them so long, right, to forgive them, to forgive African nations of their debts, until when they have been surrounded or bombarded with sanctions. So that tells you they are finding their way out in finding allies in Africa, as opposed to the other allies, so that they can also fight the United States through equipping countries in Africa by giving them, donations and loans and all that. But I'll tell you, there's something that we were deviating from, Stella, that you guys realized.
But I'll have to answer you when you're done. I'll have to answer you when you're done.
Of course, during the time of Moi, the World Bank, no, I think it's IMF, they came with what is that called? They came with SAP, and SAP at that time, it was forcing Moi to make certain structural adjustment program. And Moi rejected it, right? When Moi rejected it, we still survived. Despite the sanctions or despite the limitations, Kenya still survived because we still can survive if we agree as a country. The blame that Stella was putting upon the Western countries, it is incumbent upon us, the citizens, the leaders of Africa and the leaders of Kenya, for example, to make decisions that govern us. So if we choose if we choose our allies keenly, we have to choose using the criteria of how the country is going to benefit as a whole, and not how the protection individuals will get from the other countries.
Mite, my phone is dying. Let me make it very quick before it dies. I want to say this. Number one, on the question of Russia. If you have, I see you have a very beautiful house there. If your son says that, hey, Baba Mise, I want to go have a deal with, I want Mzalendo, I want to be part of Mzalendo's gang, and you say, okay, you and Mzalendo, historically you have political problems. You don't like, you've been fighting. And you say, okay, you can be autonomy, you're 18 now, you can do whatever you want. But here's the deal. You can be independent and do whatever you want in your bedroom, but you cannot join Mzalendo's gang. Because me and Mzalendo, we have a problem. Mzalendo has been trying to kill me for a while. Okay, so I cannot let Mzalendo bring knives in your room and guns, because he might plan something and attack me when you invite him in there. That's the analogy I want to use. Number two, Russia, whether they did it out of experience, forget whatever to forgive Africa of its debt. Russia has a history of actually supporting Africa. In 1885, in that Berlin conference, okay, all the European countries met to divide up Africa. Guess which country refused to go to that Berlin conference to colonize Africa? Russia refused. When Africa was fighting for independence, the one Putin, guess who was training in Tanzania? Okay, Michel whatever of Angola, among others, the president of Zimbabwe too. Russia was arming Angola to fight the Portuguese. Okay, fight whatever. Russia has always been on the side of Africa. Okay, so this is not new. This is not something that they started. Now I told you this. Which one would you rather have? Russia said, we will liberate Africa from their colonialists, okay? We don't want anything from the neo. Russia is rich, they're self-sufficient. They don't need anything from Americans, okay? From Africa. Yeah. So what they're saying is this: if we give Africa their independence, remember, most of these leaders in Africa are puppets. I don't know how much to tell you, starting from Jomo Kenyatta, okay? Ask yourself, even in that when that general Yule Mama alikufa, Mama whatever, the wife of whatever who died earlier this year. What's her name? The wife of Deda Kemati. Thank you. Why didn't Uhuru show up, or any of his family? So when Tuma Raila the conman to go say Pole, okay? Why did they show up? Because these are not really, and I don't know, maybe Stella, I don't know, based on your names, you come away when in Kikuyu. I think most Kikuyus know that Kenyatta family, they were never Mau Mau, and they were never in the neo of fighting for the interests of Wakikuyu and Kenyans in general. Okay, they know that. Most who know. But anyway, back to what I was saying. The difference between Canada and Kenya is Canada. They have a democratically elected leader, even though he's not famous. Trossard, whatever his name, that young man that's leading up Canada right now. But Africa, we have people who are being imposed on us. Okay, starting from Moi, Jomo. Well, Jomo was there, but he was later in Neo. Kibaki won, but the second time the West was with him. But anyway, my point is they impose these leaders on us. Ndio maana wanatunyanyasa. You talked about that Neo, that deal with the highway. Okay, just go listen to Jimmy Wanjigi. He will tell you all about that Neo deal. Watu walikuwa wanakula pesa, half of that money was eaten. Go look at SGR, Eurobonds, you nini. Why? Because these people, they make that's why there was a book I was showing you while you were giving your submission. These people, the CIA guy who used to work for World Bank, and he wrote this book, he said, they chose compromised leaders who are corrupt. They give them their percentage as long as they do what they want. That's why you see these people wanafanya corruption and nobody cares. The West are not saying anything because they're puppets. They're put there for a reason to do these things. Okay? So, in summation, to finish, Russia has always, even in Niger, they say once Niger, they train those armies where they can take care of themselves and then even give them nuclear weapons. Because remember, like I said before, Gaddafi was only taken out after he gave up his nuclear weapons. Angekuwa na nuclear weapons, Gaddafi would still be here. Yes, Mzalendo, you're right. Kuna vitu ambao there's some things that Gaddafi was doing that were wrong, killing people. But which one would you rather have? A dictator who tells you everything and ananyanyasa na hizo taxes tunalipa hapo through finance bill, which is illegal, or having actually something that a person who we chose democratically chosen to do our bidding and take care of our interests.
I think what you wanted to say, what would you rather have? A dictator who is democratically elected, or a dictator who kills his people and helps his people? So which is which? Gaddafi was a dictator who kills his people and at the same time he helps his people.
What do we have in China? What do we have in China?
We have a dictator who is killing his people at the same time helping his nation.
But guess what?
And
if we voted on a dictator, if we did okay, North Korea or whatever, if we did voted in a dictator, I'm not saying that it's justified. I'm saying this: if the people vote you in and you turn into a dictator, guess who's gonna take you out? We the people. But if you impose somebody like
if Russia tells you they are not, if Russia tells you no, it's Russia who is going to impose the leader. That is what they are telling you indirectly. Russia is not giving you an option of selecting a leader.
No. Russia has no history. Name one country in Africa that was imposed by a Russian government.
No, they didn't participate. Was Russia colonized?
The Bolshevik. No. Listen. Zalendo, you're getting off the topic.
How did Muammar Gaddafi come to power?
Through a coup.
Who supported him? Who was supporting? Who was financing him?
I have no evidence of any Russian or American power.
Anyway, Kenya Rebel, the thing is...
Let me ask him another question. How did the king of Saudi Arabia come to power? How did he sneak?
Americans.
They came in.
Then,
who?
How did they get at loggerheads with the Americans at a later stage?
Well, they did because of BRICS. They're turning away from the dollar because the American money is big.
The BRICS just came the other day. The BRICS just came 2009. Prior to 2009, it's gone. So prior to 2009, the history has it that Russia, despite the fact that it is not directly, it is indirectly involved. So what we are arguing is that as much as we are being told that Russia is good for Africa, Russia may not necessarily be good for Africa. We might benefit along the way, yes, but it might not be a solution for African problems. Africa has to own up its governance, and that's why, Stella, I was disagreeing with you that yes, we might be having, look at like Muammar Gaddafi. look at Fidel Castro, look at Hugo Chavez. These are leaders who did not agree with the Americans. But what did these leaders do? They trained, they invested a lot, trained its citizens, maybe to train its citizens. Maybe Nick, you can mute Nani, his voices. So they invested a lot to train their citizens and make sure that their citizens were equipped. If you look at in terms of when you read the Green Book that Muammar Gaddafi wrote, you realize that Muammar Gaddafi had good intentions to prosper, for his country to prosper, despite the fact that he had his own challenges, his shortcomings. You realize that the people themselves did not necessarily or per se hate Muammar Gaddafi, but the forces that was funded by the foreign powers brought Muammar Gaddafi down. But when you look at the housing, Muammar Gaddafi did very well to make sure that education was taken care of free of charge to university level.
Yeah.
He made sure that housing, ultra-modern houses with ultra-modern facilities were made for the people, and people were given money. He even proposed to Muammar Gaddafi that the money that was coming from oil should be channeled directly to the people. But the people around Muammar Gaddafi, the forces, refused to do that. When you look at Fidel Castro, Fidel Castro invested a lot in training doctors, nurses in the healthcare, teachers, to make sure that his country, regardless of any time of any attack, they had enough doctors. And that's why, most recent, Kenya had to go and borrow doctors from Cuba when we had a crisis. And we are a sovereign country that has every opportunity and every institution to train doctors, to train teachers, but we had to go and borrow doctors from Russia, a country that has been gagged by sanctions from the United States. So the Cuba chose to invest in its people and liberating themselves from, in terms of health. Why can't we as African do the same? So that's why we are saying we as our African leaders, if they have a goodwill, they can liberate Africa. Russia cannot liberate Africa for free. It means Russia has interest they want to propel. Sometimes back, and this is what I wanted to answer Kenya Rebel, sometimes that what Russia is saying that they had not started war in Ukraine. Even Moi, when we had a problem with, I think, Uganda, I think it was, I don't know if it's the dictator Idi Amin, Moi dressed the Kenya AP administration police. He dressed them. He dressed the army in administration police uniform, and when they attacked, he said, "I've just only sent AP. What if nikituma majeshi?" It's propaganda. It's war propaganda ya vita iko hivyo. Hata mkiuliwa wangapi, hamwezi sema tumeuliwa hivi. You have to say we are winning. See what happened in Sudan, Somalia. A lot of Kenyan soldiers were killed. A lot of armies were killed. But this was not disclosed, because if you disclose that to your enemy, they will know they are advancing and they are winning the war. So you have to conceal that.
All right. Well said. We have a new guest, Mr. Peter Kamau. Not Peter Kamau. Peter Kamau on the comment section, he say, we have no country. I don't know why you are saying that. Perhaps you should back your statement. Mazen, I can see you on the comment section. Thank you for being part of the show. Cornerstone Hills, thank you so much for being part of the discussion and deliberating with the guys on the comment section. Manson Sanders, thank you. Karibu sana. Next time ingieni kwa show to discuss mambo ya nchi yetu. Today we have veered up a bit to the issue of Ukraine and Russia and Russian interest in Africa. All of a sudden, Russia is interested in Africa, and the more reason they're interested in Africa is because they are looking for allies. These Eastern nations, they're looking for Africa as a strategic point to launch military bases That is the main reason that they want allies in Africa. People should know that the West interest in Kenya is strategically for their companies and strategically for their military base, because each and every country is a threat. Kenya rebel came short of explaining why why Russia raided Ukraine. Yes, Russia is the big brother. This was one country. This was one country called USSR. When they broke out, Ukraine became a sovereign country with its own laws under Ukraine. There is no way that another country can come and dictate what you are going to do. If Ukraine feels that it should join NATO, then Russia, maybe as the big brother, should only Russia, Ukraine can decide to listen to the big brother or make a decision as to what the people of Ukraine want. So Ukraine is a sovereign nation. Ukraine is not under Russia by any circumstance. Hey, karibu sana, Captain. I know what is disturbing you there is called your lighting. When your lighting is not good enough, that is why your chroma is not working. So next time you put your lighting on your face so that you can be well lit and
Or
your
you can
chroma,
check off
or you
the
can take off the chroma
backup.
on the background. We already know that you are a root or diode. That one is already known. So we want to see your face. If you can remove the chroma, if it is disturbing you a lot, it will be fine because your face is disappearing at some point. If you are going to talk with with the gestures, then you are going to disappear into Ruto's portrait. So it is important that karibu and kama utaweza baadaye utatoa hiyo portrait ya William Ruto ndio chroma yako ifanye vizuri, kwa sababu sasa hii unakatika katika, ndugu yangu, sio kwa ubaya, lakini tunakupenda, tunataka tukuone vizuri zaidi. Asante sana, karibu Captain.
Na bwana Mzalendo, ambia watu waache kutuonea mimi na Captain ati tung'are kidogo tukue kama Stella. Sisi hiyo ndio rangi yetu.
Hawa ni watu wale nyeusi, hata si hawa ni watu wale nyeusi, hawa ni watu wale blue. Misa is not even black, is blue. So
Purple.
Stella, sisi sio rangi ya taa.
Karibu sana Captain. Yeah, at least you're better now, Captain. Karibu, go ahead.
Habari zenu Mzalendo, na there is a name for this other guy with a white t-shirt and the lady.
Anaitwa Mise.
Mzuri.
Mise, habari yako?
Mzuri bwana Captain.
I don't think there is any problem. The only problem they can have is me and you, because we are naturally made like this by God. We are black, and we are the only unique people in this world. Let them not have any problem with the president when I use the president portrait at my background. Maybe some people, they don't know who is that, because even Mzalendo, he doesn't know that William Ruto is the president. He just only know as William Ruto. He has to say we know the president is William Ruto, but he's referring him as William Ruto, not knowing that he's the president of the Republic of Kenya. Okay, thank you very much, guys. I'm late. I just came right now, and it is too late, almost morning. I have read the only what's going on is the Kenya ashamed as the whole country was left in darkness. And from there, I found a discussion of you are discussing the Northern Atlantic Treaty Organization, or that is NATO, Gaddafi and all whatever, and Ukraine. I cannot pick exactly what was going on from there, but maybe only about the darkness in the country is that it is very ashamed that until this age now, an international airport whereby we have the pride of Africa there as Kenya Airways, it doesn't have a backup system of the power. It was very embarrassing. And even some of us from where we are, some flights even were cancelled because where they were landing, they were told there is no electricity, and the probability it was going for the whole night. Some people use it. They got the messages on their phone that flights to JKIA have been cancelled. Until further notice, they will be communicated today, and they got our communication today in the morning that maybe they can continue with their own flights. When we are discussing here, we just discuss the effects that there was no light in the whole country. But part of it internationally, we are not going deeply to ask ourselves what has happened. Is there any impact that has caused to the whole country? Is there any impact that has caused to the whole world? That is now where we are not discussing. But it is a problem. It's a problem until you see the whole world, they know that. Yesterday, we didn't have electricity in JKIA. And even after around 3 hours back ago, I got a message again that there is no power. I don't know. Was it really the reality? I don't know. Msalanga such like message, you'll communicate to some of us. So concerning the issue, I see you people, you are fighting about Gaddafi, Ukraine, and all USSR, whatever. I cannot comment on that for now. Maybe I'll do my own research. I can comment on it later on. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Captain, for reminding me that Ruto is indeed the president. We know that so well. I don't know why people are so obsessed with the title that comes in front of each and every name. Even in the superpowers like America, you just call Biden Biden. You saw the other day a former president just going to a grocery store like a normal citizen. Let us not be so obsessed with the presidency. Let us be obsessed with utendakazi, the services that comes along with the presidency. So that is the most important thing, not the title called president. The title called president comes with a rider on it. You must perform for the citizens who elected you. And that's why we burn our midnight oil here to look at what the government of President Ruto is doing. And part of it is a failure when there is no power in JKIA. It is a failure part of government. That is, it is said that the government of President Ruto did not have power in JKIA terminal last night, and it lasted for so many hours. The country was in darkness. That is how it is reported. So what happens after that? We have seen the minister Chirchir being summoned in parliament. We hope that he will come up with a report on what really happened. We have also seen MURKOMEN, the transport CS, sacking Alex. Alex Gitari was fired yesterday on Friday by the minister because after investigation they realized that the government bought 2 generators which were not functional, and the airport did not have power because these generators have not been commissioned. That hiyo inaitwa na Kiswahili uzembe wa managing director wa Kenya Airports Authority. So I think the government has moved with speed. I hope power is restored. Power is restored in most parts of the country, and we hope also that this will not happen again. We don't want to see a blackout in a major airport like JKIA. Remember, tourism brings a lot of revenue to this country. When a foreigner lands at JKIA and it is very dark, or he has just landed and all of a sudden anaona giza, then next time he will opt for Tanzania or Uganda. So it is also a point in time when we need to look at our energy. Is our energy sufficient enough? Is our energy able to sustain us without any interruption? It's high time we look into nuclear energy as a source of generating electricity to the citizen. I think that is a discussion that the government needs to have, and we need to implement it as soon as possible, because some of our electricity is borrowed from Uganda, as I read in some other articles. So we need to have our own electricity. If we have war in Uganda or we have diplomatic row, then they can switch off power that comes into Kenya, and that will be a problem. That is something that we are foreseeing, and something that the government can avoid. Stella, we have been here for 5 hours, for almost 5 hours, and we are all getting tired. Now we need to go and rest. Some of us need to have at least a cup of coffee. Wale wengine wako kazini kama Mise, I know is at work right now. He needs to finish whatever he's doing for his clients. So can you give us your last remarks as I wind up the show? We have done 5 hours and 55 minutes. In the next 5 minutes, we will be winding up the program. Thank you.
Okay. My closing remarks. It's I need to see in future that our policy are put in check. And the other thing which I really advocated is young people should now move in to take leadership. Let's not allow these people, the old boomers, coming back and malign us, and not no, I mean, they are maligning the youth. What I'm advocating is for the youth. It comes to 2027, please. I am advocating youth. You really need to come in. We need to remove these people, and you need to be very sane when we are choosing our leaders. Let's not use this language of suti sita, sujui suti, or whatever, jembe moja or what. Get leaders who are competent. Get leaders who have a vision. Let's not get those leaders. They have their own self. They have their interest ahead of Kenya. This Kenya is not for them. They are forgetting even them when they die. We'll forget them, and their generation will suffer. And that is what we want to break that back on. We have young people. They run this country. They run this country. And the thing is, what I'm really advocating, let people participate in voting. Vote hata kama itapotea. Ingia hapo ndani, usirudi nyumbani mpaka make sure hizo vote zimehesabiwa, kusikuwe na another turmoil ya kufanya IBC inashinda ikirudia, tunarudi kotini. The other thing, what we also discussed and we are disputing still, it's about how the CS are becoming irresponsible and they are not taking accountability. The first one, we spoke about the CS of energy. He never came out saying what exactly was happening. We are still on the dark. The only thing which has been trending all day, every day, all day today, it's about the airport, the JKIA. The media is not also focusing on small businesses, how they've made losses because of this power outage. They've not even mentioned all these they've not accounted these losses zenye zimefanyika. Everybody's only focused about MURKOMEN firing Alex Gitari. They've not even mentioned even how schools, hospitals. Right, I was reading an article how Embu level 2 hospital, a woman has lost his baby because there was no generator for hospital. And it's so saddening. We have someone who is a governor over there, and he has been government over 20 years. Now yet he has been receiving money from CDF to everything. He cannot afford to she never even bothered or afford to upgrade the hospital nor put the generator. Then the other thing is talking about the Western allies and the Russian whatever. Me, I'm pro-Russia. You cannot convince me, and that is what I feel it is comfortable. This Kenya and Africa, it should be by us. We should not be controlled with the Western forces. If Russia wants to remove the Western forces to Africa and maybe support us, that is what I can stand with Russia. But what I'm against is how the Western has made us to depend on them. We cannot run our business as usual because they're the ones who are dictating how the dollar will depreciate with the. I mean, our shilling is depreciating because of their Western policies about the dollar here, dollar there, weakening there, whatever. The other thing is about financial support. I'm also pro China. I know China, even we need to have them back again. They still continue with help us doing the infrastructure. As you see, Mzalendo, we cannot even trust our own contractors. So that means there's a problem. If we cannot trust our own contractors being given big projects. We saw what happened to the Aurora Kimorel. It's just because of a contract and a date and how money disappeared. This is what I'm saying. If China will come and get their kickbacks, and even we can be having their loan terms, we pay it within 50 years, that's okay. But we don't want to bow down with the Western powers where they are going to malign us and enslave us on how to live with their terms and what terms they need us to follow. If not so, they'll try and have to make us beg or sabotage. We don't care. The thing is, what I believe as a Kenyan, if Kenyans, we want to be Kenyans, let's control ourselves. We stop going through the Western way. We go on our own way. That's the way Ruto was saying, that we need to have a united Africa where we can throw away the Western powers. If Russia will be there to support us, okay, well and good. That's it.
Well, soon you'll be greeting us in a Russian language and
Yeah.
welcoming us to Moscow. I
Yes.
think every Africa needs to liberate itself. Africa doesn't need any white or doesn't need any Asian to support. We need to liberate our mind and look at ways that we can govern ourselves. That is the most important part of it. We don't need any Russia to help us in issues of governance. They are already having problems in their own territory. I don't think they're the right people to help us in matters of governance. So these are countries that are only looking for allies for future wars or for future benefits in terms of trade. So Russia will not look for an ally just to be having these friendly conversations and all that. They'll be looking for an ally to do business, to do trade. And it is just the same way. They'll give you a loan, you'll have to pay back. The reason why they are forgiving you all your loans because you can't pay back, and Africa is happy when the loans are forgiven, but they don't know the catch. So Russia is looking for new allies. You came late into the show. Maybe you had got something burning that you wanted to discuss before we wind up. Maybe you wanted to communicate to your base. One thing I need to remind you is that we know Ruto is the president. There is no point of putting his portrait all the time. It is like you are trying to justify or to legitimize his presidency. Ruto amekalia kiti na matako mbili. So we don't need to be reminded that he's the president. Point of correction. Okay, Captain, go ahead.
Mzalendo, hakuna mtu amepinga kwamba William sio president, na hata matako hiyo mbili unasema ako nazo, hiyo kila mtu anaelewa, hata mtoto mdogo. The only thing that I know in my country, Kenya, is that so many things are very sarcastic. Like you see now, Kenya rewards Rana Kibiegon with $35,000 and house for breaking two world records. We are in Kenya, bro, and we are using Kenya shilling. We are not using dollars. Can you convert these dollars into Kenya shilling and let our Kenyans to know that how many Kenya shillings has been rewarded for? Don't tell us that we are using dollars. What if these dollars are missing in Kenya? And we travel to United States to go and look for dollars? And then we reward her on using dollars. Some of us sisi tumezaliwa kijijini bwana kule mtaa. Hatujui dollars ni kusema nini. Hii sasa unajua ni kama watu wa Kenya wataona hii ni kama ni pesa mingi sana hii. While in reality it is just but sarcasm and ironical way of rewarding an icon who has done the country or has flown the flag of Kenya. Okay. For me, what I can say is this. I've been hearing somebody praising the CSS here. Let me tell these people, there is no even one CSI praise for the President William Ruto's appointment. From Aisha Jumwa, from Kiture Kindiki, we have this other one. I don't know who your energy. Hakuna CS hata moja the praise. All those are goons and brokers. They are looting Kenyan money in a way that we will not even understand. You will see the war is everywhere in the country. And then they come here, they just tambati, oh, hakuna vita tena hapa, tumesema tumesimamisha vita, sijui nini. After tu waondoke hivi, vita inaanza kutokea ambapo hata hujaisikia. Huko Lamu, huko watu walipigwa juzi. Lakini wakipita hapo like 1 hour before, they are talking shit and nonsense, and those people they come to revenge of what they were talking about. You understand? Flamboyant CS needs to be summoned. CS huyo na mwamba tena ndio mwingine, hata umefanya mzuri. Nasikia sija alikuwa anapeleka ma girlfriends wake wapi. We don't care about your girlfriends, but don't use public money to take your girlfriends wherever the place you want to take them. We supported this government and we are supporting it until now, but don't misuse the public money. You understand? And then we come here in this platform, we praise them. What are we praising them for? William Ruto mwenyewe alikuwa anaona kuongoza serikali ni kitu rahisi sana. Mimi sasa niondolewe penye niko nitawaambia mnitupe kwa I cannot go back to Kenya because kama president ameshindwa kumanage nchi yake, mimi unanipeleka taenda kuanzia wapi? Kitu ya kwanza wa Kenya ni wale. Huyu alikuwa amepanda ndege ndio huyu amerudi hapa bure. How will you start? You have to ask yourself some of those questions. If the president himself anagonda meno, what are we talking? What are we talking? What are we discussing?
Sasa Captain, yani unaona Ruto ameshindwa kuongoza nchi.
Kwani wewe wakati Ruto akishika ile panga alisema alipewa panga, alikuwa amekaa aje? Alikuwa amenaona mfupi round, kijana mfupi round. Na saa hii
si mnampatia stress bwana.
Sio stress. Ni kura alipigiwa atufanyie kazi. Yes. Sio stress. And if there is a way that anaona kama health yake ita improve akishuka chini kwa hiyo kiti, the better way. You see? Kwa sababu kama kuongoza serikali inafanya mtu, I think you can compare the photo of William Ruto even for today with the photo on my background. Is that the William Ruto we knew before and right now? No. Na kama labda ameamua kupunguza mwili, it's okay, amepunguza sana. Ongeze kidogo media. Hiyo amepungua sana hata mpaka watu wengine ukijaribu kutumia picha yake wanauliza, is this William Ruto? Wanashangaa, yes, William Ruto, lakini sasa wengine wanasema hapana, labda ni ndugu yake amepatia kiti, si yeye. Si ile William Ruto watu walikuwa wanajua. So as we are wrapping up, Mzalendo, mimi sina maneno, nimekuja late but we have no problem. I don't know if this platform is going on or is it that it's finishing? Because
No,
you are
no.
home today, tomorrow we cannot see you.
You see the problem captain, and maybe mnaweza tuelezea. Stella nimemjaribu na tunataka mtu ule anaweza anza show on Friday mapema Kenyan time saa 3 usiku. That has always been a challenge. So mtu wa kuanza show mapema saa 3, then we join later juu ya time. That is what has become a challenge. So hatuna mtu wote ule
Yeah,
anaanza rudisha show.
why don't we liaison with Mutembei himself? We have our phone numbers with Mutembei or our group. We discuss on that thing, say that those people who are always on the platform, somebody can say, let me come in for the first 3 hours or 1 hour. Another one will take over for the next 2 hours. Another one can take over another 2 hours like that.
Those guys, those captain, those guys in the debate team, how many of them do you see them coming as panelists here? Very few, apart from you and me, say myself, and who else? I think
There is a
those are
day,
the only.
I have
Even
lectures
there is
in
a
the
day.
I have a lecture in Friday. I do lectures on Fridays till 8:30.
Yeah, you can start the show after your lectures, Stella.
Around
I
9.
mean,
But
at
you see,
around
now the
9.
problem is I have students who ask questions. So by the time
Oh,
I'm finished, it will be around
No,
okay.
around 10,
by
10:30.
9,
Yeah.
you will have done with questions. And
No,
then
no,
by
no,
around
no,
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 I'm
no,
saying
no.
I'll be done by 10. You see, when you're doing a lecture, so these students, you give them a group work. Then after
I
they come with their submissions. You know that then you tackle around.
Stella,
I lecture on
can you start it
mediation.
by 10 if you are available on a Friday, 10
10,
o'clock?
it's okay for me.
Yeah, so let's exchange contacts. Go to my let's exchange contacts on the chat so that I have your contacts. I give you the right to log
Okay,
in
fine.
and start the show. Uh, so I will communicate
Okay.
with you anytime you are free and you have got something to say. We can always come and join you. You know, there can be some burning issue that has happened throughout the week on a weekday, maybe on a Tuesday, and the people need to talk
Yeah.
about it. So we need somebody to, come and open the show. That is the most important thing. That is the reason why our viewers and the listeners there have been wondering: is Mutembei alive or? We are dying slowly. But if you have communication among us, captain, if you have, if I have your contacts, I have Stella's contacts, I have Mrs. contacts. We all know when we are on air. So you come, you back up Stella as we wind up with our workplaces. Then me and Misa will join definitely, and then take it all along until past midnight.
But you need to baptize Stella with the water of non-partisan, so that
No, no,
How?
you know, Mrs. Stella fits the bill. The reason why Stella fits the bill, Stella is neither Azimio or Kenya Kwanza
oh,
Alliance.
Stella, that's
Yeah, me, I'm
actually
a
lying.
Wanjiko.
Is he,
Stella doesn't like the current government. Stella is
But
very
it's true.
biased. Huh?
I
Yeah, there you
don't
go.
like it.
So what I want to say is this: one thing actually we were struggling before is not being able to criticize our leaders equally. I like Captain here, and Stella, I like you. Sometimes, even though you are inclined, you are able to point out the good things and the bad things that these leaders are doing. I like the fact that you put the portrait of Gashagwa and William Ruto. You are able to point out the inadequacies of William Ruto. And if we have that kind of mind, and that's something I like about this show, we'll be able to our work is to critique both so that we can get quality leadership. But if we are inclined 100% to support, or if you come here and you're supporting only William Ruto and you're not pointing out his shortcomings, then we're not helping one another. We're just supporting our people, and that's the challenge that we've had. That's what Stella, you said, that when we are going to that ballot box, let us not look at the sixth piece. Let us look at the quality of leaders that we are going to elect, and that's the most important thing. and people need to understand. It's not the Kikuyu, it's not Kalenjin, it's not who, is the policies that these people, the manifesto they are selling to us. Does it resonate with us or not? And to me, that's what is most important. But Stella, I admire your passion and patriotism in this show.
Okay, again, Zalendo, there's this thing that I need, because I've been in liaison with Mutembei for long, and he has my number. I can even share with some of you guys. I want us to, we will change the topic. We will come up in a new way that we will want a day that the program will be run by, that is what we call, what is moderator. We'll have a lady moderator in one day in a week. This is their day. If we come in, they allow us, it's okay. If they don't allow us, it is their own day. In every once in a week for women to run the show. That is, I'll talk with Mudembe and we'll discuss on that. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow is on Sunday. I'll have time to talk with him tomorrow. And
What is the objective, Captain? What is the objective? Will the women running like a gender topic, or what is it?
They love to like we have a woman, or a woman moderator, but men we can come in, of course, like the way we are right now. But the moderator is not Mzalendo. Mzalendo will be down there like me and you, only to contribute.
I love being a contributor than being up here.
So you are saying
yes,
we do empowerment and gender balance
exactly
in terms of moderation.
Exactly.
I mean, that
so I
would
want
be
us we give them every 1 day in a week.
I mean, if they
it is
want
their
to
own day, run the show.
But guys are available
and then
from Friday to Sunday.
I don't know. You'll choose your day yourself. You'll choose between Saturday and Sunday. It's up to you. But I'll talk with Mudembe. We'll discuss on what we will do it. But we are not saying, men, it is not your day.
You can also talk to Nick as well, because most of the time he's involved in planning and giving access. As well as you talk to Mutembe, make sure you also corroborate with Nick as well, because it will also be more. Mostly it's Leo, Nick, and who will start the show, so that you are on the same page.
Okay, no problem. I see somebody saying Captain anataka tu wasichana pale kwa comment section. Bro, mimi niko na bibi wawili nani. Hiyo mambo ya wanawake nilipita huko kitambo sana. Hiyo wachana naye.
Uko na nini wawili? Uko na wawili man. Hey.
Na wao wawili hata wamenishinda. Sijui nimpatie nani mmoja, nipie nani mwingine nikae peke yangu. Alafu bado huyu anataka tena nitafute mwingine ya nini? Anyway, so the show has been good. Even though I came late, we discussed issues that we are supposed to deal with. And Mzalendo, this thing of Kenya Power messing the country, we will not want tomorrow that we are waking up only to see that ukinunua ile inaitwa ile inalipo ya power inaitwa aje? Unanunua ya 100 unapewa moja ama nusu. Token, yes, token. Isikue kesho kumbe mlikuwa mnafanya maneno, ndio nikinunua token ya 100 ninapewa nusu. I suspect this is Kenya where we belong. Ya 100 sijui ilikuwa inakujanga ngapi?
No, it starts from 300.
Of course.
Anyone who lives in the slum buys from 300. Ndio at least ikukimbize at least atakaa ni 2 weeks. Ya 100 ni siku mbili.
When I was from Kenya ilikuwa 100 ilikuwa inanipeleka kidogo siku moja. Kumbe iliisha.
Yeah, so wali change.
No, it depends on your consumption, though. It depends on your consumption.
The Auditor General said that Kenya Power have been inflating our bills without the knowledge of EPRA.
Are you seeing?
And remember, EPRA,
Are you seeing?
regulatory. Yeah. Mulikuwa mnalipa 33 bob.
Are you seeing now?
Mnatakiwa mlipe 26 shillings, not 33 shillings. So when you're buying
And
your
my
tokens,
what?
angalia kwa simu. Angalia ni kuna hiyo tax ni ngapi. So you're meant to pay 26 shillings, not 33. So ina depend
Ndio
na
nawaambia
unit
by
ambayo
kesho asubuhi or by next week utaamuka ukinunua token hivi hiyo ya 300 unasema unapata ni 0 point something.
But now
Mark
the
my
thing
words.
is hawezi ongeza. Kenya Power hawezi ongeza. Wanatakiwa kusema wataongeza ni watu wa EPRA. Kwani usomangi gazeti every 14th EPRA wanaongeza mafuta na
Lakini wewe si ulituambia tusisome gazeti. Sasa wewe Stella umesimamia wapi?
No,
Ulisema
but there is a website.
Mzalendo asisome
No,
gazeti.
the issue is Mzalendo has an issue because ya kusoma gazeti, because he believes what the very media means. Ndio ninamwambia aache kubelieve vitu za gazeti. Us on the ground, we are the ones who are feeling the heat, and we can tell you what goes on.
Wewe unadanganya Wakenya hapo ati waende Russia, unaniambia nini? Unadanganya Wakenya waende.
Mimi sijasema Wakenya waende Russia. Mimi nimesema
na wakose kulipa deni, na wasilipe deni.
Hapana, deni italipwa. Mimi nataka Mchina akikuja, the next SGR ipite huko ifike Uganda. Mimi sitaki kupanda Bukinya. I don't want to panda Bukinya. Mimi nataka kupanda SGR.
Bukinya unapanda ukienda wapi bwana?
Ninaenda kwetu kwani?
Stella, by the way, you are from Western or you're from this other side, Central?
I'm Rift Valley. Mimi ni kwa kina Captain.
Oh, Kitale ukule.
Yeah. Me, I have relatives.
Oh.
I have relatives in the Western. Na Kenya ati because niko Mombasa ati ninaishi Mombasa. Kenya ni kila mahali. Mzalendo, wende ushiki vizuri. We do not want wazungu wakuja hapa wakitusumbua. Wacha Mchina akuje chukue kickback yake. Ni sawa, tutalipa 50 years. Mimi nataka kuona SGR. Imefika Western.
Unajua Stella, my challenge is that
Bukinya ama Eldoret Express.
Unajua Stella, wacha tu wewe you are a lecturer. Mimi ni sasa wacha nikuulize kama mwalimu. Ule unafundisha subject gani? What do you teach?
Mediation. Me, I do court mediations.
Court mediation. Kama niko na deni na nini to settle it.
Hiyo ni small claims court. Now these are like if you have issue like family matters, or you have issue with issue that this family conflicts, instead of running to court and sort this thing out, you sit down with the family. So once you sit down with the family, you tell them this is how it's supposed to be, because you see most of the time, let me pick one subject. Let's say when there is a death in a family, let's say your dad has died and maybe she had 3 wives, then muko na watoto scattered. So first wife atasema hapana, mimi ndio ni first wife, mimi niko na right ya kufanya nini? Ya kucontrol estate ya my husband. Remember, when your dad had married other wives, all those children are you like you're a beneficiary. You be entitled to have the equal. The estate should be divided equally. But you see, there are other people, they want to have a lion's share. That is where conflicts zinakujanga. Unaelewa?
So, wacha nikuulize, what would be your title? What would be your title in court? Like ukienda
I'm just a moderator.
Or court moderator or mediator?
Yeah.
Mediator.
Mediator.
Yeah, you call yourself a court mediator.
No, but you don't go to court.
Oh,
this
okay,
is before
mediator.
It is filed in court.
Oh,
yes.
before.
So, before it is filed in court. So there is a way.
Even but Stella, if I may ask you,
guys they've come and whatever.
Hata nimesha kupatia title. Wewe kama utakataa hiyo title, shauri yako.
Can you mediate politicians before they move to court?
Me, I don't mediation. You are politics, no? Because one thing, let me tell you, Captain.
Because like now, if maybe
let me
like now Raila is not satisfied with
let me tell you one thing about politicians, and that's why they are having issues with intercessors and some people, okay, let me let the cat out of the bag. Between Raila and Ruto, everybody akona ego. That ego, it's the one which hutaki kupeleka chini. You see, Raila has to accept that nani ameshinda. He's the president end of the day. The government of the day, how it is run, if Raila is not comfortable with it, he has other channels to ask Ruto, give us maybe a critique department saying you have failed here, you have failed here, you have failed there, But ego ya Raila and Ruto, I will tell you honestly, it's about power struggles and financial issues and how they need a chunk in the government of the business. You understand what I'm saying? Maybe kuko beneficiary mwenye alikuwa anapata what Ruto was getting during the time they had separated with Uhuru. Maybe there's a place where he lost.
Uhuru.
Either power, ama he felt demoted, ama he felt that he was sidelined. Everybody knows, even me and you, Captain, we know he was sidelined when they had to do the handshake. You get? Then you see, wakati Ruto ameshashinda, alafu Raila ameshindwa. Raila, mistake yake ni kitu moja, haskiangi. Even his people are agreeing that this person is stubborn. So why is Raila becoming stubborn? Because he feels that his recognition imepotea. So hatajulikana. You get what I'm trying to say? Hajulikani. So anataka ile kitu akuange na ile recognition. Recognition is in a way that, you see how Mudavadi was given, what's the status of Mudavadi? Chief something. Anaitwaje?
Chief Cabinet Secretary. Chief Cabinet Secretary.
On BBI, they had mentioned something about having an office of the. If you check on the BBI,
opposition side.
The opposition side, they were saying they needed an extra office for something, yeah? Now, when BBI was thrown out, I think Raila felt that his efforts, Tumia na Uhuru, they were tarnished because Nani Ruto came in with strongly saying that this thing, it is not there for the good for the people, it is for the selfish gain. Now, everybody associated BBI with Raila. Are we together? So wakati election ilikuja, watu wakasema, since venye Ruto amerusha Raila nje kwa sababu ya BBI, unajua Ruto alikuwa recognized because his team, they worked so hard to prove to the country that BBI can never work for the common mwananchi. So when Ruto, his people threw it out, his people, akina Dindi Nyoro, made sure everybody who was there during UDA, Raila felt that someone had betrayed him. So wakati Raila alikuwa amelose hii nini, kiburi yake ikaanza inaitwaje, conscience ikaanza kumkula. Unaelewa? The people nani Raila trusted wakamuruka. Junet Mohammed, there was this other guy, what's his name? There were 4 of them, I cannot even remember. Let me tell you, if someone like the late Kofi Annan, may God rest his soul in peace, he was able to do a mediation, Kibaki and Raila. Do you think Raila won? No, Kibaki won. But Raila kitu yake, it's the ego inamtuma asipeleke chini. If this guy angekuwa mpole, angepatio kitu na Ruto. It's not about ati mkate nusu, but unaona anaiforce. Let me tell you, UDA, they want to listen. But we are having people who are pushing Raila to be rogue. Saying, no, tutafanya maandamano.
I don't agree that Kibaki won any election. Kibaki did not win the second election in 2007.
No, end of the day.
I think
they recognize Kibaki as the president. He took
she's not talking of election. She's talking of the mediation Kofi
The
Annan.
mediation.
Of
So
the mediation between
the mediation
Kofi
when
Annan
Kofi
and
Annan came.
mhm.
Kofi Annan, there was this president
Yes.
wa Nigeria. He was
Kaunda
called no.
Tanzania.
Kaunda alikuwa
Kaunda came.
Zambia. He was called
No,
Kaunda
the one.
Tanzania kuna John Kufuor.
Kikwete.
There was JKIA Kikwete. There was Olusegun Obasanjo, and there was one. Is
Kenneth
it an
Kaunda.
Ethiopian lady? Kenneth Kaunda was there. Then there was the Ethiopian lady, the president, who was there before.
No,
So Raila was
no.
told, you have to accept
I think
that
we didn't have
Kibaki is
anyone
the
from Ethiopia,
president.
if I'm not wrong.
Sorry?
Raila was told he has to accept that.
He has to accept that Kibaki is the president.
No, they had already sworn in Kibaki as the president, and that could not have been reversed.
Mzalendo, ushiki, nasema wakati nani, Kibaki alikuwa amekuwa nini, that's when nini, the post-election violence ilianza. If you refresh your memory,
post-election.
When Kibaki was whisked in Moiga, then he was sworn in saa 12 going saa 1 usiku. You remember Kivuitu? He said he cannot give the definite result, but he knows that Kibaki won. Remember, by that time, who are dealing with that thing, they were called ECK, Electoral Commission of Kenya. When Kibaki was sworn in, hivi tu akieka nini usiku kukakuwa na post-election violence. It ran for almost 1 month. Then what happened? Raila was told, and I remember that time even the international organization were like, Raila, accept this guy ameshinda, mtaenda kotini. The guy refused. That is when Kofi Annan, when he stepped in, this other president, Kibaki Kofi Annan, because he was a very respected African icon, he told Raila, you have to accept.
I think Stella, before Kofi Annan, before Kofi Annan came in, I think there are some African leaders who tried to come in, but they were turned off by Mother Karua. They were telling them that wamekuja tu kukunywa chai watarudi. And then lastly, Kofi Annan now came in with JKIA Kikwete. And even this guy from Nigeria, also John Kufuor and the Obasanjo, as you have said, they were turned off. And then again now, Kofi Annan won it. Kofi Annan and Kikwete won the whole thing. Yeah. Continue
what Kofi Annan had told,
Kofi Annan was sent by the UN. And
no,
you know,
Stella,
he came
Stella, what are you trying to get at?
No. Kofi Annan never came at his own accord.
You can go and check. I don't know why people are not
there Port Settlement.
No,
Nick, what point is Stella trying to make? You're not listening to the argument of Stella. Stella's argument is basically
Stella is talking of advising politicians. As she has said, she's the advisor of a court advisor. So she's trying to explain how she can advise politicians, because I ask her, can you mediate Raila and Ruto? That is what I ask her.
I can't.
That is what Stella is saying, Captain. If I'm not wrong, Stella is just giving us an history of politicians, the major politician that has been causing the problems that we are having in Kenya by just refusing to accept. Stella, am I right or am I wrong?
You're very right.
Okay. So going forward, you're saying if only this one politician would accept, regardless of what it is, we will not be dwelling on this, we will not be spending money, we will not be losing money, will not be people's lives will not be lost and so on because of contested election.
Yes.
Right? So I agree with you, Stella, that sometimes when even a president has been installed and has even been sworn in, you should accept, whether it was fair or unfair, you should accept, we move on after moving on, because you have influence, and this has been my argument with Mzalendo actually in these shows, that going forward, since you wield a lot of power and influence, look for ways ya kufunga zile njia your opponents walitumia kuingia to become illegitimate government. So instead of fighting them because they already have power and they wield a lot of influence, just look for ways through legislation and mfunge hizo njia. For example, if we go back to Azimio, walikuwa na wabunge wengi, walikuwa na senators pia, walikuwa na counter assembly members, women rep. Now, using these people as the envoys of Azimio, they can go to the right house, which is parliament, legislation, and legislate, come up with bills to legislate ways to prevent people from stealing elections. That's what we are saying. Instead of calling for mass action that will affect people who will not be compensated anyways, why don't we go to parliament? Why would people from parliament come to the streets equally to
I
kuvaa
think
sufuria kwa
I think Misa now is mixing everything.
wanaanza kutuambia kwamba na wao pia wanapigana, wanaenda maandamano. Tunasema that's not the right way. The right way, the right house that is supposed to be used ni parliament, counter assembly, the senate. They have the powers.
Listen, wacha nikuchekeshe. In parliament, there guys, let me tell you funny thing. In parliament, watu huko, they rub each other kwa mgongo. Leo umejaribu. You get. But issue kama easy conflict between, during, I don't know what happens after every election. How many times has Raila lost? 5 times. If I'm not wrong. I think he has lost 5 times. But the thing is, the people who are surrounding Raila ndio wanampush, wanamwambia hapana baba, baba hapana, itikia mfanye maandamano nini. Unaona? Now the thing is, people are forgetting that the person who is bringing this trigger, it is Raila, and a trigger the current regime. The current regime wakamwambia, wacha nikwambie, accept that you have been defeated and we move on. The only thing what we can do for you, you ask what you want. Let me tell you, if hata leo Raila aseme bondo hakuna barabara, there is another time they were talking C1, C2, C3. Ruto is the only person atapeana powers kwa Kenya. Waambie kuko na barabara inaitwa hivi, nataka iende itengenezwe. Kuko na shule enye haiko huko bondo and maybe there are lesser schools, we need like 12 schools. This regime has not refused. The problem with Raila is the only thing in Ako now, it's ego, and he's very selfish. He's selfish in a way that hata wakati kulikuwa na maandamano, he has not even taken even a chance going to visit the people who are wenye walikufa na hiyo maandamano. Ukienda unipelekee shopping ya Naivas, it is not going to help the problem. Watu walikuwa wanaenda kurusha mawe, si walikuwa na family? Si angewafungulia at least hata kama ni trust fund ya Raila Odinga, trust fund ya kufundisha mtoto kuanzia standard 1 mpaka university, juu babake alikufa juu ya nini maandamano. Raila is becoming selfish by the day. That's why you see even church intercessors wakikuja kumuongelesha hataki kusikia. But utamwona wakati sasa ameitwa kwa forum kubwa, like the other day alikuwa ameenda devolution conference in Uasin Gishu. He made a point where even people were like, is this the same person who we know that he's well respected? Calling out the American ambassador. That was out of line. The thing is, Raila even to date, if he can call president, ite Julius Malema, ama ite nani, the same story ataambiwa. Accept that Ruto is the president, wait till 2027. But him is becoming impatient. That's why you see mediators, even the court, hata mkienda mpeleke petition, Utaona most of the judges, they are like, this is a straightforward thing. There's no need of much debate of it. This guy, turusha hii kitu nje. Yeah. Ona BBI, ilirushwa nje. Election, they started fighting from 21, from 32, Kim's Kit, sijui Jose Camargo, he lost. And yet, you see, even the church inakuja inajaribu kumwambia, accept what is there, but he's refusing. So that's why you see, even at times, even our justice system, it's getting tired, because every 5 years, the company, the Kenya, the country has to be on a standby, because one person anakataa to accept results. Because ya nini? Because he's been careless. Kama ingekuwa contested, tungejua kweli aliibiwa. But yake iko straightforward. Ukikosa kulipa agent kwa station, unadhani atakaa hapo mpaka asubuhi kuangalia kura? Huyu mwingine si atakuja mwambia je, umechoka, wewe shika hii 2,000 enda nyumbani. Then you don't pay your agents. What do you expect? Yeah?
But we see now, Stella,
yeah.
the problem now that I may differ with you, Kidogo, is sometimes I think we have to make the truth to fall to where it must belong, because the people surrounding Baba are the best liars of Baba. They are lying to Baba this way,
that is true.
tufanye kichwa sufuria, tufanye nini.
That is true.
Naona? But for Baba himself, is not of that type of kuvaa sufuria na kichwa na mwiko kwa kichwa. Hiyo ni mikora, wanazunguka Baba, wanamdanganya Baba, hapa tumeshindwa. Wao wenyewe walitumwa kwa kampeni, hakuna kitu walienda kufanya. Hata Ruto ako na best liars. Huyu jamaa anaitwa Junet. There's a day after elections wakasema amekula pesa ya Baba, haonekani sahi, hata mpaka sahi anaonekana tu chini ya maji. Are you seeing? Wameshinda wakizunguka Baba, wakikula pesa ya Baba, wakimdanganya Baba. You understand? Sometimes when you hear words Baba is talking, even sometimes unaona yenyewe hii maneno hii ya Baba. Hii ni kuambiwa tu.
Hiyo ni kuambiwa.
Unaona? Like sasa hata juzi hapa Lorette hapa hii devolution mambo ya America. Was that the best place kusema ati pack and go, Americans you pack and go?
No.
Na unajua tena Baba kuna watu wanamcheza akili. Mbona anatuma Kalonzo kwa ile bipartisan, lakini unaona UDA wametuma nini Ichung'wah.
Ichung'wah. You see one thing, I can give you the truth. You see Ichung'wah, I think he's a CPA accountant. Kalonzo is an advocate. So they can loggerheads. Unaelewa? So them they were told, kwa bipartisan mukuje na 3 issues zenye zinawasumbua. Kumbuka they had 9 issues. Unakumbuka? They had 9 issues.
And before that, let me ask you. Before that, let me ask you first. Before that, do you think Kalonzo is somebody who can sit on the same table with Ichung'wah to argue on issues of bipartisan? Kalonzo,
yes. These people are
former vice president for sure.
You see, let me tell you. That's what I'm telling you. Why Kalonzo and Ichung'wah? These are people when you're gonna same ideas and the same ideologies. Mbona hakutuma mtu kama Babu Owino ama Sifuna? Because anajua Sifuna is a firecracker. He won't have even reasoned with Ichung'wah, because Ichung'wah will be like, sasa wewe kijana mdogo. That's why I'm having an issue with boomers. If you see someone like nani anaitangwaje Babu Owino angeenda hapo kumtajia vitu za kina Thomas Sankara sijui nini you get. That's why
wachana na huyo anaenda kusema sijui Raila sijui tutakuwa sijui
Stella, hiyo itasaidia na nini?
Haiwezi saidia. No, I'm trying to give a point to captain. Ndio ninamwambia the problem na nani nasema je venye nani Ichung'wah na Kalonzo walikaa chini and they had there were 2. Why didn't they not go an army? You see, at least they saw there will be something like a conflict. So they down on 2. So they had 9 issues. Then wakaambiwa kwa out of 9 issues reduce zikuwe 5. Then that out of the 2 they started arguing. Now kulikuwa na hii issue ya sijui kufungua server. There was this guy called the leader of majority, right? Opio Wandai.
Yes.
Wandai alikuwa anasema hapana, server zifunguliwe sijui nini. But hata watu walikuwa wanasema aje, hata kama servers zitafunguliwa, it will make no difference. Because it's not going to make the taxes go low or make the maisha ya watu yende chini ama irudishe unga chini. The thing is, we are going for issues zenye zinasumbua wa Kenya kabisa. First of all, they needed to reduce the power zenye these CS zenye wako na issue nazo. Number 3, I don't know, they were talking about, there were 3, I cannot remember unless I go back to my whatever, my I have to go to the website. Now, out of the 3, they shook hands. Don't you think that was a sane talk? Don't you think that was a sane talk? Yeah, it was a sane talk. Na wamesikizana. Sasa hivi watu wamerudi kwa maandamano because ingekuwa mtu mwingine wamekataa kuongea. Baba kesho hawajakuja. Wamesema kesho maandamano. Unaona? The issue is here.
Lakini kuna siku Kalonzo atakuwa amekunywa wine na atasema.
Nani?
Kalonzo atakunywa wine siku moja na atasema.
Haya, you guys.
Akwe watermelon.
Hii story itaendelea mpaka kesho. Naona Captain.
Wewe mzalendo ungelala huko. Anyway,
okay,
no problem.
So me, I can let you go on with the show because I'm seeing like 50 people are still logged into the show. And 7 people are still viewing that already. Already, this is now the biggest live talk show at the moment. So everybody is tuned in here to listen to you guys, what you're doing. We appreciate Stella. I don't know how much to thank you. I wish ningeku hug kidogo usikie at least umeappreciatiwa for your time. It is you've been very very
mambo ya kuhagi hiyo nani alikuwa
mpesa na ndamtumia.
You've been very very helpful. Una Captain, asante sana pia wewe umekuwa umetusaidia sana in this conversation. Mise kama kawaida, I think we need to wrap up the show. Tomorrow is another day.
I want to give a parting shot.
We before Mise you give your parting shot, we need to wrap up the show. And there are people who have been on the chat. That is Cornerstone. Stella, I'll give you an opportunity to read some of the names on the chat. Waambie tu tumeshukuru for them being part of the show. You cannot read all of them, but wale umeona unaweza soma. Matusi ndio usisome tafadhali. Asante. Stella has hung up. Captain, umeona nani hapo unajua unaweza mgotea mahali yuko.
I think naona Cornerstone Hills uko pale. I think Cornerstone Hills hapo tuko na Soki. Unajua mimi ni Mkale. Soki and Cornerstone Hills ndio naona wamekuwa on the top comment section. Like one of the comments from Cornerstone Hills people. Kofi Ananis.
Stella is asking, how come we didn't discuss the issue of Mandago? I think the issue of Mandago is Kesho. We cannot discuss everything today. Kuna mambo mingi hatujasema leo, tuta postpone mpaka kesho. Then tomorrow we'll not have anything to talk about. So we need not to exhaust everything. We have talked about mambo ya stima. Tumemalizana nayo. Kesho we have another day. We'll have another topic for us to talk about. Sometimes we will go social on this particular program. So you just stay locked. We appreciate you guys on the comment section. We will not read all your names, but wale wametuchangia sana sana, tunawashukuru sana, and keep it locked. The conversation is very very important. And just as I said,
I was finishing each and every like Cornerstone Hills. I was finishing with Cornerstone Hills. Kofi Annan is not there to defend himself. Hiyo tulimaliza. Cornerstone Hills pia akashangaa. Soki akasema mzalendo. Leave the link so that other people can join, which is tomorrow, not now. So what I can only say is that in this forum, the only thing that we want you guys to have is internet. That is the first thing. Na ka telephone, ile smartphone. Ukuwe na smartphone yako vizuri sana, connected to the internet, ingia Facebook, ingia Mtembei Live, utapata link pale, join us, we will discuss 2 3 things affecting our people, affecting Kenya. We have to fix it ourselves. Remember, it's our own country. Nobody else will come from heaven to fix Kenya. It is our time now to fix the country when we are still here. Whenever we'll not be there next time, it will be our kids. And our kids will leave that thing to their own kids, and it will be fixed. We have to have a better Kenya. The Kenya we have right now is not bad, it's not fair, but we appreciate up to where we are. But we need better than that. If we still have a country that is losing electricity on an international airport like JKIA, we have a question. We have a question to ask ourselves. So tomorrow, guys, somebody else can continue from there to wrap up. Maybe Mise Mzalendo, Stella and Nduyo. Yeah, let's continue from there.
Sawa. Good night, guys. Bye.
Mise, wind up.
Yeah.
Mise, your
I
parting
just
shot.
wanted to say in relation to what we were discussing before, there are things that we mentioned that I didn't get to know. Sorry, I didn't get the chance to talk about. I just wanted to mention that, Stella, you're right, that our countries or African countries is that they have used certain organizations as their systemic colonialism. Bodies such as IMF, World Bank, such as United Nations and so on, they use them as a bait of controlling us, controlling our economy, decision making, shaping our policy, implementation, and even drafting policies. So until the African leaders realize and recognize that we are sovereign nations and we can make independent decisions and we can look for alternative allies, we are still going to remain under that kind of control and manipulation because we have signed certain agreements and so on that bind us not to liberate ourselves. So until we liberate and start having the talks, I like the talks that is going on now. The African leaders are talking amongst themselves, and by so doing, they will have bargaining powers that they can now come to the table and say, look, we are not just a state in your country where you can make decisions that affect us without our stake. We are also foreign and sovereign countries that have decisions that are binding. And I also wanted to point out there is something, Stella, you have mentioned again and again about young leaders stepping up and taking leadership. But I was of cautious or with abundance of caution that young leaders who have been given opportunities have demonstrated otherwise. And I don't know when you say young people, what age bracket you're looking at, because the age bracket that has been since given the opportunity have not necessarily been able to demonstrate that they can take us to places. And this gives the old guard reasons to justify why they can't give opportunities to young people. So we want to emphasize that when you are a young person and you have been given opportunity to showcase your skills and how you can use your knowledge to transform our nation. Please take it up to the fullest potential and do that. Now, the other thing is there's something called social media. Social media is killing our leadership and our young people because it's about show off. So the more you loot from the government, the more you loot from anywhere to come and show up, showcase in social media, the better. And that is making our people being greedy. And lastly, I wanted to tell you and warn you, the East, as especially China, has infiltrated Africa, and they are taking more than they are giving. They are giving us loans, but on the other hand, they are taking from us. So we have to be cautious, and we need to be aware of that for us to mitigate and regulate them and contain them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mise, for that elaborate conclusion. Yes, viewers and listeners worldwide, we have come to the end of yet another wonderful show. We have been very helpful to this particular program. We wish to continue tomorrow and probably Monday with our programming. So I want to put out a request for you guys out there that we need a host in between the weekdays who can start the program at around 9 p.m. Kenya time, so that we can catch up with them later on when we finish our duties wherever we are working. Me and Mise is in Canada. I'm in the US here, and some other panelists like Kenya Rebel is with me on this other side. So our time zones are different. We can only catch up much later when the show has begun. So our particular audience and our viewership is in the Kenyan market. So we really need to capitalize on the Kenyan market. And meanwhile, please go and check on True TV 24. That is that's our channel. We are also marketing True TV 24. Log in there, subscribe. We will be having very important talk shows of one-on-one. The other time we had an honorable minister gracing this particular show. We are hoping that we will have one of the parliamentarians coming in into the show, and we ask a very responsible question. This show gives you an opportunity. We are not biased, whether you are in Azimio or you are in Kenya Kwanza. This is the only platform that we will not judge your views. And if you have a neutral point, that is even a plus. Remember, 7+ million Kenyans did not participate in the other election. They felt that neither Ruto or Raila was fit for the job. So there are other Kenyans who are out there who are stranded and they are waiting to vote in 2027. We need to give them direction, and we need to be focused on William Ruto's government. With the absence of a clear minority that is fighting for us, it is we, the citizens of the Republic of Kenya, under this particular platform is where we address the issues, and hopefully the government will act upon listening and viewing such programs. Otherwise, you have been wonderful tonight. I'm your host kama kawaida, Mzalendo Mise, all the way sitting late also in Canada. So asante sana for gracing the occasion. Captain, wherever you are, you didn't tell us where you are, but najua uko mahali umuhumu pale UAE. Asante sana pale huko, karibu sana kwa show. Moderator Stella, who is also a court mediator, if you have issues with negotiations between disputing parties, we have got able people who come to this show Stella is one of them. You can contact her and they will give you some good advice. Otherwise, I've been your host, Mzalendo. Tuonane tena kesho. Asante sana. Kwaherini
Thank you very
bana.
much, Salim. Bye bye.
Haya. Wow. Cornerstone Hills, kwaheri, nlala salama, tutaonana. I am not funny. Tutaonana tena siku ingine. Yegon, chamoge, kwaheri.